Hey guys, how y'all doing, man?
I'm back.
Hey, hey, sweetie. Um, so I think I'm feeling a little better today, compared to the last 2 days, and I think things have gotten back to normal to a degree. Um, I was having some stomach aches. I was having some stomach problems yesterday, and I wasn't feeling well. And I drank a bunch of water, and I was feeling better. So hopefully, whatever's going on will, get back to normal to a degree or something. So, and I'll be able to hopefully get back to functioning better again. The only problem is I keep waking up with headaches the last 2 days. So that's the problem. That's the only problem. That's the only other problem is that headaches. I don't know. I didn't eat much yesterday though. That probably had a lot to do with it because I was not feeling like eating anything. But hopefully I'm feeling a little better. I hope, and everything. And I can get back to normal with everything. Um, all I had was soup and crackers yesterday, so I am pretty hungry. I didn't eat anything since I woke up, so you know. But but yeah, man, y'all go. I'll please keep praying for me. I know I can't get these uploaded till 2 more days, but please keep praying for me, and everything, and stuff. What's going on with me? These headaches have been not good. These headaches have not been good. I'll tell you that for a fact. Other than the headaches, being fairly normal, I guess. I've been having some stomach pains, but other than that, my cat is acting strange. Other than that, I guess I'm okay. I don't think there's anything serious, but I don't know. I guess I'm okay. For the most part, but I still have a lot of gas pains too, and stuff. So there's that. There's a stomach. Is my stomach? I still have stomach pains, or my stomach's still hurting. And there's the headaches, but nothing serious or life threatening as far as I know of. I don't know. Just gonna take it one day at a time and see where it goes. No fever, no chills, no dizziness, no weakness, nothing serious. Because of everything. No blurred vision, no loss of consciousness, nothing. All that. I keep checking those poisoning symptoms just to make sure I don't have any long-term exposure to anything. I haven't had any long-term exposure to anything because it says, well, you can have short-term and you can have long-term, and everything if you're not careful. Okay, and everything. no seizures, nothing majorly serious. Comes to everything. No vomiting. Oh, nothing majorly serious as far as like from I see, and everything. Um, because it says if you are actually poisoned, you can actually feel like you're actually been poisoned. It says according to the NHS website of the United Kingdom, was drowsiness, dizziness, weakness, high temperature, which I haven't had, that kind of stuff, right? Chills, I haven't had chills. I've been really hot at times for some reason lately. Actually, I've noticed, or I've gotten I guess I have gotten a little cold, but I think that's because um sitting here with my fan on. I didn't feel like eating yesterday. That was one of those irritability. I don't think that's I don't have none. I haven't had any problems swallowing as far as I know of. When it comes to everything. No skin rashes. No blue lips or skin. I basically don't. No, nothing to prove I've been unconscious. No burns around the nose or mouth, but my tongue was burning me for a couple of days. It's gotten better. Either I might have burned my mouth or something on something. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not sure, but my tongue it doesn't burn anymore like it did. It's still a little sore on certain days, but I can swallow. I can drink and I can eat fine, even water. So haven't had any double vision or blurred vision. My vision hasn't been blurred or anything. Thank God, it wasn't anything majorly serious. I think he was watching over me and making sure nothing bad happened to me, especially on that day. And everything like that. Mental confusion. Not that I'm aware of sometimes, but I don't know. There have been a couple of days. There have been some days recently where I've kind of actually forgotten some things. Now, but I don't know. No seizures, no loss of consciousness. Haven't gone into a coma as far as I know of. The only problems were I've been having stomach pain. A little bit of stomach pain, not severe stomach pain. I've been sick I was sick after I ate yesterday. Not like vomiting, but yeah. And I've had headaches. So yeah, it's and everything. I don't know if it's not eating enough or something like that. Maybe this was probably because I didn't eat much yesterday. I all had was soup and crackers. So yeah, guys. Please pray for me. And everything. When I get this out, I've been sick the last 2 or 3 days. Haven't been feeling well. I think I'm better. I think I'm a little better today, but I'm still not feeling great, and I'm getting headaches. Oh, so like I assume you have to have more symptoms if you're being poisoned. I assume that you'll have to have more symptoms if you feel like you're poisoned or you feel like you're sick with something or something happened to you. And stuff. I only have 3. that I've noticed. And then severe sickness, serious poisoning is dizziness. Sudden noticeable heartbeats, palpitations, I haven't had that. Breathing difficulties, I haven't had that. Uncontrollable restlessness or agitation, I haven't had that. Seizures, no. Drowsiness or loss of consciousness. See, I haven't had any of those, but I have had a couple of those. Well, I've had three. Three out of out of all of them, I've only had three of those, and that's been stomach pain, headaches, and yeah, and not feeling great after I eat. So, it was yesterday, and I think I've been kind of cold I've been kind of cold at times on certain days, so that is part of that. Um, so like maybe four out of all those, symptoms. But I don't know, man. We'll see where things go. We're just gonna take it one day at a time, and so I just wanted to continue to update you guys on the situation, just to let you know if I don't come back here and do any more content in the future. If I get worse and I don't come back here and I don't upload anymore with stuff. So but we'll see where things go, man. Alright, so we got a lot of news to cover today. A lot of news. A lot of stuff picking up in the Middle East, especially with Trump's visit to the Middle East, which was yesterday. Well, which is today. And a lot of stuff to talk about. Alright. Oh, fuck. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to record this. My head's kind of killing me since I woke up again. I took medicine for it, so it should hopefully, it should help, but, alright, so, got a lot of stuff to cover from the Middle East. A lot of news. A lot of news coming out today. Including from the beginning of Sorrows, which I saw a bunch of stuff today that I wanted to talk about. And apparently there was just a big new announcement from the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, so, and Bubba News has got some stuff too here that I wanted to go over. Okay. Yeah, my head's hurting me. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to record this, but we'll see. We'll start out with Bubba News, and then we'll get to the other stuff that I wanted to talk about. A lot of stuff came out yesterday. A lot of stuff last night, actually. When I went to bed around 3 or 4 last night, a lot of stuff came out. So it says, Arab world, Syria and neighbors urge Israel to stop bombings. The foreign ministers of Syria, Turkey, and Jordan met Monday in Cairo and called on Israel to cease attacks on Syria and to withdraw troops from the country. Israel has carried out hundreds of strikes on Syria since longtime ruler Bashar al-Assad was ousted in December, often targeting military sites and killing dozens of people. Israeli officials have also described Syria's new authorities as extremist and claim to defend the country's Druze minority with a recent spate of attacks. Turkey's foreign minister Hakan Fidan held a press conference with his Jordanian and Syrian counterparts that Israel's expansionism exposes a significant threat to the security, stability, and future of Syria. This must come to an end, and we are on the same page about this. Syria needs to be supported to prevent terrorist organizations from settling in this region. Fidan added, noting that Syria shares a 900-kilometer, 560-mile border with Turkey. Syrian Foreign Minister Assad al-Shibani told the joint press conference that our borders are consistently violated by Israeli attacks. The Israeli strikes are calculated escalations aimed at destabilizing Syria and dragging the region into a new cycle of conflict. Shibani said, decrying systematic violations of international law and exploit provocations. He called on the International Committee to put Israel under increased pressure to halt the bombings. Jordan's top diplomat, Ayman Safadi, said attacks on Syrian soil will not bring security to Israel and will bring nothing to Syria except ruin and destruction. This is the coming destruction of Damascus, I think. He got one thing right. Ruin and destruction will continue in Syria. Jeremiah 49, 23-27. And next Jordan, Jeremiah 49, 2. Bubba's saying that Trump is not preventing Israel from launching Gaza assault. If Hamas does not agree to release the hostages, and I've got some stuff from J-Post on that I wanted to go over that I was looking at yesterday. If he doesn't release the hostages, if Hamas does not release hostages by the time Trump's visit to the Middle East ends, Israel's going to go in there and going to flatten Gaza, which they're giving them a May 16th deadline, I believe. I think. The clock is ticking for Hamas. Israel's ultimatum issued to Hamas regarding its agreement to the Gaza hostage deal framework remains valid until the end of U.S. President Donald Trump's trip to the Middle East. The meeting between Netanyahu, Witkoff, and Huckabee also included a phone call between Netanyahu and the U.S. President. The deadline for Hamas to accept the Witkoff framework, which includes the release of 10 hostages in exchange for several weeks of a ceasefire, remains valid until the end of Trump's visit to the region. It seems pretty interesting. I think it seems pretty interesting. And I hope they can get something like that figured out, but it seems to me like it's not going as well as we think it's going to go. I mean, they managed to get Eden Alexander and other people out, the mother of Eden Alexander, and stuff and things like that. But it doesn't seem like Hamas is going to release the hostages, and they know that's leverage, and it just seems to me like something's not going to work out very well. When Israel goes in there and when they do this, though, it's going to be very interesting. It is. So, going to be watching for that. That's gonna be a big event that's gonna lead to what's coming. I feel like the Trump administration is also committed to the Witkoff framework and is pursuing it with full force. The Americans see eye to eye with us. They understand that Hamas must be destroyed. In their phone call, Netanyahu thanked Trump for his assistance in securing the release of IDF soldiers. Eden Alexander, the U.S. president, in turn reframed his commitment to Israel and his desire to continue close cooperation with the Prime Minister. Israeli officials emphasized on Monday that it was solely Hamas's fear of an Israeli military operation that led to hostage Alexander's release. We hope this release, combined with the herd of elephants heading toward Gaza, referring to Operation Gideon's Chariots, and the fact that Trump is in the region will lead to additional deals, the Israeli source said. If they don't agree to this, Israel's going to go in there and they're going to unleash. They're going to go through with Gideon's Chariots, which means they're going to pretty much destroy Gaza. There's going to be a lot of interesting stuff with that. The source added, Hamas will not stall us. Negotiations will proceed under fire, and if Hamas does not agree to Witkoff framework, the Gideon's Chariots operation will not be delayed. This is also like what Trump was, This is news on what Trump was possibly going to... What Trump had planned. It says, Bubba said that Trump urged by France to deliver political message on two-state solution during Gulf tour. U.S. President Donald Trump has been urged by France to deliver a political message on a two-state solution for Palestine, Israel, Palestine and Israel during his visit to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE. French Foreign Affairs Minister Jean-Noël Barrot suggested the trip, which begins on May 13th, should be more than economic ties. That's today. We hope and urge both the United States and our partners in the Gulf to use this opportunity to deliver political messages. Pointing at Mr. Trump's support for the Abraham Accords, which established diplomatic ties with Israel and a number of Arab states, including the UAE, Mr. Barrett said that he hoped that Trump would back an upcoming Saudi-French conference in New York on a two-state solution in June. So I'm not saying that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict will be resolved in the coming days thanks to President Trump's visit, but I think that what we want and what we're pushing for are political statements that allow us to move in the same direction, Mr. Barrett said. And I got some news here too that's interesting. They're saying Donald Trump could remain in office after his term ends. Here's how. It says, United States President Donald Trump has repeatedly floated the idea of remaining in office after his second term ends in 2029. Since the 22nd Amendment of the U.S. Constitution was ratified in 1951, no U.S. president has challenged the two-term limit established. However, attempts to circumvent constitutional term limits are not unprecedented elsewhere.
Virtually every country in Latin America has enshrined constitutional term limits as a safeguard against tyranny. These rules vary, so allow only a single term, some permit two, while others enable non-consecutive re-election, yet several presidents have managed to defy these provisions. Recent examples include Daniel Ortega in Nicaragua, Hugo Chavez in Venezuela, Evo Morales in Bolivia, Rafael Correa in Ecuador, and Nayib Bukele in El Salvador. Although the institutional norms and political cultures of these countries differ from those of the U.S., examining how term limits have been dismantled offers valuable insight into how any similar efforts by Trump might unfold. The most common tactic is for presidents to first ensure their political party in the legislature is fully subservient to them and then leverage a loyal majority to amend the Constitution, a move that has already been initiated in the U.S. Ortega and Correa successfully used their legislative majorities to pass constitutional amendments that eliminated term limits in Nicaragua and Ecuador. Whether Trump has achieved the same level of unwavering loyalty among Republicans is debatable, but getting more amendments through the U.S. Congress is significantly more difficult. The process requires a two-thirds majority vote in both houses, followed by ratifications from three-quarters of state legislators. In contrast, Nicaragua's constitution can be amended with a 60% majority, and as in Ecuador, subnational jurisdictions have no say in the matter. Another crucial step involves cooperating with or capturing the judiciary in Bolivia. Morales achieved a controversial third term in 2014, supported by a partisan constitutional tribunal. More recently, El Salvador's Bukele secured a 2021 Supreme Court ruling from judges he appointed, allowing him to seek immediate re-election in 2024, despite a constitutional prohibition on consecutive terms. We have seen a worrying pattern of subservience to Trump by the U.S. Supreme Court. The limits of this deference are increasingly uncertain. Some presidents have turned to plebiscites to legitimize constitutional tampering by applying directly to the electorate and framing the move as a democratic exercise. Chavez is employing this strategy in Venezuela, winning a 2009 referendum to establish term limits. The absence of a national referendum mechanism in the U.S., where popular constitutions are organized as a subnational state level, limits the options available to a president seeking to remove term limits through this type of populist ploy. Related to this, populist presidents who have essentially circumvented term limits have typically done so while enjoying extraordinary high levels of public support. Correa maintained approval ratings nearly 70% during much of his presidency, while independent polls have put Bukele's support as well at well over 80%. Both, along with Morales and Chavez, leveraged their popularity to justify constitutional changes through legislative and judicial channels, framing their actions there as carrying out the will of the people. In contrast, Trump's approval ratings have consistently remained far lower. Currently, his favorable sits in the low 40s, making an attempt to claim a broad popular mandate for a third term both dubious and precarious. The military matters. Due to inevitable opposition, there's been a lot of people out there that think Trump will invoke the Insurrection Act and use the military to stay in power. Due to inevitable opposition, military support is essential to any leader's attempt to defy the Constitution. In much of Latin America, the military is highly politicized, and armed forces have historically been shaped by doctrines of internal control rather than external defense. Rooted in Cold War era national security ideologies, this orientation casts domestic dissenters, socialist, indigenous movements, unionists as internal enemies, legitimizing repression as patriotic duty. In some countries, military oaths reflect this politicization. In both Nicaragua and Venezuela, those oaths increasingly emphasize loyalty to the president or ruling party and their revolutionary legacy undermining institutional neutrality. By contrast, in the U.S., military personnel swear an oath to defend the Constitution, not the president. While they must follow orders, these must align with constitutional and legal boundaries. The absence of a tradition of using soldiers against American citizens and an institutional culture of constitutional loyalty and political neutrality may, at least in principle, provide some protection against the authoritarian overreach that has allowed certain Latin American presidents to remain in power indefinitely. But a substantial portion of the U.S. armed forces leans politically to the right, like their counterparts in Latin America, raising concerns that partisan sympathies within the military could influence its response to a constitutional crisis. Furthermore, the increasing use of non-military security forces such as local police and immigration and customs enforcement, ICE, against civilians demonstrates that the state has a range of instruments at its disposal for exercising control. The U.S. government uses of ICE is reminiscent of how governments in countries like Venezuela and Nicaragua have used police and paramilitary units loyal to the president with immunity to suppress dissent. Anyway, and they're saying there are three things that could have allow Trump to stay in power. This is the third thing. Those were the first two. This is the perils of complacency. Many in the West still hold on to the belief that constitutional erosion is something that only happens in the global South. Some believe that American institutions are unlikely and resilient and therefore capable of withstanding any attempt to subvert the Constitution. For much of U.S. history, this confidence may have been justified, but today it's not only complacent but dangerous. The strength of democratic institutions depends on the political will to defend them. Time will tell if the barriers that exist in the U.S. are strong enough to withstand the pressure now being placed upon them. What is clear is that relying on increasingly tenuous institutional reliance or historical exceptionalism, nationalism is no substitute for vigilance and active defiance of democratic norms. So Trump hasn't hinted at that he's gonna have a third term, but he says he's not interested in a third term, but you never know. So take that with a grain of salt, right? And everything. That's why I think we're gonna have a rapture this year, because there's a lot of weird things going on in 2025. And you gotta watch. You really gotta watch what's going on. I'm not saying he will do it, but I don't see how, though, unless Trump's the Antichrist, but he's not the Antichrist. I think that's Jared Kushner. It's like, how the heck are you still gonna be how the heck are you still gonna be in office when the Antichrist is ruling the earth for 7 years? When it comes to and everything. Especially with the fact that it just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't, and everything. It doesn't, unless Trump is going to be the one that's going to sit in the temple, which, it wouldn't surprise me, but I don't know. Right, when it comes to it wouldn't surprise me that Trump wants to be worshipped, because MAGA looks at him like he's God, but like I said, take that with a grain of salt, That's why people need to be paying attention in these times, having discernment, because you don't know. But would Trump try to get a third term? No, it wouldn't surprise. Would Trump try to get a third term? Yeah, it would not surprise me. It would not. So, watch out for that, man. Anyway, back to the Middle East. I'm not saying, thanks to President Trump's visit, but I think that's what we want and what we're pushing for. Political statements that allow us to move in the same direction, Mr. Barrett said. This is also part of Trump's visit to the Middle East. It says, Saudis will try to get Trump to back deal for Palestinian state, into war regional normalization. That is the 7-year peace plan coming up, people. This is leading to tribulation. We're about to have a rapture. I don't know what to tell y'all. Once they recognize a Palestinian state, we're getting closer to that peace that peace in the Middle East, the finalization of that stuff, and everything. But I think before we have peace, we're gonna have war. That's what I think, when it comes to it. And my dude Chris from GRW, I was watching him last night. He believes that that's gonna happen too. He believes that's gonna be what's gonna happen. When it comes to, when they say peace, 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 and peace, they're saying so much peace. They're saying peace all over the place. That's when sudden destruction comes upon them. When people say peace, there's going to be war. It comes to, right? I think we're going to be taken out before then, but just be on guard with that, man. See, who knows what kind of deals and treaties that Trump will encounter over the next few days during his overseas trip to the Middle East. Yeah, it's going to be interesting what this Donald Trump visit to the Middle East is going to bring. I'm looking forward to that. I saw something about BRICS. I saw a video about something about BRICS saying they're something about the BRICS nations doing something interesting. I wanted to watch that. It was from Watchwoman65 again, and I was like, I found that kind of interesting. Watchwoman Lisa. During U.S. President Donald Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia later this week, Rada. Anyway, I don't know how you pronounce this name. I don't know how to pronounce Middle Eastern names. Okay, I don't. I think it's Rada or Rada or whatever it is. I'm gonna call it Rada. Okay, try to get Trump on board with a regional package deal. That includes forming a demilitarized Palestinian state, ending the war in Gaza while dismantling Hamas, normalization of ties between Israel and the Arab countries, according to the Cannes public broadcaster. This is all part of Agenda 2030, people. This is. And stuff. We have to be getting close to something. Okay, and everything. Iyala City's an unnamed official in the Saudi royal family is saying there is much optimism in Rada that Trump will be persuaded to support this deal. A lot of the watchmen are saying that once they recognize Palestine, once they recognize a Palestinian state, we will probably be looking to the rapture. We will be looking to the rapture pretty soon. Once they recognize a Palestinian state. But I'm telling y'all, something's got to give soon. I very well might not be here when I get unbanned on YouTube in the next 3 days with the way things are going. I might be gone with the Rapazzo. So yeah, and everything. So something like that. But we'll see. The official is cited as saying some details can yet be changed. But a Palestinian state and stopping the war are non-negotiable components to the coming peace plan and truce. Coming peace plan and truce. Palestinian state and stopping the war, bringing peace to the Middle East. I think that's the whole when they say peace and safety, sudden destruction come upon them as travail with woman and child, and they shall not escape. I do. Israel must not miss this opportunity. The Saudi official contends. And then Bubba's like, I agree with this. It comes to right. Everyone is getting ready for the June 2nd to 4th UN peace conference regarding Israel and the new state of Palestine. That's why I don't think we're going to be here past May and everything, right? I agree with Bubba. I really do. When it comes to it, right? God's getting us ready to get out of here soon, man. He's getting us all ready to get out of here with the rapture. He's gathering his people. He's gathering his people. He's isolating each some people from different people. He's separating his individuals and his chosen and his elect. He's getting everybody ready. He's putting everything into play. He's putting his plan and everything into place. We're going to be raptured out of here soon. We are. And stuff. Cause I don't know if I really want to deal with being in this world much longer, man. I'm kind of getting tired of it, including being by myself and alone all the time. I can't seem to be able to do anything with anyone anymore. It's just I can't even get my buddy Trav to talk to me anymore. Tried to talk to him the other day. He told me he's always telling me he's busy with everything now. He's always busy. He never has time. He's always telling me he's incredibly busy and always never has time for anything. I'm just, I'll be honest with you guys. I'm getting sick of it. I'm getting tired of stuff. There are days I don't even want to wake up anymore. But, well, we got to keep doing what we got to do until we leave this earth, So, there are days I don't even want to wake up anymore. I don't. And with me feeling bad the last couple of days, I've done nothing but want to stay in bed. So yeah, this was interesting. Is that Elon Musk was invited to attend the Saudi U.S. investment forum in Riyadh. So, I'm telling you, dude, like I said yesterday, these people are all in bed together. They're all in bed together. They are. Trump is landing in Riyadh this week, and artificial intelligence is expected to be a major topic at the U.S. Saudi investment forum. I mean, duh. Why wouldn't Elon be a person that's involved with AI? I mean, he has SpaceX, he has Tesla, he has robots that he's building. Has anybody actually seen Elon's robots? Yeah. Elon is not to be trusted. I don't like Elon. I don't trust Elon. Elon's, I think, the false prophet. I do. I don't like him. I don't like Elon Musk. I don't trust him. Even when I was talking to my buddy Trav a couple of months back when we were hanging out, even when I was talking to my buddy Trav a couple of months back, or let's just say we were playing Sniper Elite, the new sniper game, the Sniper Resistance, and we were discussing it. My friend Trav told me, he said, I said, I don't trust Elon. He's like, I don't either. It's like, I don't like Elon. He's shady. And he said, I have some interesting stuff I found on Elon and what they said about him, and everything. And I was like, oh, that's interesting, and everything. So yeah, me and my friend Trav, we're pretty much alike in every single way. We're very similar. Like when we get together, we pretty much are 100% the same. He's not my dad, but like you couldn't tell a difference between us when we hang out, and everything. That we're practically similar in the way we think, talk about things, and the way we function, the way we look at stuff, and similarities that, and what you call, and hobbies, likes, and similarities with things. Couldn't even tell that, like, practically, as us. We like the same things when it comes to, and everything, pretty much. And we've been friends for, and it's sad. It's really sad that I can't seem to get in touch with him anymore. That makes me really upset. Like I said, there's not a lot of things in this world that there's not a lot of things in this world that I complain about much or get upset about. My life is fairly good for the most part, and I'm usually pretty chill, for the most part, as a person. I don't complain about a lot of things, but the only main thing, a lot of the main things are me being alone, my channel, and not being able to hang out with my friend because I want, and everything. That's about it, when it comes to, right, and stuff. I guess I could say, and things, and I hate it because, like, I've been wanting to hang out with him anyway. I don't know, but yeah, when we and Trav get together, we're practically the same, man. You just, we're so similar. It's not even funny, and everything. We think alike, we agree on the same things, and we see things the same way. And we're very, very much, I would say that for the most part, we are practically on the same level of thinking when we're around each other with what we believe. Okay, and stuff. I don't have a lot of people to talk to, but he's one of the closest people I talk to. He is, when it comes to, right? And we seem to really, really have so much in common. Not just in things we like, but just in the way that things are. And we're practically, I'd say, similar in every way. including the way that we talk and have conversations and what we talk about, and everything and stuff. We both see things from a biblical prophetic standpoint too. We both believe in prophecy. Okay, stuff like this, right? You know, we both like have a special insight on things. I don't know. I just know that when I've always been around Trav, I've always known him to be a very skeptical person who doesn't trust a lot of things. And we're very similar. We're very, very similar. I've known Trav to really be a person who who does research, wonders about a lot of things. I've known my friend Trav to be a person who's very, he tends to question a lot of things. He's very much a person who is very. Anyway, and some of the things that I know to this day, or some of the things I know, I've learned from him. So, we're like, I would say, really close to being very similar. It comes to right. We're alike in every single way you could think of. Maybe not every single way, but most ways. We're definitely people that agree. We're definitely two individuals that agree on what's going on with stuff, and we can see it. So we believe in the same things. We do, including the rapture. So yeah. Anyway, sorry, I got off topic there. I got on a little bit of I got off on a little bit of a tangent there. My bad. I do that sometimes, especially when you don't really have anybody around to talk to. So I just kind of talk to my audience, and everything. I miss being able to live stream and upload videos for you guys. I hope I get unbanned in 3 days. And everything, so I can go back to doing stuff. But yeah, it's really sucked. I've been really alone, with all that, and especially with not being able to do stuff, with being banned for 3 days, with being banned for a week. It's just been kind of strange. It's not been easy, but I manage. God helps me get through all that, I believe. I rely on God. I ask God to help me get through the stuff I do. He helps me. So, I ask Him to help me do what I do when it gets harder. So, Trump is landing in Rada this week. An article. Okay, I already read that. Elon Musk of Tesla, Mark Zuckerberg of Meta, Sam Altman of OpenAI are some of those who have been invited to attend a Saudi U.S. investment forum in Rada on Tuesday. On the sidelines of U.S. President Donald Trump's visit to the Middle East, according to a planning note seen by readers. And what people fail to realize is these people are all billionaire rich elites that are all about AI and putting money into AI, okay, and stuff. And Trump seems to have around him some of the biggest billionaire tech people. Okay. Zuckerberg owns Facebook and Meta. Altman is OpenAI. OpenAI is huge, when it comes to right. And Elon Musk with Tesla is all about a future, a digital AI future with Tesla cars, SpaceX, and taking people to Mars, and and robots. Okay, when it comes to right. So, yeah. The visit is expected to be a lavish affair accompanied by blockbuster economic deals and announcements. This was also interesting, too. Trump also invited people like BlackRock, Citigroup, IBM, Boeing, Delta Airlines, American Airlines, United Airlines, Plantar, Qualcomm, and Alphabet to this meeting. BlackRock is the people behind cryptocurrency, and blockchain and all this stuff, like when it comes to writing things like that, and a lot of digital currencies in the future. Citigroup is a bank. IBM is also a bank. Boeing is Boeing comes from like military stuff or planes, and everything, right? The Boeing 57, I think is what that is, and everything. American Airlines is also a very, very famous airline. That's a public. That is a civilian. That is a civilian airline. That is under concentration and everything. And United Airlines. As rapid Trump, think Trump has airlines coming to his meeting, makes me wonder about this whole travel thing, including with Real ID. Okay, when it comes to writing stuff, I'm very skeptical. I don't know what Palantir is, and I don't know what Qualcomm is. I gotta look into that. I really do. Maybe I can find a video on that. Maybe GRW or The Watchmen have something on that. I'm gonna watch that, see what that's about. I want to see what GRW has to say about those meetings. Maybe he's got some good stuff. He's got some good videos on breaking down stuff. When it comes to right. But this is some really interesting shady stuff, and this could very well lead to the rapture. So, yeah, be watching that. Trump's got a lot of big people coming to this meeting in the Middle East. All right. In January, Trump asked Saudi Arabia to spend upwards of $1 trillion in the U.S. economy over 4 years, including military purchases. Reuters reported last month the United States was poised to offer Saudi Arabia an arms package worth well over $100 billion. I mean, yeah, bro, this stuff's crazy. We got to be onto something soon. Okay, this was pretty interesting. Bubba said this. He said, High Crown Prince launches Humane as global AI powerhouse. Says, from oil to algorithms, Saudi Crown Prince launches new AI company as Trump heads to Riyadh called Humane. Saudi Arabia is building more than skyscrapers. It now wants to build robots, data centers, and AI brains. Mark of the beast, people. Mark of the beast. I don't know how people can't see it. Okay. And stuff. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman just launched Humane, a brand new tech company that will create artificial intelligence systems and infrastructure, including cloud services and supercomputers. I was watching a video yesterday, actually, on last night before I went to bed. It's like 3 or 4, and everything. I was listening to Watchmen 1964, and he was talking about WorldCoin and how people are now volunteering to walk into places and scan their eyeballs or their irises to get free crypto, and saying that goes along straight from the Bible with the mark of the beast. It does, and everything. It does. I'm gonna be real with people from now on. You may hate me, but I'm just going to tell it to you like it is. Okay? That's the mark of the beast. Okay, when it comes to everything, right? It is. It's straight from the Bible, and everything and stuff. That's what's gonna line up with things. Okay? And stuff. It is. And he was showing a video where people were lining up talking about this, and I wanted to I actually wanted to go over that. I'm going to show that. I'm going to bring that up so people can see it if you haven't seen it. If y'all know about WorldCoin, you're going to find this interesting. You really are. It was people lining up at the malls or certain places saying that they were interested in doing this. And I'm like, do y'all even know that leads to the coming beast system? When it comes to right, I wouldn't do that in a million years. Okay, and stuff, right? I don't need crypto. My father left our family with money. We don't need money. So I wouldn't need to go into a place and scan my eyeballs. I wouldn't do it anyway. I didn't even like what they did with 2020. period. I was against that stuff, but well, you had to do it because they wanted you to do it. But I was against wearing masks and taking vaccines. I didn't take the vaccine back in 2020. I didn't. When I didn't like wearing a mask, period. I didn't. It annoyed me having to wear it wherever you went. Okay, and stuff, right? And stuff. But yeah, and things. But yeah, I'm not for the whole, government one world system. That's why they don't like me. I'm probably gonna, it's like I'm told, oh, you're gonna get banned again. I might get banned again. Okay, when it comes to it, right? But I'd rather tell people the truth and be hated than be misled. Okay, when it comes to it, right? That's why you need God in these times, man. You need discernment. You need God. You need discernment. You need the ability to be led to understanding stuff. Because if you don't, you're going to be led down a path that you're not aware of. And these elites don't care. They want you to be misinformed and misled. They want you to believe whatever you're told. They want you to go along with and everything, right? And stuff. People need God. People need the discernment of God to understand stuff, man, right? When it comes to, and things. Yeah, but this whole WorldCoin thing, that is the beast. That is a beast system. That is a beast system. See, it's looking like people that are still here during tribulation after we leave with the rapture. To me, that when it comes to right, they're going to what is it? What am I trying to say? They're going to have to take the mark. But they're gonna set it up and they're gonna make it voluntarily at first. They're gonna make it voluntary at first. It's voluntary. You can choose to participate in it or not, and you can choose to do it if you want to, and you can line up to do it, receiving free stuff and for a digital ID. But then that digital ID becomes mandatory, and you can't in the future, and you can't access this stuff unless you have it. People go on the internet and look up a website like I was talking about yesterday, okay? You know how they say you have to be 18 or older to access certain places, and before all you had to do was just confirm that you were 18 or older on certain websites? Well, now you have to present two forms of ID, whether that be face scan tech. You have to scan your face, or you have to present a sort of ID. When it comes to it, right? They're going to monitor the internet to where you can't access certain websites unless you have a certain form of identification in the future. It is when it comes to it, right? They're already doing it. Go look online. There are certain websites that tell you to present an ID for age verification and stuff like this. They're already doing it right in front of your face. And everything, right? And stuff. They're telling you. They're what is it? What am I trying to say? They're gosh, what am I trying to say? They're monitoring certain websites. They're monitoring certain websites, and and now they're not going to let you choose to. Now they're not going to let it be like because you're old enough, you're at old enough age to make your own decisions, and you're a legal age to do stuff. Now it's like no, and everything, right? We talking about things that older people can do, right? And stuff. Certain things that I'm not going to mention on YouTube because I probably could get banned or struck again. But if I get unbanned in 3 days, when it comes to right, and stuff. That they're monitoring and stuff. You have to have an ID or some kind of thing in the future. I think it's going to be digital ID. I think digital ID is going to be the future beast system. And in order to access the system or be a part of it, you have to have this thing. And that's why they want you to scan your eye so that so you can participate, because all of your stuff is going to be linked to this digital ID or this digital thing. And so once you scan your ID, they get all the information. They put it on this ID, and then you're able to use this thing in the future. And if you don't have that, you can't access anything. That is a part of the you can no longer buy or sell thing. Okay, and stuff. But I I believe everything you're going to be able to access in the future is going to be digital. It's going to be a digital ID along with a digital system controlled by a one world, controlled by the Antichrist that is controlling a one world digital system. You're going to have this thing to access stuff. In other words, digital IDs are going to be the future. I have a feeling, you know. Now that is my opinion. I won't know. I won't be here, thank God, because I'm not going to be participating in the beast system. Like when it comes to and everything. But it's going to be digital ID. Now I put my faith in God. I don't put my faith in the government and people who try to lie to me. I don't put my faith in anything except God. When it comes to it. I don't trust anyone except God. When it comes to it, right? Like I said, me and my friend Trav, we're very skeptical people. We're very similar. We don't trust anything except, certain sources. Okay, when it comes to it, right? We're very guarded people. We don't trust a lot of people. And who we're around. We're very similar. And everything. But yes. I don't put anything into anyone except God. And everything. I am not even the government. Not even the government. And everything, right? And stuff. And things. I'll be gone. So, it won't matter. But for people that are still here, yeah. You're going to have a digital ID. You're going to have something to access this system in the future to buy or sell. You're going to have to participate in this thing like with the palm reader or the scanning the eye or them having to identify you through face scan technology or something. People, they're, and everything, right? And stuff. I have Face ID on my iPhone 13, bro. I don't use it, right? I don't use it. I just pull my phone up and then go to what I'm going to do. I don't scan my face. I don't even put my identity or anything I do on the internet, period. Even with YouTube. My voice is the only thing that goes through my stuff. When it comes to everything and stuff. I don't even show myself on camera. Now I record with the camera, yes. I record with a microphone. I record with a microphone built into a camera. I don't use video. I don't put myself on video on camera. And everything. I'm a very guarded, private person. I don't tend to share my stuff with a lot of people. It depends, when it comes to right and stuff. I like my privacy. And secondly, what am I trying to say? Secondly, and stuff like this. I don't trust them. No, don't trust them. Don't trust the government. And everything. I haven't trusted the government since 2020, and I'm still skeptical about that stuff to this day. That 2020 was the beginning of the beast mark. I am. You can't convince me otherwise that they weren't pushing us toward the beast system with 2020. Okay. What am I trying to say? And if my father was still here to this day, if he was still alive, I guarantee you that he'd probably think the same thing. So, yeah. I'm probably just as, I'm probably just as much like my dad I'm probably just as much like my father as I fail to realize. In the way he was too. Because I pretty much probably adapted his philosophies and became a similar image to him. I mean, I am his son. And everything, so yeah. But, it's a good thing, probably. Because my father was like this too before he passed. He was always watching stuff, and he had an idea about these things. Yeah. Yeah, WorldCoin and that iris scanning technology and then trying to do something with your eye, that's the beast system, bro. That's the beginning of the beast system. Oh, it's like, yippee, wow, we get free crypto. Do you know what you're exchanging? You know you're exchanging your privacy for free crypto and them monitoring you. You know you're giving away yourself to, well, in a sense, the devil and the future Antichrist system. You're selling your soul to the devil for free stuff. Isn't that what the Satan did to Jesus on earth? Didn't he say, I will give you all this stuff for free if you do what I want? And now they're saying here, come in here and do this and we'll give this stuff for you free. These people are demons. They're devils. They're evil. And they're like, we'll give you free stuff if you come in here and just give us what we want. I'm like, no, shove it up your ass. And you can take your stuff with you. Because a lot of us aren't going to participate in your system. Okay, when it comes to economic stuff, right? We're not. We trust God. We don't trust y'all. Okay. When it comes to, there's a difference. All right. At this point, it's getting to a point of who are you going to side with? You going to side with the world and these evil people that run stuff, or are you going to side with God? Because pretty soon you're going to have to pick a side, because you're going to be here stuck in tribulation if you don't turn to Christ for 7 years. If you don't turn to God, pretty soon you're going to have to pick who you're going to be with, because that stuff's going to close soon, and you're not going to have the option to turn to God and go with the rapture. You're going to be stuck here. You're going to have to do it after the rapture, during tribulation. Now, a lot of people are going to turn to God, but it's going to be different. It's becoming this point where the goats are being, it's where the sheep are being separated from the goats. The wheat from the tares. The followers of God from the world. And he's pulling them out of the world. He's separating them from the world. And everything. He's already separated his people and made them ready for what's to come. And everything. I think that would be me too. I truly believe that. And everything, right? I think I'm one of the chosen. I know that irks people a lot. That irks people a very, very, very. That irks a lot of people. But yeah, and stuff. What am I trying to say? I haven't survived the things I've survived not to be chosen. I've got to have divine protection over my life. There's been things that I think would have ended my life and hasn't. So I'm still here. So, it's got to be something more to stuff. And everything. But, yeah. You're going to have to pick a side at this point, dude. You're going to side with the global world system, or you're going to side with God. You're going to choose to go with God, or you're going to choose to be stuck in this global world system. This global one world system that they're going to be in. That they're working on building for 7 years. Right? And stuff. But people, man. Yeah, it's nice. It's really nice, but what a lot of people have said, that sold their soul to the devil or got free stuff from Satan in return for signing a deal, in return for doing something? They died at a young age, or he came to collect, or bad things happened to them in the future because they chose to side with the evil forces and evil things that gave them perks and benefits. But in the end, all those things came to an end because basically they lost it all because after that they were judged, and judgment's going to come upon the world. So all that stuff's going to be useless and not worth it, and it's not going to mean anything. And there's going to be all sorts of crazy stuff coming upon the earth during tribulation. So yeah, you might enjoy your free money now, but it's going to become useless later during tribulation 7 years. It is. They said they'll throw their gold and their silver in the streets and all this stuff, and there'll be all sorts of stuff, and money will become useless, and you can't buy or sell without doing certain things. So, it is. It's stuff. Free crypto sounds nice. Yeah. But what's the cost of it? See, there's a cost to everything. There's a cost to everything. you have to reap what you sow. You know, when it comes to, right, the thing about this world is, people better understand, is that there's a cost to everything. You don't just get something for free. There's something that comes at a cost. You know, and everything, right? When you do something, anything, you know, when it comes at a cost with what you have to face, and you have to face the consequences of those actions while on earth, unfortunately. Every action has equal and opposite reactions. Newton's law, right? Newton's law. Every action has equal and opposite reaction. You reap what you sow. It's the same thing. You know, and everything, right? You know, and stuff. There is always, you know, with anything, some kind of bigger, there is always, with anything, something bigger behind something that people realize. And you have to have discernment to know what that is, okay, you know, and everything. And secondly, there's always a cost to doing things with anything. There's a cost with it. You go to a casino and you gamble. The cost is you lose all your money, you know. You go out and you do something with someone else. The cost is you have to face, you know, maybe having a child that you weren't supposed to have. Probably getting someone pregnant, not taking care of yourself and protecting yourself. You know, when it comes to right stuff, or getting yourself hooked up with someone that you weren't ready for. You know, or stuff like that and stuff. There's a cost to everything. Yeah, it sounds nice. I get free money. You know, I can use this free money in whatever. I get free crypto. It means I can spend it on whatever I want in the future. Well, you know, when it comes to, yeah, it sounds nice. It sounds nice in the short term, but in the long term, what does it do to you? What happens to you if you participate in this Irish shit? I wouldn't want to know. But that's what I'm trying to say. What are the consequences, or what's the cost to going in there and doing this? You know, when it comes to, right, or participating in this. What does it do? You know, and everything. What is the cost? Is the cost selling your soul to Satan? And you siding with the devil, and then when you die, you're going to go to hell because you chose to participate in the beast system? You know, and everything? And you chose to participate in what they were doing? Are you going to go to hell? Is God going to see you to hell? Or are you going to be thrown into the lake of fire if you do that? Because I wouldn't want to do that, knowing good and well what it could be. You know, when it comes to, you know, and everything, right? Is that the cost? It's the cost is that you're siding with the devil. You're siding with a devilish system that wants to control you, because that's what I believe it is. Okay, you know, when it comes to, you know, and stuff, right, and things like that. So, yeah, it does. It sounds interesting. I'm not gonna lie, it's tempting. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't know how to do it. Plus, I wouldn't do it. Period. Okay, I mean, it's tempting. It's like, I get free money to do whatever I want, but, you know, there's a cost to it, you know, and everything, you know, and stuff. Like, it's like the devil coming in, it's like the devil coming to you and offering you a contract or a deal saying, here, if you do this stuff, you know, I will give you all this stuff if you worship me or you worship this perspective I want you to do, if you participate in this thing. You know, he did it to Jesus while he was on earth. Like, who's to say he's not going to do it to the world? Right? And this Antichrist figure. So, I'm just saying, like, it has its consequences, man. Like, before y'all participate in that stuff, think about that, man. Before y'all decide to go line up and scan your eye into stuff and do these things, think about what the cost is, man. Think about what the cost is. It could cost you your soul, or you could go to hell, or, you know, if you're still behind a tribulation and then that stuff happens and then God throw you into the lake of fire, you know, and everything. Or you're going to suffer tremendously for getting involved in this stuff. Because you already put yourself into the beast system. Okay, you know, and stuff. But think about the consequences. Like, think about the costs and the consequences to what it will do to the future. You know, and everything. You know, and stuff, right? And things. A lot of the world's going to do this, and that's because I don't think they understand what's going on with this stuff. But it's a cost, man. It's a major cost, and it's like, you know, things. It's like people taking the vaccine back in 2020. They didn't even think about what they were taking when they did it, and they did it anyway. And I'm like, you didn't even begin to think about what was in that thing before you even decided to take it. It's like, you know, I don't know, man. I just didn't. I'm not a fan of that. when it comes to it, right? So what I'm trying to say is, it's a cost. It's a cost to scanning your eye. You do realize that this is biometric scanning and technology stuff that could track everything you do and know everything you do and be involved on perspective. I'm not saying they're going to force that in the future. They are. They're probably going to force that. But right now it's voluntary. It's looking to me like they're going to start out, they're going to make it voluntary, or people are going to come in there and they're going to participate in it, or they can openly participate in it, or people can choose to line up, or they can choose to want to be involved in this or do this, or they're right now going to slowly get them into it, and everything, or they have the option to. They're saying that you can involve yourself in it if you want, meaning that's voluntary, or you can do it. Later, though, you don't know what that's going to do. See, there's short-term benefits to long-term costly consequences to stuff. You might get something good in the short term, but you might deal with the long term stuff, and things might be a lot worse. In other words, you might be able to reap the short benefits of enjoying that for a while, but what are the long term effects? What's the cost? See, everything what comes right, right? Like, okay, I do this, but what's the long term cost? What's the cost in the end? And everything. What is it gonna do? And everything, right? You get short-term benefits just to be able to just to know what's going to happen to you long term, and everything, right? And that's the thing. They want most of us gone so that they can bring their full plan into action. That's why the rapture has to occur, because they know that we know the truth, and we know what they're doing, and they can't do anything until we're gone. But and everything, right? The ones that the ones who are in deficit, they can't touch us because we have God. God's pretty much told us what's going on. He's not. It made it to where we're not misled, or we don't fall for their stuff. And we don't fall for things in this world like other people do. But when it comes to yeah, there's consequences to that, and everything. And it's like, why would you want to go and scan your eye? Like, what's the point? And everything. You don't even know what this does or what it benefits, but and everything, right? And stuff. It's just like, I don't know, man. There's a lot of people that are on the crypto train. I get it. And it's like, oh, we get free crypto. It's like, most places still don't use. Not a lot of places still don't use crypto. I don't think that's going to happen until the future beast system. I don't think so. Okay, when it comes to and stuff. But I'm not saying they don't, but there are a lot of costly things to this, man. Could very well could be your soul. You just don't know, man. And everything. This WorldCoin thing scares me, and it's like on some kind of app or something. And dude, this stuff is crazy. It is. This stuff is crazy. I was listening to it last night, and it's like on an app or something. It allows you to get into stuff like games and stuff and other stuff. I don't know, like sounds like the metaverse, and stuff. Like the metaverse is this thing that they've got where they've got this virtual world. I don't know. Anyway, Zuckerberg and the metaverse. Oh, and everything, right? And stuff, but. It does. It sounds creepy. It's something like straight out of sci-fi, man. It's like something straight out of like Twilight Zone, or stuff like that, right? Anybody ever seen Twilight Zone, the old Twilight Zone show, or movie, or episodes? And people always thought there was some weird stuff in those movies, those TV shows, those episodes, and everything, or the Supernatural, or Doctor Who. It comes to right now. I grew up watching Doctor Who from a young age. And now going back and watching them, I'm like, eesh, gosh, man, and everything. Dude, I grew up watching all this stuff from a young age, and now I'm older, and I'm like, wow, we truly come to the whole Daniel prophecy where he says, shut up the book and seal her, constant, right? seal the words and shut up the book till the time of the end, until people will go to and fro and knowledge shall increase. It's like, bro, we truly live in the Daniel digital age, and everything, right? It's like technology has advanced so much that it's like we're truly living in almost like in Hollywood movies, comes right, and everything. It's crazy. It is, and it comes. I grew up on all that stuff. I was Mission Impossible, James Bond, it comes right, stuff like this. Harry Potter, Hunger Games, the Bourne movies, and everything. I can think of a lot of them, when it comes to it, like, and things like that. And there was a lot of biometric scanning, fingerprint technology, voice activation stuff, all sorts of crazy stuff, right? It comes to, if you don't remember straight, and stuff. I think at one point there was people that would like scan they would like walk up to something, it would scan their identity, kind of there, and stuff like that, right? And all these things, man. It's like it's like how we've literally come to the digital age of how this stuff is literally now like happening, and stuff, right? And things. It's just, and things like that. It literally felt like COVID was the start of it all in 2020, and then they just pushed more toward it, and everything, right? How everybody would do everything through Zoom back in 2020, it's just like, bro, it's like, I never thought in my life I was going to be alive to see what I have today, but I am. I'm 28, and I'm alive to see how everything's advanced and come to what it is now. How it's rapidly turned into a digital age, and everything, right? And stuff. And not to mention, the PlayStation 5 Pro was the first gaming console to be all digital. Everything else, every one of them had a disc drive. But the 5 Pro was an all digital system, an all digital gaming console. It came without a disc drive. Now you could put the disc drive in the system, but you had to buy it separately. But the PlayStation 5 Pro was an all digital system for $700. So when it comes to it's just crazy. They're saying the PlayStation 6 and the next Xbox is going to be an all digital system in 2028 and 2029, and stuff, and stuff like that, man. I just, I feel like to me we would have flying cars by now with how advanced stuff is. We don't have flying cars yet, but it's like people thought we would have flying cars by like the mid 2020s. Right, and stuff. People were predicting we would have flying cars or hover cars or stuff like that in 2020, like in the mid 2020s, and stuff, and things like that, and holograms and all that, and things like that. So, it is. I'm 28, and I've seen so much stuff rapidly advance and get more stronger and more. Anyway, it's interesting, and everything. We live in such a major digital age, and stuff, and I think we're living in the Daniel age. We've been living in the Daniel age, well, since 2020, I think, where this stuff has been rapidly evolving, and everything. Maybe 2019 was the start of it, and then 2020 was where it started to slowly push toward, in my opinion, right, and stuff, and the, and stuff like that. So yeah, it was interesting, when you look at it, and we're living in the Daniel AI or the Daniel, technological age, and everything, right? Technology's got so advanced at this point that you can literally do anything with it. And you can use this stuff anywhere you go, and it will literally, know everything there is to know about you. Google Assistant, or Google, when it comes to it. Apple Watches, smarts, Apple Watches, Amazon's Alexa, Google Home, all that stuff, when it comes to it, right? And things like that. And yeah, stuff like that, man, and everything, right? And there was a time in my life when I wanted to get one of those things. Now I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about technology now. When it comes to, and everything. There was a time in my life when I wanted to get an Amazon Alexa or a Google Home and all these things were cool. I wanted to get an Apple Watch or a smartwatch, and everything. Before my dad passed away, my mom got my dad a Fitbit. She got him a Fitbit. He never used it. It came to me. I used it for a while, but I kind of got out of the habit of using that thing. I don't know why, but I was fascinated with this Fitbit watch and how it worked, and I started using it for a while, and I was like, that's kind of interesting, and everything. And I did use it for a while, but I never really quite got into it. I don't know, but this is this Fitbit watch that monitored everything you did. Okay, when it comes to it, your heart rate, your health, certain things like that, and your blood pressure, things like that, and everything and stuff. And it could tell if something was wrong with you. Also, if something happened to you and there was an emergency, it would alert emergency authorities to you or something. You wear this thing. If something bad happened to you, it would recognize it if there was something seriously, dangerously wrong with your health. I'm not saying technology is not good for things, but you got to be careful with it. It's actually very helpful to do it's actually very helpful to do things for individuals and people. Doctors, nurses, people in the medical field and stuff. They can use these things to determine stuff they can use these things to determine things for people and help with stuff and find things, and everything. And technology is very good to monitor and help with stuff. Monitor with certain individuals who struggle with stuff like the elderly and old people and certain individuals. They're able to use these tools to help them, and if something happens to them, they're able to call for help. Yeah, I don't know if y'all remember those Life Alert things, way like those Life Alert commercials. Help I fallen, call Life Alert. And it's I fall and I can't get up, call Life Alert. And everything. Just take the device and hit the button and stuff like that, right? But yeah, man, I was like, I never thought I would see what I did today, man. I never thought I would see half the things I saw in my life, and stuff. I definitely didn't expect my father to die at an early age. I think about that a lot, and and stuff. But it's like I just never thought I would be alive to see what it is now, what everything is now, and everything. It's kind of interesting. It really is. We're truly living in prophetic times, and in the digital AI age of the mark of the beast, and everything. This is definitely the year, and everything. I think 2020 was the start, but I think this is definitely the year, and everything. And I just see so many things that are going along with the beast and Revelation and the end times, what they're doing, including with these biometric eye scanner thingies that they're doing. And it's biometric iris scanner technology things they're doing, and all this stuff. Walking into a store, being able to scan your palm, and not having to use your phone or anything else. The chip, and everything. Elon Musk's Neuralink technology, where people can put this stuff in their heads if they have disabilities, and they can get things to function if they can't move, and everything like that. My dad, a guy that I was watching had ALS, and he was using Elon's Neuralink technology, and everything, and all this stuff, man. And things, and Apple Pay and Amazon Pay, Samsung Pay. I don't know if people have noticed, but we've kind of gone to a digital currency type perspective the last couple of years, including with crypto. And I'm not talking about crypto. There's Cash App, there's PayPal, there's stuff like that. Everybody's going to a digital currency. People don't accept cash anymore, or they don't take cash from people. I've noticed that a lot. I think I've kind of noticed how cash is not a normal commodity anymore. When it comes to and stuff. And I've also noticed how a lot of people don't accept cash. When it comes to cash is a rarity. And if you have cash, I think it's I honestly think it's actually valuable still before it crashes. I think cash is still good to use for things. I think cash is still a valuable resource until it's not, okay, and stuff. And I think they're trying to move toward a cashless society. I do. They want to move toward a cashless society and make everything digital. I think that's our goal once we're gone with the rapture, and everything. I don't know, but like that's something I've thought about. Like, they're definitely pushing out cash for a new perspective. They're getting rid of cash and the dollar for something else. My father was saying this before he passed. He was, and I think he was right. Concern, and everything. And I see that now more than ever. Because how people are moving toward cryptocurrency like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other things like that. Cash App, PayPal, and things like, and stuff like that. Nobody really accepts cash anymore. Now you can walk into a store and you can still pay with cash, but a lot of people either use a debit card, a credit card, or some form of electronic currency, electronic means, right? And everything. They don't use cash. Nobody uses cash. No acceptance. When most services or things that or people that offer stuff to buy things, they don't accept cash. I've noticed people that I've talked to online that have hit me up, and I have some weird ass people that hit me up online and do stuff. When they say things to stuff, they don't accept cash, and everything. They either say they accept like what kind of payment you're going to use, and I'm like, well, it's not going to cost that, right? They only accept Cash App or PayPal, and everything, or something digital, something electronic, and everything. We live in the era of Generation Z and people and millennial age that are so used to digital stuff that they don't know what cash is, or they don't know what physical money is, and everything. They're so used to everything being digital and on a phone or being through apps, when it comes to they don't know what cash is, and everything, right? They don't know what something is that's not digital, and everything, right? I think that's the interesting thing. They grew up on that concept. So when you talk to a lot of people, especially in this day and age, they're so used to digital money that when they offer a service to people, they're like, oh, it comes to it, right? I only take Cash App or PayPal or other places, when it comes to. I don't accept cash, they don't take cash. And I'm like, that's interesting. That's how I know we're moving toward a digital age, because it's like no one actually takes cash anymore, and everything. I think some places actually can use crypto, but I don't think that's common yet. But I think there are some places that do accept cryptocurrency. You can use crypto in some places, and a lot more places are taking crypto now than they're used to. But it's not It's not a major thing yet. It will be in the future, I have a feeling, because according to Donald Trump and his administration, and this year, I've heard news about the fact that Trump wants to phase out the dollar for digital currency, which possibly will be crypto. Trump wants to get rid of the U.S. dollar, and he wants to change the economy into cryptocurrency. Trump wants to go toward cryptocurrency. So, when it comes to, and stuff, Donald Trump wants to go toward crypto, right, and stuff. I've heard probably Bitcoin. Bitcoin's going to be the future currency, and everything, right? Or something about Liberty Coin. I've heard Liberty Coin, I've heard Bitcoin, and everything, right, and stuff like that. So, cash is kind of becoming a rarity and not accepted much anymore. People don't really use cash, and everything. They don't use cash or use money like that, and everything, right? And it's digital. It's like stuff's going digital, and everything. Everything's going to a digital age, a digital future. A digital currency, a digital society, a digital economy, a digital world, and everything. It looks like it looks like the mark of the beast to me when it comes. I know I won't see it. I'm probably not going to see it. The generation's going to see it. Especially the generation doesn't go with the rapture, but the generation's going to see it that's left on this earth. That, I think it's going to be a digital AI future. And I think that's what the mark of the beast is going to be. And everything when it comes to, right? That's what I believe. That's my opinion, of course. But I think that's what it's going to be. And it's going to be all digital, including money. The dollar's going to be gone. They're going to change everything to crypto or some digital currency in the future. And the only way to buy or sell, or the only way to be able to participate in this system is to have digital ID or to have access to these things in the future, and everything. Or to use certain things to use this stuff, right? When it comes to, right? And it looks like crypto is going to become the future thing, because why would they be offering free crypto to people by scanning their eyes if that wasn't the case? Why would they all be offering free cryptocurrency to individuals who came in and scanned their eyeball, right? See, there's deeper things to this stuff than they don't tell people. That is that they're going to try to get you to participate in stuff, and then they're going to trap you for people that are still here in tribulation. And then a lot of us are going to be gone with the rapture. We're not going to see this future system. It's not going to happen. Now, it may be built before we leave with the rapture. It may be built in our lifetime, but we're not going to see it. We're going to build. We very well could be the last generation, and I think that's the truth. I think we are the last generation. We're going to be the generation to see this stuff, but we won't be here to be involved in it. We're going to be the generation to see it, but we're not going to be the ones that are going to be in it. Okay, and stuff. And stuff. Especially ones that have especially the ones that have Christ, the ones that put their faith in God, the ones that follow God, or the ones that choose to believe in no one else but God, and everything. As long as you believe in God, as long as you choose to follow God over stuff, you don't really have anything to worry about, and everything, right? And stuff. We're gonna be the last generation. I think. I really do. We're going to see this stuff, but we're not going to be in it. And I've seen a lot of this stuff in my life, yes. I see a lot of this stuff up to 28 years old. I've seen a lot of the digitalizing of things. I've seen a lot of things become digital. I've seen the digital age grow. I've seen how digital stuff has become. I see how now people handle money and do stuff now and accept things and how they pay people and how they do stuff. I see now how people get paid. They don't do it through cash. They don't do it through physical money. They do it through digital currency or apps like Cash App and PayPal, and stuff like this, and other places. I see how this stuff works, and everything, right, and stuff, and crypto, and Bitcoin, and Ethereum, and all that. And, and how a lot of games now, I don't know if you guys knew, a lot of games, especially sports games, now, and MLB The Show is one of my favorite games of all time, but even they have their own form of, comes to, everything, right, stuff. If you play a lot of sports games, or you play a lot of games that involve, like, trading cards, or getting certain players, doing all this stuff, a lot of these sports AAA games, they have their own electronic currency, or their own digital currency, or their own in-game currency that you can buy, or you can earn through playing the game, and you can spend it on players, or certain items, or certain things in the game, or certain stuff you can get. And they have their own in-game currency, their own digital currency, their own stuff. That you can either buy with real money, or you can earn it through playing the game and spending on points. In other words, I don't know if you guys remember how games... Well, I've grown up playing video games from a young age until 28. I don't know if you guys remember, like in the old days with gaming, how when you would play them, you get certain power ups and certain things where you can unlock certain stuff and you could spend certain things on things, and stuff where you would get stuff and you could buy things to level up your players, and everything, and how you used to be able to unlock stuff and how things were and how things were unlocked when you did reach a certain level, you did certain things, or you had things where you could you got stuff in games where you could buy things. See, now they've taken that to a whole nother level with gaming nowadays, with modern gaming. Now it's about digital currency and like digital money and stuff that you can either buy with real money, or you can earn it in games and then spend it on getting better stuff. Kind of like it was back a long time ago in the early age of gaming, like the 90s or 2000s, or like in the arcades, stuff like that, where you would put where sort of kind of reminds me like the arcades when you would go in there and you would play. And in order to continue playing, you would have to put quarters in the machine, or you would have to put a certain amount of stuff in there to continue. In other words, to continue to participate and do this stuff, you had to pay to play. You had to buy into it, and it seems like that's kind of a big thing nowadays with a lot of modern games, is that you have to buy these things, or you have to get this currency to get all these cool items and all these things. Or you have to buy their money, or you have to buy their stuff, when it comes to, right, EA or things like that, In the show, if you want the best players, like diamond players or higher, you have to buy stubs and stuff like that, right? Stubs or currency, and stuff, things like that. They call it microtransactions, but it's really technically digital currency. It's like crypto, if you really look at it, right? And stuff. GTA 6. Interesting thing about this, what people don't understand, there was a story a while back with Grand Theft Auto 6 before it was delayed till 2026 of next year, June 26, 2026, and everything. And then they talked about how Grand Theft Auto 6 was going to be $100 at launch. They had an interesting story a while back with GTA 6. This is the story. They said there's going to be cryptocurrency in GTA 6 Online when it comes out. I'm not making this up. Okay, when it comes to, right, stuff. Rockstar Take-Two, the head of CEO of Rockstar Take-Two, Strauss Zelnick, he talked about how there was going to be cryptocurrency in future iterations of GTA. When it comes to, right, and Grand Theft Auto Online. The currency, the future currency of GTA Online was going to be crypto, which was very interesting. When it comes to, right, and stuff like this, right? And stuff. So, I've grown up on gaming from a young age. I practically played everything you can think of, every console, every system, played in the arcades, did a lot of stuff like that. Probably own the majority of games out there that have been released. I have a whole collection, practically. When I was moving a couple of days ago, I literally had to take my game collection, I had to put it in the other room because I had so much stuff I couldn't fit in this room after I moved. When it comes to, right, and stuff. And I've also played on some of the digital systems. I've even had my own gaming PC. I haven't had my own game PC I had for years, and then it broke, and I had to get a new computer. But when it comes to, right, and everything. But what am I trying to say here? I'm trying to say that I've practically grown up on gaming from a young age. I'm 28. I own practically all the consoles, including the Steam Deck and the Nintendo Switch. I've seen that news about the Nintendo Switch 2 and how it says apparently they're spying on you with the Switch 2. They break your system or something. That was interesting. That thing's coming out on June 6th, the Nintendo Switch 2. But yeah, man, and everything. One of my favorite games of all time back then had something like that. It had like a model, or it had like I didn't really think about it like that back then, but one of my favorite games of all time that I grew up on as a kid had that kind of model where you would like buy the stuff that you needed to make your character more stronger and better and level up. Gauntlet Dark Legacy or Gauntlet Legends. It was also an arcade game. Gauntlet Legends was also a famous arcade game. You know, when it comes to, right, you know, and everything, right, and stuff. And what ended up happening was when you played this game, you know, a while back, you know, like it was on the PS2. It was on the original PS2. And you know, when it comes to, right, in order to play this game, you had to go around. You had to collect all these items and all these power ups. Okay, when it comes to, right, and all this stuff, and you had to find gold and all sorts. You had to find golds, and you had to get all these things. And the gold is what you spend on power ups and better stuff, keys, food, potion, items. You know, when it comes to that stuff. And I was like, yeah, this is, you know, I always thought that game had a very unique thing to it. Even going back and playing it to this day, or when I have played it. You know, when it comes to, you know, and stuff like this. But I always thought gaming was interesting because they always had a way of giving you the ability to level up your players and get better and stronger. And they had a form in there where you could, like, buy things, you know, and everything. I thought that was kind of interesting, you know, and stuff. And anyway, our country runs on capitalism, but a lot of people believe a lot of people know that the beast system is going to be they're going to take away capitalism, right? It's like, and stuff. But what am I trying to say here? And stuff. I always thought gaming was interesting because it was like, you know, and now you have, like, real digital money and currency that you can, like, buy with stuff, or you can earn in game. You know, when it comes to, right? Like, if you look at a lot of sports games now, or you look at a lot of games now, they run on some kind of form of digital currency or digital money. Say, for instance, right, MLB The Show has stubs. Madden has Madden coins. Fortnite has V-Bucks. And a lot of the younger generation, or a lot of the newer generation that didn't really grow up with video games from a young age. Like, when I was younger, I grew up playing, like, the Sega Dreamcast and the Sega Genesis, you know, stuff like that, things like that. I've practically grown up around video games my whole life. I don't think there has ever been a time in my life where I haven't had to own a game console, or I haven't had something involving gaming, or I haven't had or let's just say I haven't had a gaming device in my house, or in my life, or growing up, you know, pretty much, you know, and at that, even mobile games, I've even played mobile games, you know, when it comes to it. I don't think there's ever been a time when I haven't grown up around gaming, okay, you know, and stuff, and I've practically grown up with everything gaming, including the arcades. You know, it comes to, when I used to go out to places a lot before my dad passed and before a lot of this stuff happened, I used to go to the arcades. I used to go to the arcades all the time. You know, I loved going to the arcades. You know, because, you know, everything, right? I've always loved gaming. I say two of the biggest things I've always enjoyed in my life: gaming and sports, especially baseball. I like to watch the Yankees. I don't watch them as much as I used to anymore, but I do keep up with them on occasion. You know, when it comes to, right, and stuff like this. But I thought it's kind of interesting because, like, you know, in the generation like Gen Z and the millennials and the people that didn't grow up with video games around that era, they do now. You know, they're so used to that. I guess they're used to that digital perspective. You know, everything V-Bucks. You know, there's a lot of people that like games like, you know, there's a lot of people that grow up playing battle royale games like Call of Duty Warzone and, you know, Fortnite. And for a while there was a very popular game. I kind of got out of playing it, but I played it for a while. And Marvel Rivals, I think, was what it was called. Marvel Rivals. It was kind of like a mix between Overwatch and other games. They brought in a lot of the Marvel characters into that game, and you know, and stuff like that, right? You know, and V-Bucks, Madden coins, stubs. I think there's also some other stuff, but Yeah, I just find this kind of interesting that now, in order to get all this stuff, or to get the best stuff, or to get these unlockables, or to get better items for your character, now you got to pay real money for digital currency, or you got to buy these. You got to buy these things. You gotta buy their currency, or you got to buy their stuff to participate. See, that's what I think. That's what I think is a part of the buy and sell. You can no longer buy and sell without, being involved in these things, right? And stuff. With gaming now, especially, if you want the best stuff, man, you got to pull out your credit card and buy, and buy a ton of stubs, or you got to participate in this stuff, and everything. Gaming back then was, you just played the game, you unlocked everything, and you had everything, and everything was already available after you beat it, and stuff. Or you completed the game, and then you got everything, and then you didn't really have to, and then nothing was left out, or you didn't have anything that was gone, when it comes to, or there wasn't DLC, or there wasn't all these like separate things that didn't come with the thing you paid for, right? Where they, and stuff. Don't get me wrong, downloadable content isn't bad. I don't have a problem with paying for more content or extra levels or stuff like that, right? And stuff like that. But you would play the game and you would get everything after you beat it, and you wouldn't have to do anything, and that would just be the way it was, and everything, and you would just continue to play it until it either ran out or there was nothing else to do, right? Or you would just get what you paid for. Now it's like you don't get what you paid for nowadays. Things are just not what they were, and stuff, right? And as you get older, it's just, I feel like that's just maybe just me, but and stuff like this. They don't make products like they used to anymore. When Trump says that they don't make stuff in America like they used to, he's right. He's right that we don't make products here anymore. Most of our stuff comes from overseas. He's got a point with that. He's right about that. He is. He's right that nobody makes stuff in America anymore. And what he's doing with bringing businesses over to America, I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't. People are like, oh, well, it's, and stuff, right? We don't make products anymore in America. All of our money goes to China or other overseas. So, when it comes to, right, and stuff. Yeah, it's like, it's stuff like that. It's just crazy, and stuff. It's just, I remember when you would play games and you would just play the game, and once you got to a high level, once you got to that, once you beat that stuff, you got to the next level, and then, you just unlocked these things the more you played the game. You didn't really have to buy into anything or buy anything to get this stuff. You just played the game, and then you got it, you got that stuff, you got that stuff, the more you went into the game and the levels. The more you went up in levels, you got better, custom, right? So I don't remember you having to, buy it separately or get it, buy it separately or pay for it in another way. You played the game and you just got the stuff, and then you worked your way toward the other levels, and that's what happened. At least some of the oldest games, some of the oldest games I played, I knew that had that aspect of it. And these were games that didn't even look that graphically enhanced or really look that smooth or look that pretty. These games look like they were like something, these games look like they were like someone took someone pretty much scribbled all over the stuff, and it looked very, and everything, right? So, these games look graphically horrible. They look, graphical wise, these games looked very outdated and horrible wise. They didn't look like they don't look like they do now. And everything. And I've grown up with graphics that went from shit to, like, amazing, drop dead gorgeous, just impressive. You just wanted, your mouth drop wide open when you see it. Or you're like, oh my God. Or you're like, or like, it's just crazy, it comes to it, right? I have a really nice computer, and my computer just makes everything look really good. I'm not gonna lie, it's, and stuff like that, right? and stuff. Even with most games now, like most games and a lot of the systems, I've grown up pretty much from the evolution of graphics, and everything like that. But yeah, man, like it's crazy. Like but I still play a lot of older games and retro games and games that look like crap, but they're still fun, and stuff. But I just remember, or playing games that were like graphically horrible, horrendous, horrible, like terrible to the eyes. You can't see. It's dark. It's awful. And everything. Gives you a headache looking at it. Okay, or you're confused. To 60 frames per second games or higher with pretty visuals. And stuff. It's impressive, when you look at it, and stuff. But I still own a lot of older games that look graphically horrible to this day. They're awful visually wise, and stuff. But yeah, man. I remember you would just play a game, and you would continue to keep playing until you either died, lost the number of lives you had, or it was over, and that was it. You didn't really have to do anything after that, and everything. And the more you played, the more you got to better stuff, perks, benefits, power-ups, stuff like that. You got better items for your character, and everything. Once you died, you died. You couldn't come back. You had to wait. You couldn't just buy yourself back in, or you couldn't just buy things, or you couldn't just go and get some kind of digital currency to make yourself stronger or to get better stuff than the other person, or you make yourself OP, right? Back then, you couldn't just buy your way back into a game, or you couldn't buy your way to getting better. It was different. Okay, when it comes to, right? It doesn't. You had to wait for that person to bring you back, or you had to wait it out. And everything, right? And stuff with games. Now you have games now that have like instantaneous load times where it's like you don't gotta wait at all. It loads that quickly and then boom, you're in. You don't even have time to go do anything before it loads. It's like that quick and then boom, like the PS5 and all that, right? And stuff and things. And you went from like games went from like slow to like super fast and amazing, technological, stuff like this, and things like that, and I remember how slow the older systems were. I still have them. I do. I still have the old PS2 Slim to this day, and stuff like this. I still have a lot of these consoles. They don't work anymore, but I still own them. I do. They don't work anymore, but I still own them. A lot of them broke. To concentrate, and everything. But I still own them. And yeah, I remember you couldn't just buy your way back in or make yourself stronger or like, become way more OP than the average player. You couldn't just become better than them. You couldn't just do stuff to get better stuff than them, like by buying perks or benefits or getting other stuff people don't get, and everything, right? Now you have like special editions and $100 editions and all these things that you get now with pre-orders or buying into getting better items, when it comes to, right, and stuff. I don't pre-order a lot of games. I don't tend to buy a lot of special editions unless I really like the game. But one exception I always do tend to choose to participate in or buy into is the show. I've always bought the special editions every year, or I've always bought them either around March or April. When it comes to with my money or other stuff, I've always bought the special edition feature show games, like for the hats and the steelbook and all that. I practically own all the show hats except for 2025, and I think that was digital. That was a digital code. When it comes to right and stuff, and I like getting the special editions of the show, but yeah, it's like when you look at it, there's just an exception, and everything. with stuff. It's pretty interesting, like when you look at it, that that type of stuff happens. You have to admit, you know, a lot of stuff has really changed a lot. When you get older, you're like, you've been through a lot, man. You've been through a lot in your life, technological, digital, and gaming wise too. It comes to and stuff. I'm thinking about going. I don't know if I told you guys this. If something continues to keep happening with YouTube, I'm thinking of going back. I think I'm going to go to study for CompTIA. I'm gonna go I'm gonna go study for my computer certification degree. Because I think I would be good at it. But yeah, it's just crazy, man. I grew up playing games like Galaga, Pac-Man, some of the old school arcade games. When it comes to stuff like this, Asteroid, Astro Shooter. It comes to things like that. Tekken, Mortal Kombat, what was it? Jurassic Park, the Jurassic Park games, Walking Dead, those types of things. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Those types, those types of that. And things like that, right? And bowling, air hockey. I love air hockey. Grew up on air hockey. Used to play air hockey all the time, man. I'm disappointed, to be honest, man, because they shut down our theater here with AMC and Lee Branch, AMC Lee Branch 15 over there. They shut down our theater over here, our local theater for stuff, and I'm not happy about that. I'm really not. They shut down our local theater that we used to go to. It's no longer there. And we used to go there all the time, man. We did. It's sad what's becoming of stuff, man. But I have a feeling that we're about to have a rapture. I really do. What am I trying to say, though? But, yeah. Grew up on Galaga, Pac-Man, and all that stuff. Monopoly. Grown up on Monopoly. Life. All those things. And stuff. After my dad passed, back in June, me and my mom took a vacation to Gulf Shores after 3 years. We went to Gulf Shores at Orange Beach down there, and we took a vacation for several days, and we stayed on the beach, and everything. We had a really nice condo, man. We really did. And we had a beach. We had like the lazy river there, or like this river that was really nice, and stuff. And we went to this place at Gulf Shores on the last day. I think it was the last day we were there. It was Adventure Island, and it was like this big giant arcade place. It was really cool, when it comes to right. And it was a really cool place. It actually kind of come to it in a minute, and yeah, it was very nostalgic. I hadn't been to the arcade in a long time since, we went there. And, and one of my favorite games there actually was not like your typical, game like, Galaga or Pac-Man and stuff like that. I have played those, and everything. And I was like, I got into this, game. I think my mom was on the phone when we were there or something, talking to someone. I don't remember who it was. I forgot. She was on the phone. She had to step away to talk on the phone. And I was like, I got interested in this game. And I noticed something about the arcades nowadays, right? Remember when you used to, like, put quarters or tokens in the machine? Well, now, when you go to arcades nowadays, they give you these cards. They give you these digital cards, and you have to scan this card to participate in playing these games now. You have to scan this digital card or this digital thing, and everything. They give you these gaming cards, and then you have a certain amount of money on them, and when it runs out, you can't use them anymore, which is very interesting. They've had that for a couple of years now, and stuff. And I don't know. I got fascinated with these. I got fascinated with this game. When I don't know, maybe because my dad's anyway. It was a shooter game, and it lets you test your accuracy and how good you were at shooting targets. And I like the realistic feeling of when you were shooting it, because I had like this feeling like when you would feel the vibrations of the shooting. And I got hooked on this thing. And for some reason, I was shooting bottles and cans and all sorts of stuff and things, trying to see how I could hit targets. And I did really good actually. I got like a perfect rating or something, or I got some kind of great perspective and everything. And I was like testing my shooting. I don't know. My dad was in the military, and when he used to be in the military, he got really good marksman. Medals and things for skills. He had really good marksman ratings while he was in the military. And stuff. And I was shooting, and he, and stuff and everything. It's interesting. So I got hooked on that. But yeah, we went to Adventure Island, and we did that, and we did mini golf and some other stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's like I've practically grown up with that stuff from a young age, and then like I'm not happy they took away our theater, because like I don't know, I was just so used to I was so used to growing, I was so used to like doing stuff there that it's like now, and everything, right? It seems like a lot of stuff is being taken away now, and and I don't know if we're gonna be here much longer. I just don't, and things like that, right? Just. I don't see it. I just don't see it. And I grew up with that, and I was like, stuff. And I remember when you used to go into that theater and you used to go to the back of the arcade. Well, no, maybe that. Okay, that's okay. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I might be thinking of the bowling alley. I'm thinking of bowling alley. Yeah, maybe that's probably the bowling alley, not the movie theater, because like I don't think they had that. Yeah, they still have that. Anyway, I remember going to the back of some arcade one time, and they had like VR headsets that you could try out, and it was pretty interesting. But yeah, man, I had a friend that I used to know, an old friend of mine. Things didn't work out between us very well. It didn't. We kind of stopped hanging out, and I think it's because of my dad's sickness and a lot of other stuff that got in the way. I don't really know to this day. We just didn't work out. And he went to Shelby Baptist Hospital, where I worked for a couple of years. We also participated in the same program. We were in Project Search, and we were friends for a long time. And we hung out a lot together. We went to a place called Press Start, where they had a lot of like gaming stuff and a lot of the latest stuff there. You could play on a lot of the consoles, a lot of stuff, even if you didn't have it, and that you could ask him to get you different games while we were there, and and stuff. And my friend, he had a VR headset. He got a VR headset, and everything. He had I think the Oculus Rift or the something. He had I was gonna say maybe I don't think it was a Rift. I think it was something else. There's been so many VR headsets I can't think of them all. There was one time when I thought about getting the Valve Index, but that's like $1,000, and I wanted to play the Half-Life Alyx game that came with VR, but but he had a VR headset. I just want to like it's Rift or Samsung or something. I don't remember. Anyway. I had never ever actually fully tried VR. Now I had a demo of it, or I had like done it for myself at certain places, but I never really got to experience the fullness of it, of what it's like when you have one yourself. And I put this thing on, and I tried it, and it was crazy, bro. It was crazy. I remember the experience. It honestly like I was living in. It's honestly like I was literally in a reality. It's honestly like I was seeing reality through the headset, and everything. And it looked just as real as what you would see outside of stuff, when it comes to right stuff. And it was crazy, man. And the room, in that thing was just interesting because like, you couldn't really tell the difference between like what you were seeing in person without it and with it on, and everything. And it blurred the lines, and everything, right, and stuff. And at times it was weird because it kind of made me, and I got a headache wearing that thing too. It was sick, and everything, right? But it's like I just can't see how someone can live like that with it having effects on them and their health. Which is why I've never like actually decided to get a VR headset, or I've never really been into hugely into VR. But it was a very interesting experience. I'll tell you that for a fact. It's kind of fun, but at the same time, it was like, I don't know. So it's really 50-50 on VR, right? And stuff. That's the only time I actually had a true VR experience was when I was at my friend's house when we used to hang out and stuff. But yeah, man, I've grown up with that stuff, and everything. And like I was like about a couple of years ago, I was like really into emulation, and I got me a PSP and and stuff like this. So I'm a fan of the classics. Like I said, I'm a fan of the classics, especially retro and old games and stuff like that. I'm a fan of older titles. I've got a library of games. So, and stuff. But I actually got Oblivion working now, but I won't be able to upload content for it for 2 more days. So I want to do a video on it, but I'm thinking I don't think I'm going to do it till I get unbanned. That way I'll be able to get it out, and everything. I got the Oblivion remaster, and stuff. But I don't know. And it's like, I grew up in the arcades, man, and stuff like that. It's just, I don't know. It's just stuff has felt different the last 3 years of my life. I don't know if it's like losing my dad or if it's just like other stuff, but it's like I don't do what I used to do anymore, compared to before and things like that. But yeah, I grew up on air hockey. One night, I think when we were there one night, we were playing bowling, like virtual bowling, where it's like they give you these bowling balls and you throw them into the thing, and it shows the ball, it shows the bowling ball rolling toward the pins. When we were at Adventure Island in Gulf Shores, and everything, right? And it was fun. It was fun. We also actually, I don't know if we did. So I say I think we did go-karts, but I can't remember. I don't think we did go-karts, actually. I don't think I was in the mood for that night. And stuff. Yeah, I had something weird happen to me while we were there. When we went to the beach, and when we left that day, I lost my shoes. So I had to put on some other shoes, and those were really uncomfortable shoes, and I couldn't really walk around, and I couldn't really walk and stay there long because my feet were hurting me. When we were there at the arcade, we didn't stay there long, but that was like, and everything. I lost my shoes. We just happened to find them on the last day before we left there. But yeah, I left my shoes at the beach pier and everything, right? So it's like, yeah, there's some weird experiences. We had some interesting experiences at Gulf Shores, but it was fun. It was, and stuff like this. I want to go back. I do. I want to go back. And if you've never been to Gulf Shores, Orange Beach at Gulf Shores, and you never actually like planned a trip to be on vacation there, do it. It's worth it. It's relaxing. It's nice. It is. The only problem I didn't like when we were there was we lost signal. The internet connection didn't work very well in our condo, but that was about it. We had a condo. We rented out about a condo, and we didn't. We didn't have a we didn't have a good signal or a good internet connection in that place, but that was about it. That was the only other thing that was a problem with that place. But other than that, yeah, and stuff. We had pretty good weather, to be honest, while we were down there, and stuff. We went there in October. We went there before Halloween, I think. We were there during Halloween, I think, of 2024, I think, if I remember straight. We went there in October, and I believe we were there around the time of Halloween. Because I remember there being like this big event or this big thing playing or this big thing in the lobby while we were there and showing all this stuff that day. I'm pretty sure I think it was like the time of Halloween when we were in Gulf Shores. And stuff like this. We stayed there for like 3 or 4 days, I think, if I remember straight. Well, yeah, it was nice. It was a nice look, and everything. But yeah, I grew up in arcades, and I really like gaming. Yeah, and stuff like that. I got like a Steam Deck and a Nintendo Switch. I mean, it just depends, and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, it's like it just seems like everything's just going toward a digital perspective. It's like you don't use paper money, you don't use cash anymore, you don't use coins anymore, stuff like that. That's been kind of phased out. People barely even take cash anymore because of Cash App and PayPal and all that, and stuff. And now everything's being done through digital, like wallets and electronic perspective, right? You go on most gaming places now, you can just buy everything digital. You either can get a Steam card or a PSN Star card, or and just buy everything with digital money and stuff, right? Or you can just transfer money into your wallet, like with Steam and everything, right? And stuff. So you can just buy things digital now, even games. I don't know how that's going to go in the future. I really don't, because, with these tariffs and stock shortages and, not being able to get much of anything, I don't know where things are going to go. I don't, and everything. And it's just, it's just interesting. You now have, when Joe Biden was in office for 4 years, I don't know if people remember this, when Joe Biden was in office for 4 years, when somehow he got elected, which I still think 2020 was stolen, they cheated. Okay, and stuff. They cheated. They stole 2020 election. And stuff. YouTube didn't want people to talk about that because they knew it was true, and they tried to hide the fact that they stole the 2020 election for years. They even made it a subject to not talk about, and if you did, you got banned. When it comes to and everything. But they stole 2020 election. And when Biden was in office for 20 years, I was about to say 20 years. No, he would have died because he was so old. But when Biden was in office for 4 years, they had electric cars, and electric cars was a big thing that they were doing for a while. And you could ride around and drive an electric car, and you wouldn't have to worry about gas or anything like that. People would plug I remember seeing all those commercials, those 4 years, where they would show nothing but. I remember seeing those commercials on TV where you didn't even have a gas tank. What ended up happening is that you would open this thing up, you would take a plug, and you would plug this thing into it, you would take this and then plug that to a socket, and you would charge the car like it was some kind of like electric device. Like you would a phone or something, right? You would charge your car like it was some kind of electrical device. It didn't run on gasoline. It ran on electrical power, electrical battery, right? And stuff. And people would drive around in electric cars, and stuff, right? And stuff. So, they say, oh, this, the electric cars and all that was going to help the planet and the economy, and it was going to get rid of. I honestly believe they didn't care anything about that. They were just doing that to control people. Anyway, and stuff. So, just, in a lot of ways. I don't know, okay, when it comes to, right? You don't see many electric cars now. You see nothing but Teslas driving around. But there were a lot of people that drove around. There were a lot of people that were the electric cars. Those electric cars are not cheap though. I wonder if you can still get them. Probably not, because most of our stuff is not being. Most of our items are being phased out by China. China's not giving us. China's not supplying us with stuff anymore. They're going to other countries. So, so especially with the 145% tariff Trump put on China. So, but yeah, I don't know. Japan and China, and everything. I don't know about these electric cars, but yeah, and everything. Stuff like that, man, is electric cars. Now you have self-driving cars, and so yeah, bro, we're heading toward a weird future. I'll tell you that for a fact. I don't know if the rapture's this year. I don't know if it is or not. I believe it is, but I don't know if it is. But we're definitely heading toward a very interesting future. We are. I will give it that. And especially with these self-driving Tesla cars and all these things, it's just like, stuff's going to go more and more digital as we get into the years, and everything. And it's looking like, and they say something about robots inhabiting the future over humans, and they won't need humans for anything. I was watching a video yesterday about Bill Gates saying we won't need humans for anything pretty soon, and going to replace AI with humans and robots and stuff, and they're gonna, they're doing those things with people gonna live with robots. You can have anything you want in the future, and all these things. Pretty interesting, and stuff. And he got Elon wanted to move America to Mars, and just a lot of interesting stuff, man. You have to admit, we're heading toward a very interesting future. And there's a possibility Trump could get a third term. I don't know how that's likely, but it could happen. And it's looking like robots are gonna be a big thing. I remember watching MLB a couple of years ago, back in 2015, when Rob Manfred became commissioner of the league, right? And he, as soon as he got in, he was the first one to come up with a lot of the digital stuff that's in MLB to this day. The replay system where the umpires go and they review calls, and they get stuff from New York, because a lot of people don't realize that MLB headquarters is in New York. Right, and everything. And they get the replay calls and the stuff from New York, and they determine it, and then they make the call. They're able to look on camera or see the footage, or they're able to review it, and then they're able to tell people to call, or they're able to, challenge this stuff. Now you have the ABS system, which is this year. That's the automated balls and strike system, where they can determine if something's a ball or a strike, and they can challenge, and then the batter or the player can challenge it and determine if it's actually a ball or a strike, and if it's not, he can challenge it to determine what it is, and then they review it. And they've also talked about robo umps and and stuff like that in the future. So there's a lot of interesting concepts on all that. But yeah, it's definitely not just with society, it's with sports too. Sports is heading toward a digital age, and it's probably already a digital age. Everything's pretty much tracked in sports down to a T with the athletes and their stats. Stat tracking, what is it? Amazon stat tracking or something. Amazon stat tracking or some kind of thing where they determine what they do. Can measure the distance of the home run, can measure how far balls hit, can measure how much something goes, can do the wind speed and the factor, can determine the player and how hard he slings the bat, can do a lot of things, can pretty much do everything through analytics. Sports is pretty much analytical. It's just nothing but everything's pretty much measured and done by analytics. Everything about modern sports is analytical. It's analytical. When it comes to it, it's analytical. It's done by numbers, and it's done by measurements and stuff. Everything in sports is pretty much now pretty much tracked and measured to a degree. I think Michael Kay said something about this one day when I was watching a Yankee game a while back. He said that MLB compared to MLB today compared to then is that everything is pretty much everything in baseball is pretty much done through stats and analytics. And everything, right? And stuff. And how they measure everything through a technological lens of tracking every single thing through AI and through computers. Pretty much everything that they do is pretty much everything they do is tracked and determined down to a T. In other words, Amazon Stack Tracking is what they use to determine everything the player does. Balls, strikes, hits, runs, errors, home run distance, win distance, certain things. If it's a strike or a ball, how fast the ball's thrown, miles per hour, what type of pitch it is, how much break it has, stuff like that, right? And stuff. It's just like, yeah, it's pretty interesting, you have to admit, when you get down to it. We live in a digital, a very, very digital age. So, I hope that by the time this stuff does happen, we're out of here with the rapture and we don't have to wait another year for this, but maybe there's a chance that won't be possible. But I don't believe that, especially with all this stuff going down in the Middle East. We need to watch this stuff with Trump, with Trump's meetings in the Middle East. We need to watch this stuff that Trump's doing in the Middle East. It's going to determine whether we're out of here soon. I have a feeling. Because Trump's meeting with a lot of big people behind the scenes. It's going to lead to a deal with Saudi Arabia. He's definitely Trump is definitely putting into place what I believe is coming beast system. I do. I think he's setting that up. And everything. And stuff. I don't know. But I can tell you for a fact that when they talk about robots and replacing humans with robots and AI, don't need people in the future, talking about having robots replace people at jobs, concerning everything, and having a future of basically half of the population, getting rid of half the population and replacing them with AI and technological robots and things like this. It should be telling you that we're getting close to the mark of the beast future system, and everything. And you're going to be living with robots. You're going to be living with robots that are going to monitor your stuff, and yeah, maybe you'll be able to get whatever you want, but it comes at a cost, and everything. So, I wouldn't want to live in that future. I wouldn't, to know where it goes. But it's definitely going to be interesting for people that are going to be here during tribulation, that's for sure, when that does occur. I don't know if it is this year, Nobody knows except God. And I'm just going to keep watching and looking up and paying attention and seeing when that day comes. I'm just going to keep watching for the day, when God's going to take us out, when God's going to call the rapture. But I'm going to keep watching. But that doesn't mean that I don't think that this could happen this year. But no one knows the time or day or the hour of when that's going to occur. But it's going to happen. We just don't know. I think it is this year, and everything. And I'm just going to keep watching. I'm just going to keep watching for God. I'm going to keep watching for God, and when that day comes. No one really knows when that day is. All you got to do is just keep watching God. When it comes to it. Keep watching with what people are, what they're saying and what's going down in the Middle East. So we'll know what God has in store for the future. We'll know what God has next. So we'll be out of here soon. If you have discernment and you can know, God will show you what's going on. God will allow you to see. And if we keep watching, we'll know very soon. But yeah, it's freaky. It's a freaky future, especially what Bill Gates was saying. I was watching a Lion of Judah. And Lion of Judah pretty much was showing a video about the coming New World Order beast system that they're working on. He was talking about what they were saying about it, including robots and robots taking over the future, and they don't need humans for nothing, and some other stuff, and Bill Gates, and some crazy stuff, man. And everything, right? And stuff like this. But yeah, man. I would buckle up because we're definitely onto something soon, I have a feeling. But yeah. We definitely live in a big digital age, man, that's for sure. Look at how everything is done through computers, smartphones, tablets, whatever, And we get most of our news, most of our communication, most of all of our stuff through the internet, through social media, and through YouTube, and through other places, and through our phones. We do pretty much majority of stuff through our phones and through the internet and through a lot of things, including gaming. Nowadays, you have most people can interact with people. Nowadays, you went from people just talking to people in person to now being able to interact with so many people around the world, including with gaming. Now you have online gaming and people being able to talk to each other and meet people and make friends and be lifelong friends. I met my friend Trav on PS4, and I never knew him until I met him. And then I met a lot of my friends on PS4. I met a lot of people I know that stay on PS4. I met them online playing games. I met them in online gaming. You can meet a lot of people around the world just by interacting with them online. Pretty much now you can just meet people at the swipe of a fingertip by just going on social media or going on apps or doing stuff. You can. Now you don't even have to go meet that. You don't even have to go see that person. You don't even have to go find that person, that individual in person. You can talk to them purely through the internet or through technology. Everything. Nowadays, you literally can communicate. You can communicate with people through the internet and do stuff. It's like, yeah, it's really interesting how you can just find people through other means, and stuff. So, you don't even have to be in person to meet someone, which is freaky, but at the same time, anybody can be anonymous behind the internet. That's what's scary about it all. But yeah, we get all of our news from the internet, phones, tablets, YouTube, social media, X, which is Twitter, which is a huge website, by the way, and other news sources. When it comes to it, right? And we interact and talk to people and text people, and we do things with people through our phones and through, texting and other things. So it's like, yeah. It's like you can't get rid of technology at this point, dude. You need it. You have to have it, even though it's maybe 50-50 on it, right? But you can't get rid of it. As much as some people don't like it or think it's not, they have their theories about it. You can't get rid of it. It's just a part of everyday life. It is. And stuff. But you can't get rid of technology. Technology is just kind of a part of life now in the world, and stuff. And it's what people use. And it really determines on if you use it for good or use it for bad. Like I said, I think if you have, I think the way you use something or the way you do stuff determines what it comes to, right? So I think the way that you use your platform or the resource you've been given is what really determines what you do with something, the way things are. It really determines on the way you use something if it's the way it is. So when it comes to you can use something for good or you can use it for bad. You can use it for evil or good. It depends. When it comes to right. and stuff. But I believe no, you can't get rid of technology and computers. You need it in this day and age, right? It's just something they need. People need it for work, or they need it for school, or they need it for other stuff. Okay, with concern, and stuff, or they need it for communication. That's not to say that like it's not necessarily a good thing to completely be involved to involve yourself in technology or the internet 24/7, and don't do anything else. But don't do anything else with your time where you don't interact with anyone else. Okay, with concern. I don't think it's good for your health. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is that computers, are a part of life. That's just what it is. AI, digital, it's part of life. It's what happens with stuff. Okay, at this point and stuff. But yeah, we get majority of everything we do from technology, AI, computers, smartphones, things like that. Right. All of our news mainly comes from our phones or from other stuff. I know mine does. I get majority of my news and my stuff from my phone. Okay, it comes to, and everything. That's how I know. I keep up to date with that stuff. And stuff like that. But it just depends. It's a tool like everything else. It's a tool like everything else, and it depends on how you use it. Technology and computers and stuff. It's a tool. It's a tool like everything else. You can use it as a tool, or you can use it for something else. It's a tool, right? So it really determines. That's like giving someone a gun, and that's like giving some. I'm going to give people an example here. It might not be a great example, but it's like handing someone a firearm that's not trained and having them shoot it. They might shoot themselves, they might shoot you, or they might do something bad. Now, giving someone a gun that knows how to use the gun and use it properly, there's a difference, right? And stuff, okay? They'll know how to load it, they'll know how to put it on safety, they'll know how to keep it from causing any harm to people, okay? But put something in the wrong hands of someone, and then that's when it gets bad, okay? That's like saying giving a criminal a weapon. They got out of jail. That's not a good thing. That's the example. Putting something in the wrong hands of someone, like a criminal or somebody bad, as a resource or a tool, they won't know how to use it properly. Or especially a criminal, they'll use it for bad means. In other words, it's a tool. But it's the same thing as like a gun. If you give somebody else a gun, they might not know how to use it and use it properly, and they might shoot you or someone else. They might do something bad. Give someone else a gun that knows what they're doing. They might know how to do that. So it's not necessarily the person and everything, right? It's not necessarily the gun that kills the person. It's the person that's not trained or doesn't know what they're doing. Okay, when it comes to that, right? But if you give someone a resource that knows what they're doing and knows how to use it properly, yes, they won't mess it up, or they're mature enough to handle it, or they know how to do it. There's also the idea of the person who's old enough age to handle it, and two, the maturity level. Are they mature enough to do certain things? Maturity has a lot to do with things. It does. Are you mature enough to handle certain things? When it comes to it, right? Especially a gun. Because a gun's not a toy. It's a tool. It's a thing for self-defense. It's something that you use in case you need it, or you're in danger. It's not to be played with. Okay, it comes to, and stuff, right? It's not to be played with. It is a deadly weapon. It is a firearm. It is something that it's something you don't play games with. When you give someone a weapon, it's not to be played with. It is a deadly thing in the hands of, it is a deadly thing in the wrong hands of someone that doesn't know how to use it. Give someone a weapon that has no idea how to use a gun, they very well could hurt you or hurt themselves or do something else. Okay? Give someone who's mature enough to handle a weapon and is trained, or at least has some idea how to use a gun. Maybe they're not like a professional, but they know how to use a weapon. They know how to hold it, load it. They know how to properly handle it. and they know how to put it. They know how to use safety when they're done with it, or they know how to put it on safety so it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything to danger people or problems. When it comes to it and stuff. If that thing's with that perspective, and everything, and they know how to properly operate that thing, and stuff. Well, then nobody's going to get hurt. But then give it to someone who has no idea what they're doing, how to shoot a gun, or never ever actually has used a firearm in their life. You're asking for bad things to happen. That's like handing someone a sword or a knife that doesn't know how to use a knife properly, or doesn't know how to cut things properly, and they cut themselves, or they cut their finger, or they do something, or they danger themselves medically, or they don't know how to use a knife properly, like a pocket knife or a switchblade, and it's like they do something where they cut themselves or they danger themselves, So yeah, it's a tool like anything else. I don't, and on the subject of guns, I look at a gun as a tool for things. I look at a gun as a tool that you need for something like self-defense, or you need it for certain times. I look at a gun like something you would need, as a tool, like anything else. I don't, some people look at it as a toy, or if you give it to the wrong person. It all depends on the perspective or the idea of what a person thinks about that particular thing, or how they use it, okay? So it's all based on perception, a person's perception on that, okay? It comes to when you give them something. When you give someone a gun, they might have a perception differently of what they think about than someone else does. It also depends on age, maturity, and other factors. Okay, when it comes to right and stuff. But with a gun, it's a tool like anything else. A phone's a tool. A computer's a tool. A tablet. A generator's a tool. A lot of things are tools for certain times and certain things, for emergencies or whatnot, right? Flashlight's a tool, okay? So, we're looking at it, right, and stuff. It depends how you use it. But there's a difference between a flashlight, a phone, and all that other stuff, and a gun. A gun is a deadly weapon in the wrong hands that can get someone killed if you're not careful. If you do not know how to use a firearm properly, you're going to do something bad. And the thing is, once that person does that, they can't take that back because you just shot that person. So you got to be careful, man. You can't. You can't take that back. It's going to be serious consequences to not knowing how to use a gun. Not how to use a firearm. I don't like to touch a gun unless I have to, but if I have to use a gun, I will use it. I don't want to use it. But if I have to use it for self-defense, or I need to use a weapon, I'm going to get a weapon. Okay, or something. But I don't want to have to use a weapon unless I have to. Unless I'm in danger or something's happened to me, I don't like to use a deadly weapon or anything. I don't like to hurt a person unless they hurt me first. That's just the thing, and stuff. Unless I feel like my life is being threatened, I'm not going to go grab a gun, okay, and stuff. Because I don't want to have to resort to anything unless I have to. I'm not a person that wants to have to hurt someone or use a gun unless I have to. But I will if I need to, and stuff, right? Thank God I've never had to, but yeah. But yeah, it all depends on maturity, And again, age is a number. I don't really think the way you do things depends on age. I think it depends on maturity. Have you matured? Have you matured enough in your life to do certain things? Age is a number. You can be a certain age and you can still be very immature for your age. I think I'm very wise and mature for my age and beyond my years. I've been through a lot of stuff in my life. So I guess it depends when you look at it, But yeah. Anyway, I got a little rant there. But So
there was something I read. There was something I wanted to read from Beginning of Sorrows. Sorry, I for some reason got on the rant, a tangent there, and this has been happening more and more lately. I've been going off on these tangents, man. It's been hard not to do it again, dude. I don't know, man. I ran a lot. I go on tangents. My father did the same thing when he was. I am just like him, whether I like to admit it or not. Let me see. Lost my phone. Okay. My phone died. I've got to charge it. Yeah, so the reason why I wanted to read that is because I got some news on Trump's Middle East visit and what happened to him when and it was talking about what happened today when he got there. I got some news about that earlier. Forgot to charge it. Okay. But, dude, the media wants to tell you that the media wants to tell you that the reason why there's so many shootings and gun violence is because because guns kill people. No, it's the people. It's people that have the guns that are the reason why there's so many shootings and deaths. Not to mention all the border crossings. And yeah, I can agree with one thing with Trump that he's actually done that I like and support. He's gotten rid of a lot of the people that came over the border that shouldn't be here. You know, when it comes to it, right? A lot of people that were getting their hands on a lot of stuff that shouldn't be coming into America. You know, and stuff when it comes to right and stuff. God, what am I trying to say? The media likes to tell you that it's the guns, you know, that are killing people, and to take away the guns, and to put in gun laws, and be anti-gun. In other words, take away the guns, take away the rights of the gun owners and the people that are using the guns. You know, when it comes to right, ban guns. You know, outlaw guns, pass gun laws. You know, saying that, you know, the guns are the reason why they're killing people. No, the people that are getting their hands on the guns are the reason why there's a lot of shootings and the people that don't need to have weapons. You know, when it comes to, right? It's the person that's using a gun that really is the reason why it's happening. You know, when it comes to, right? And stuff. We don't need gun laws. We need people that, we need it to where, well, you don't need gun laws. We need to keep people, we need to keep dangerous people and individuals from getting their hands on weapons and doing stuff. Like they're done, like they did with the border. To keep certain people out of our country that don't belong here. That are not good to be coming over the border. I agree with that. You know, we don't need certain people being able to come into our borders that basically have stuff that can cause problems. You know, and stuff.
It's not the guns. It's the criminals and the people that don't belong that are coming over our border. That were for 4 years. And stuff. That's why there was so much conflict, drama, and violence, and a lot of issues for a while. We had a lot of people in our country that didn't belong here. They didn't need to be coming over the border.
So coming over time.
And stuff. But notice how violence has been down a lot since Trump got back in office compared to before. Notice how there hasn't been as many shootings or as much violence in the world as it was when he wasn't in office. Notice how you don't see as many shootings. Now there are some on occasion, yes, but like violence is not as much as it was when he was in office.
Okay,
When he wasn't in office. There's been a lot more. Notice how there's been more peace in the world since he got into office, and I'm not going to say peace is a good thing, but, well, yeah. When it comes to, right? But when you want to talk about guns, certain people, it's the people that shouldn't have their hands on firearms, not the guns. It's people that shouldn't be using those guns. Okay, and stuff. People kill people. Guns don't kill people. Anyway, I know that's a very interesting topic, and I don't want to discuss that, but yeah. If you want my thoughts on the whole thing, I think about the whole gun stuff, people kill people. Guns don't kill people. It's the person that picks up the gun and uses it is the one that kills the person, not the person. It's also the person that might be mentally, they might have mental problems. There might be something wrong with them, or by God, they need help. That got their hands on a gun. But again, it's the people that get their hands on the guns that kill people. It's not the guns. It's the people that shouldn't be owning firearms.
Okay, it comes to right.
And then people are like, well, then that's another reason for gun laws. Maybe. Look, I'm not saying we could have gun laws, but no, don't take away a lot of the people that own guns. And strict gun laws would it would make it a lot harder, and people would still find a way to get these things no matter what. So yeah. And stuff. So I don't see how gun laws would make any difference. But, maybe, but that's for another day, another subject. We're not talking about politics here. I wanted to talk about what's going on in the Middle East. I don't really get too political on here anyway. I don't get too political. I'm not left, I'm not right. I'm kind of in the middle. And I'd say I'm more conservative. I'm not really Republican or Democrat. And I agree with some of the things Trump does, other things I don't agree with. So there, yeah. So when it comes to Donald Trump, I like some of the things he does, other things I don't like what he does. I'm not a person that's pro-Trump. Or I guess you could say I'm kind of like this Tom McDonald video here. People ever heard it? Okay. Kind of like this old Tom McDonald video.
It's called Everybody Hates Me. This is kind of how I stand with things. Really, this here.
Yeah. White people hate me, they say that I'm using my privilege for evil, I get it, hey. Black people hate me, they say that I'm racist, my feelings don't match with their message, whoa. Feminists hate me because I believe that their movement is angry and sexist, whew. My girlfriend hates me and I don't know why, but I love her, whatever, forget it, yeah. And gay people hate me cause when I see something I don't like, I say that it's gay. Straight people hate me for having the balls to go say what they think and that makes them afraid. Dumb people hate me for making no music and painting the truth to expose all the ways. The government robs them, the pop culture kills them, the rappers convince them to ruin their brains. Go ahead and say all of that wild online, man. You might need a doctor, Phil, if you catch me outside. And I will not apologize if you ain't one of mine, fam. I cannot afford to give a if it was finance. They been hating, I think it's stupid funny. Haters, fake friends, making me stupid money. They been hating, making me famous. Keep hating, you're wasting all of your energy on me. Everyone hates me for something or makes something up when they hate me for nothing. They claim I'm a Satanist, Hitler's my cousin. I beat up a kid, I killed Bambi while hunting. Hey, I heard he's Illuminati. Hey, I heard he's related to Trump. Whoa, I heard he's reptilian probably. Hey, I heard he kills kittens for fun. All lies, all lies, all lies. Y'all fall, I rise. Yeah, y'all phony tough and I'm blowing up, and that's your fault, not mine. Yeah. Everybody hates me, and I only know cause I read it. And I'd hate y'all too if that bothered me, but honestly I don't let it, yeah. Go ahead and say all of that wild online, man. You might need a doctor, Phil, if you catch me outside. And I will not apologize if you ain't one of mine, fam. I cannot afford to give a if it was finance. They been hating, I think it's stupid funny. Haters, fake friends, making me stupid money. They been hating, making me famous. Keep hating, you're wasting all of your energy on me. Y'all wasting energy, y'all look just like enemies. Only goal is stopping mine. Y'all gonna need some better dreams. I've been on the grind.
In other words, people just get offended by everything. That's what this is. But yeah. I don't talk about politics. I don't. But yeah. If people were going to ask me, where do I lean on political stance? I'm a conservative. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. And I like some of the things Trump does. Other things I don't like what he does. But I'm not a pro-Trump supporter. And just because he does something good doesn't mean that I don't like everything he does. Other people look at Trump as a god. I just look at him as a person. He's just a president to me. He's not God. But MAGA looks at him like he's some kind of like... They put him on a pedestal. That doesn't mean I don't think he can be used by God. That doesn't mean I don't think Trump can be used by God, or God isn't using Trump for a purpose, but I don't look at him like he's God. To me, he's just a president. He's a person in charge of America. He's in charge of the White House trying to do things for America. He's not a God. He says he's president of the... Trump likes to say he's the president of the world or something. He does say a lot of weird things. I agree with that. I don't like everything Trump says. Trump claims that says that I'm in charge of the world or something. I don't know. I don't know what he... Trump's interesting to me. I'll give him that. I don't like everything he does. So before people start getting angry and hating, like, oh, you know, you're pro-Trump. I'm not pro-Trump. You know, and everything. You know, when it comes to people, I don't like everything he does.
And people didn't vote for Trump because they were trying to make him God. They voted for him to run a country, to help America. Alright, so beginning of sorrows. Let me find it. Stop. Okay, so this was a couple of things actually here that just came out actually. This was from a statement from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. U.S. sanctions related to Iranian nuclear-related research with potential military applications. Today, the Department of State is sanctioning 3 Iranian nationals and one Iran organizations of defensive innovation and research, which is known by the Persian acronym SP&D. Its direct successor, Organization to Iran's pre-2004 nuclear weapons program, also referred to as the Ahmed Project. All individuals sanctioned are involved in activities that materially contribute to or pose a risk of materially contributing to the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Iran continues to substantially expand its nuclear program and carry out dual-use research and development activities applicable to nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons delivery systems. Iran is the only country in the world without nuclear weapons that is producing uranium enriched to 60%. That continues to use front companies and procurement agents to obscure its efforts to acquire dual-use items from foreign suppliers. The United States' actions are intended to delay and degrade the ability of SP&D to conduct nuclear weapons research and development. Today's actions demonstrate the United States' commitment to ensuring that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. The Department of State's actions was taken to present to Executive Order EO 13382, which targets all proliferators of weapons of mass destruction and their supporters. So it's looking like they're going to do something with Iran soon, man. They issued a statement about this. Shoot. It says before landing in Rada, Saudi's fighter jet escorts Trump's plane. Eden Alexander decided not to fly to Qatar. His medical condition required him to rest. He will meet with Trump later in the U.S. In a meeting with wounded fighters, Prime Minister Netanyahu attacked the Biden administration, saying the pressure from the previous American administration cost us dearly and prevented us from completing the mission. Now things have changed and we will destroy Hamas. Well, there you go. Something's about to go down in Gaza. We'll see if maybe Trump's what he's gonna do with all that. Yeah, see, Iran has a 2-month deadline to agree to a Trump deal, and Hamas has till the 16th of May, while Trump's visit to the Middle East is still happening, to agree to a hostage deal release, to a ceasefire and 10 hostages. So, yeah, some big stuff is coming up, man. We'll see where that goes. Iranian media chief of staff of the Iranian armed forces Mohammad Bagheri warned neighboring countries to remain neutral ahead of Trump's visit to the Gulf. It says earlier Trump arrived in Rada. This was a video. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman welcomes President Trump, Secretary of State Rubio, Defense Secretary Hegseth, Commerce Secretary Lutnick, and Energy Secretary Wright. Elon Musk accompanied Trump on his visit to Saudi Arabia and met with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Says Sarar lands in Tokyo for first visit by Israeli foreign minister in 15 years. This is from the Times of Israel. Says Foreign Minister Gideon Saar has arrived in Japan for the first official visit to the G7 country by an Israeli foreign minister for 15 years, the foreign minister announces. During his 3-day visit, Saar was met with Japanese Foreign Minister Takashi Iwala, members of the Japan-Israel Parliamentary Friendship Group, and other top Japanese officials. The ministry says in a statement, in October, Iwala unequivocally condemned the October 7, 2023 Hamas attack on Israel, but said he was gravely concerned by the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip 1 year into the ongoing conflict. While in Japan, Sarar will give interviews to local media and hold a press conference aimed at strengthening Israel's narrative in the Japanese press. Sarar office says the foreign minister is expected to return to Israel on Thursday. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu flew to Tokyo on May 12, 2014, marking the last major diplomatic visit to Japan by an Israeli official. Says Musk showed off Tesla's dancing robotic Optimus. Telling you, man, you gotta be close to something. The prototype of the humanoid robot was unveiled in October 2022. At that time, it walked onto the stage and waved to those present in the audience. Optimus will be the everything robot. Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar met in Tokyo with the Japanese Foreign Minister Takeshi Awa. During the meeting, the two discussed the situation in the Middle East and bilateral relations between the countries. Russian Dmitry Peskov, the Russian side continues to prepare for the talks in Istanbul. The Kremlin will announce it will represent Russia in the talks with Ukraine as soon as Putin deems it necessary. This was about Eden Alexander being released yesterday too. Hamas, Eden Alexander's return is the result of serious contacts with the U.S. administration and the efforts of mediators, not the result of Zionist aggression or the illusion of military pressure. Netanyahu is misleading his people and he failed to recover his prisoners through aggression. The return of Eden Alexander confirms that serious negotiations and a prisoner exchange deal are the way to return the prisoners and to stop the war. Lebanon, Israeli strikes reported on a motorcycle in Hola. There was a Hezbollah operative on board. The Ministry of Defense of the Government of National Accord in Libya announced the military operation in Tripoli has ended and full control of the Abu Salam area has been gained. Reuters report the U.S. military has replaced the B-2 bombers it had stationed on the Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia with B-52 bombers. So yeah, they sent B-2 bombers back to the U.S. and so yeah, they're definitely getting serious here. When they're replacing B-52s with B-52s, you know they're trying to get much bigger. They're bringing in more support. Something's got to give with Iran soon. I don't know. Sounds interesting. Iranian media is upset that Trump didn't drink his coffee. I would see why, especially if the fact that he thinks she poisoned it. I wouldn't trust Iran, period, with what they put in his drink. Okay. They don't like Trump, man. There was a report a while back about the fact that they said there was a report a while back that came from like stuff that hidden documents where Iran wanted to assassinate Trump. It was even said if Iran tried to assassinate Trump, they would get blown to bits. When it comes to and everything, right? A lot of people say during the July 13th that had something to do with Iran wanting to assassinate Trump. I don't know. I wouldn't trust them. He's smart, man. Trump's not stupid. He's not going to drink coffee that they gave him. Okay. They probably put poison in it for all we know. But yeah, you can't trust you can't trust what people give you in the Middle East, man. You don't know, especially coming from America. You can't trust what these people do, especially Iran. It's like I wouldn't trust them giving me I wouldn't trust someone giving me a random drink, not knowing who these people are. You don't really know, unless Trump actually knows these people. Unless Trump has personal connections with these people and knows them personally. I would see why he wouldn't drink it either. Some people poison people's drinks. You got to be careful. I wouldn't drink something random. I wouldn't drink something random that someone gave me that I didn't know. I can see why. Kremlin spokesperson says Russia enjoys win-win ties with Iran. Dmitry Peskov said Russia and Iran relations are mutually beneficial. Well, yeah, Russia and Iran are buddy-buddy. They're allies. Russia said if U.S. goes and attacks Iran's nuclear program and goes and bombs Western Iran in Alam, they're going to come and defend Iran. Because Russia is in on that alliance with Iran. Moscow, Iran, Dmitry Peskov, the press secretary of the president of the Russian Federation, has lauded the positive outcomes of the Joint Economic Cooperation Commission of Iran and Russia, recently hosted by Moscow, saying that the development of relations between the two countries is win-win. Speaking to IRNA on Tuesday, Peskov said Russia views its relations with Iran as one built on the participation in mutual benefits. The 18th Joint Commission on Economic Cooperation of Iran and Russia was held in Moscow on May 9th. With the participation of Oil Minister Mohsen Pakhanejad and Minister of Energy of the Russian Federation, Sergei Tezalev. The two sides signed the final document to develop economic cooperation. Tezalev have already said that Russia's annual trade with Iran had increased by 16.2%, reaching $4.8 billion in 2024. Iran is a reliable partner for Russia, the minister said, adding that January 17th signing of a strategic partnership deal between the two countries has turned 2025 into a significant year in bilateral relations. Tel Aviv also highlighted that Tehran and Moscow continue with their active dialogue, which is the driving force in relations between the two neighboring countries. Meanwhile, Pakhanejad said that the capacity of trade exchanges between Tehran and Moscow far exceed the current figure. He noted that Iran and Russia have extensive opportunities for cooperation in energy, finance, and banking, agriculture, and the trade of oil and gas products. Well, yeah, when you're Vladimir Putin and you give Russian fighter jets to Iran, I can see why. I'm just calling it like it is, man. I'm sorry if that offends people, but well. Lebanon footage from the side of the motorcycle targeted by Israeli airstrike in the town of Hol. Okay. It says Israel, 6 Temple Mount activists who were arrested after attempting to sacrifice a goat to commemorate Passover has been released from custody. Jerusalem Magistrate's Court rejected a police request to extend their detention by 7 days. The police announced that they will appeal. That's interesting. Iranian president negotiations are taking place in full coordination with the supreme leader of the revolution, and we will not back down from our principles. We have not and will not lead the country's life and livelihood to the fate of the negotiations. No decision will be made without taking into account public opinion and obtaining community support. It says Reuters, U.S. President Donald Trump and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, known as MBS, signed on Tuesday a strategic economic partnership agreement in Rada during Trump's regional visit. The partnership includes agreements for energy, mining, and defense. So, yeah. It says, report on Lebanese Al-Mayadin network. There is a regular and active communication channel between Hamas and the U.S. government. The person who played a central role in opening the channel is Suha Arafat, the widow of Yasser Arafat. According to the report, she connected Hamas political bureau member Ghazi Hamid with the Palestinian-American activist Bashira Bayabaya, Bayaba, I don't know how you say that. 2 months ago, Bahaba received official approval from the U.S. government to open talks with Hamas, which led to the release of Eden Alexander. A wave of Israeli airstrikes forward in Gaza, Khan Yunis. President Trump was asked if he would meet with Syrian President Ahmed al-Sarraj and replied, "I think so." Emirati newspaper, the national Syrian President Ahmed al-Sarraj will fly to Saudi Arabia tomorrow to meet with U.S. President Donald Trump on the sidelines of a summit with Gulf leaders. According to Syrian sources and a diplomat in Rada, a source in the Syrian Foreign Ministry noted that Saudi officials have proposed a 45-minute meeting between the two leaders. That has to do with the expanding the Abraham Accords, I think, and that stuff they're working out in the Middle East. And then this is he who has knowledge. Okay, yeah, that's it. But and then I got something here from J Post. I think that's about it. It says Iranians can't topple regime without U.S.-Israeli help, and Iranian insider speaks to Post. I believe Western and Israeli political and strategic elites still don't realize how fragile this regime is. Their desired aspiration of the overwhelming majority of the people is overthrow of this regime, says B, an ordinary Iranian who spoke to the Jerusalem Post from inside the Islamic Republic. There is no doubt about that. B, whose name is redacted to protect our identity, is one of the many voices growing louder within Iran, a nation where defiance, once whispered in corners, is now spoken aloud. Men protest economic collapse and cultural rebellion. B, who is based in Tehran, offered a candid, unfiltered portrait of a society that is no longer afraid, no longer invested, and increasingly detached from the ideology imposed on it. In private gatherings, and even public, this satisfaction is visible on the streets and markets and taxis, and with anyone you talk to, you will notice that people have moved past the regime. This generational shift, this loyalty to nation over ideology, has deep roots in the history of the revolution itself. The return of the Iranian people to their historical identity and distance from Islamic Sharia, which they see as an imposition on their nation, is a very obvious trend. B continued, the favorites and emotions the Iranian people once had toward Islam seen in 1979 has drastically faded in recent years. B's testimony is not a lone voice over recent years. Protests, often spearheaded by women against the discriminatory and contagious laws against them, have challenged the Islamic Republic's legitimacy on scale not since 2009. But unlike those early demonstrations, today's discontent runs deeper. It's cultural, economic, and existential. Anyway, I'm not reading all that. Let's see. U.S. agrees to sell Saudi Arabia $142 billion arms package. Afret's widow aided informing Hamas U.S. channel to Americans are doing the right thing, says Lebanon Bar. ICC issued warrants for Netanyahu to make West turn against Israel. Trump and the Arab leaders pull the strings. Okay, so here we go. It says IDF strikes Hezbollah terrorist in southern Lebanon. Trump lands in Saudi Arabia. IDF stated that the establishment of the site and activities conducted there constituted a violation of the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon. IDF aircraft struck Hezbollah terrorists in the area of Beirut, Bayfort Ridge in southern Lebanon. The military stated on Tuesday the terrorists were located at a site used by Hezbollah to manage its fire and defense array. The same site was struck by the IDF last week, the military noted. The military also struck an additional Hezbollah terrorist in Hula, also in southern Lebanon. Shoot, I messed it up. The military also struck an additional Hezbollah. Okay, the IDF stated that the reestablishment, the new Lebanese government headed by President Joseph Aoun has taken sure steps to mitigate Hezbollah's presence. Dozens of staff members at Beirut airport with ties to Hezbollah were fired as the new government worked to crack down on the terror group. According to Wall Street Journal report from Saturday, officials noted that several smugglers ties to the groups were arrested. According to Wall Street Journal, fights from Iran, Hezbollah, and main financial backer have been suspended since February. IDF arrests 36 overnight operation and crackdown. IDF strikes most terrorists. There's really nothing big here, actually. A divided Israel strengthened Hamas walk-off, tells hostage families. Hamas use American hostage Alexander as a pawn. Yeah, there's nothing here. There's nothing really big here. Let me see if I missed anything. Yeah. Yeah, there's not anything else here I think of. Yeah. But it says Trump administration terminates another $450 million in grants to Harvard. MCAS demands stricter enforcement of laws banning UNRWA 6 East Jerusalem NRW schools. Yeah, so nothing that major. Yeah, Trump was eating. It said Trump was also eating Meals on Wheels too. That was kind of interesting. I did hear about that. Trump's order to IRS means paying taxes could look different next year. Yeah, if you're still here, that is. Yeah, Trump's search shutting announcement. It's policy from his first. Yeah, I think I already talked about this, but Trump announced that he was cutting drug prices too on medicine. Slashing drug prices from 30% to 80%. Alright, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, something just came in here. The U.S. is the hottest country with the expectation of your country, right? I'm not going to take that on. No. Muhammad, I would not take that on. That would be a terrible thing. If I made that statement, I would not do it. You're hotter. Yeah, Trump has a weird thing with the Saudis. I think all that stuff with him in the Middle East is going to be really interesting. But yeah, when he recognizes a Palestinian state, that's going to be really interesting. That's it for now. Let's see if there's anything I missed here. Yeah, there's something about BRICS, which I thought was kind of interesting. Thought something about the BRICS.
Good evening, people.
Yeah, BRICS Summit this July could change everything.
Watch him at 65 with his voice. I just came back from doing an X video, so you might want to look at that because it's involving a law that was put into effect regarding the Catholic Church. So, let me give you the same verse of scripture that I gave before. And this should give you a hint of what the article is that I did on X. Matthew 19:14, and it says, "But Jesus said, Suffer little children, and forbid them not to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven." Yeah. Let me give you the gospel. It's in 1 Corinthians 15:1-4. Christ shed his blood for all of our sins, past, present, and future, was buried, and rose again on the third day according to Scripture. That's how we're saved, why we're saved, and how we're kept safe. Through his death, burial, and resurrection. His blood. It is grace through faith in Christ alone. Not of ourselves, not of works, lest any man should boast. It is grace, something we didn't earn, something we don't deserve, that God gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him will not perish but have eternal life. How do you come to that? You admit you're a sinner in need of Christ. The moment you put your faith and trust in Christ and his blood, the moment you accept Christ as Savior, you're saved. Not only are you saved, but you are justified by the blood of Jesus. You are protected by the blood of Jesus. You are rapture ready, which is going to happen at any time, and you're sealed until the day of redemption, which means you cannot and will not lose your salvation. The Holy Spirit will indwell in you, lead you, guide you, minister to you, encourage you, speak to you, teach you, and change you if you let him. So this article came off a Prophecy News Watch. It just came out this evening. It's about BRICS. Okay? So, June isn't the only time a summit is coming up. This July, leaders from across the globe will converge in Rio de Janeiro for what may be the most consequential BRICS summit to date. The stakes are high and the implications global. What was once a modest economic club of emerging nations has transformed into a powerful bloc capable of redefining global power. And with a growing list of countries formally applying to join BRICS, and even more expressing interest, it's clear the world is no longer content to revolve around DC, Brussels, or London. This isn't a mild evolution in global trade relations. See, that's why Trump is doing all this trading. That's why he's doing all these tariffs right now, to get people to build back into the U.S. But I don't know whether it's too little, or whether it's a lot too late, or what, because of this. Because of this right here. It's a geopolitical pivot with teeth. The current trajectory of BRICS threatens to accelerate the decline of the U.S. financial influence, fragment the post-World War II order, and undermine the dollar's position as the backbone of global trade.
Makes sense, yeah.
Again, it's going to be interesting to see what he's going to do about this, but I don't know.
Yeah, in Trump's first 100 days in office, he put a bunch of tariffs on BRICS, saying that if they try to do something to the U.S. dollar, he's gonna they're gonna have it's gonna be bad for them.
BRICS began as a loose coalition in Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. 5 regional powers frustrated with Western-dominated financial systems. This thing gained a lot of momentum when Biden was in office. That's when it gained the most momentum. That's when I saw it emerging, is when Biden was in office. So these powers are frustrated with Western-dominated financial systems and global governance, but the bloc's ambition have evolved dramatically. As of 2024, BRICS officially added Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, United Arab Emirates, and Indonesia. A move that broadened its geographic, economic,
Maybe the 10
and
Kings.
strategic reach. So those nations,
Maybe that's the 10 Kings. The BRICS.
some of which are in Ezekiel.
Yeah.
These are not just economic partners at all. Indonesia brings G20 stature and regional clout. Iran and the United Arab Emirates influence Middle Eastern energy markets. Egypt and Ethiopia represents key players on the African continent. Now, we heard something, I did a thing the other day about Africa, South Africa. Yeah. Now a second wave is forming. Among these seeking formal entry, listen to this. This is another reason why I believe not only, now I don't know what Trump's going to do. I don't know, he's the master negotiator. So I don't know, but this is what makes me believe that the rapture could be sooner than what we think. The second wave forming, and among those seeking formal entry are Turkey, Thailand, Pakistan, and the Republic of Congo. While major regional players such as Saudi Arabia, Kazakhstan, Nigeria, and Malaysia have signaled varying levels of interest. With so many countries seeking alignment, BRICS is no longer simply a coalition. It's becoming an alternative axis of global influence.
Interesting.
So the three core factors are accelerating BRICS appeal. Weaponization of the dollar. So U.S. sanctions and restrictions on access to global banking networks have sent a clear message. Economic independence from Washington is a strategic imperative. After witnessing Russia's financial isolation, other nations are eager to diversify. Discontent with Western institutions, many developing nations view the current global order as outdated and unbalanced. Institutions like the IMF and World Bank are often criticized for imposing Western-centric conditions. So BRICS offers a platform that promises respect for national sovereignty and multipolar leadership. Now that multipolar thing is from Russia. Putin always says that. I feel that these nations still, at least, at least as long as the church is here,
That can't happen.
these nations still need the dollar.
Yeah.
And they still need the U.S. Now, when the church is gone, well, then they will do whatever they can. It goes on to say that China's strategic push, China's Belt and Road Initiative, is growing trade with the global South and its efforts to internationalize the yuan are creating gravitational pull. BRICS, especially when championed by China, offers a soft landing for those seeking to hedge against Western dominance.
Yeah, that sounds like a new world order.
Again, will they be able to do this with Trump? Now, if Biden was in office or if Harris was in office, I would have said, yep. In a heartbeat, yep, no problem. Trump's going to give them a run for their money because, like I said, the way these nations are, now the nations are coming to the table to trade and to make a deal with Trump. So I don't know how this is going to pair out. I really don't. It says one of BRICS' most disruptive ambitions is to de-dollarization, a coordinated effort to reduce reliance on the U.S. dollar for global trade and reserves. The alliance has explored the idea of a shared currency, strengthened bilateral trade in local currencies, and developed systems outside of SWIFT, their payment plan, their payment program, to handle cross-border transactions. So for decades, the dollar has been the world's reserve currency, giving the U.S. unmatched economic clout. If BRICS successfully challenges the supremacy, the fallout will be devastating and significant. Higher borrowing costs for U.S. government and as demand for Treasury bonds wane. Rising prices for consumers due to weaker dollar and reduced import leverage. Weakened sanctions enforcement as BRICS countries develop parallel systems to immune U.S. controls. And increased economic instability as markets navigate more fragmented currency regime. There's no way I would be a president. I just couldn't, nope. This little bit of gray that I have, my whole head would be white. If I had to, no, this is just way too much. I mean, way too much. It says, this is no longer a theoretical discussion. Countries like China and Russia already conduct the bulk of their trade in their own currencies. So India, Brazil, and the United Arab Emirates are also moving in this direction. As these shifts accelerate, the dollar's dominance, once unquestioned, may soon face serious erosion. Now again, this is talking, and of course they don't know that. Of course not. They have no idea about prophecy. This is definitely going to happen. But, and I've said this over and over and over and over again, a lot of this stuff cannot take place as long as the church is still here. Now, when the church is gone, that's a different story. It will happen. Even more concerning than BRICS economic ambitions is the possibility of deeper political and military alignment. It's definitely going to happen. While the member states vary in ideology, many are united by a shared resistance to U.S. dominance and a desire to reshape international norms. This is sounding more and more like the tribulation period. Signs of this are already visible. Russia and China continue to deepen military ties, holding joint naval exercises and sharing defense technologies. Iran and the European and the United Arab Emirates, despite historic tensions, now find themselves inside the same economic orbit. Turkey, a NATO member, is signaling interest in BRICS, reflecting growing friction with Western allies. And by the way, Trump hinted that he might make a stop in Turkey this week. Yeah. A more dangerous evolution would be, don't think they're not talking about this. Trump knows all about this. And that could be why he's going to Turkey right now. He hinted that he's making a pit stop in Turkey. I guarantee you this is the reason why. A more dangerous evolution would be the formalization of diplomatic and military cooperation within BRICS, potentially creating a counterweight to NATO, G7, and Western-led coalitions. This would not only strain global diplomacy, but it could redraw the fault lines of future conflicts, making them less predictable and more multipolar in nature. So the Rio Summit could well be remembered not as a footnote in global economics, but as the day the tide truly turned and a new economic order began. Yeah. So I'm going to link this in the description box. It's a good read. And like I said, a lot of this stuff can't happen until the church is gone. And with that being said, we're on the very cusp of the rapture. So, yeah, I'm going to link this in the description box, and anything else come up, I'll be back on. I remind you, go to X. The article is the Catholic Church will excommunicate priests who follow a new Washington state law. And I'm kind of surprised Washington did that, but nevertheless, it's a state law there. So I'll be back tomorrow, God willing. Thank you.
Hey there, my friends. It's Tom with Watch and River. Thanks so much for joining me. I'm really glad you're here. I think I am going to forego my normal opening that I do, and I'm going to get right to scripture because I have a lot of stuff to cover today, and I want to make sure I can get it all in. So I'm going to start off Proverbs 27, verse
Achieving
19.
a Chinese trade deal. I did not know
As
he did
in
that.
water, face
Achieving a
reflects
Chinese
face,
trade deal,
so a
lowering
man's
tariffs for
heart
90 days. I did not
reveals
know
a
he did
man.
that.
Love that. I chose some scriptures about the heart today. Let's go to Jeremiah 17, 9 and 10. The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can
Under
know it?
historic U.S.-UK
I,
trade
the
deal,
Lord,
United States
search
was
the
seeing
heart.
$6 billion
I
increase
test the
in
mind,
external revenue,
even to give
and a
every
$5
man
billion increase in
according to
exports
his
and
ways,
exports due
according
new
to the
market
fruit
access.
of his doings. Let's go to Psalm 51, verse 10. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a steadfast spirit within me. Aren't these beautiful? Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths. Ezekiel 36, verse 26. I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit within you. I will take the heart of stone out of your flesh and give you a heart of flesh. Beautiful. Matthew 6, verse 21. For where your treasure is, there your heart may be also. Proverbs chapter 3, verses 3 and 4. Let not mercy and truth forsake you. Bind them around your neck, write them on the tablet of your heart, and so find favor and high esteem in the sight of God and man. Let's do one more. Psalm 31, verse 24. Be of good courage, and he shall strengthen your heart, all you who hope on the Lord, or hope in the Lord. That's where my hope is. Is that where your hope is? I truly hope that's where your hope is, because I wouldn't want to put my hope in anything else but Jesus these days. Nothing else. We are living in the very last days, and I can't imagine trusting anyone else with my future except for Jesus. If you don't know Jesus, please stay tuned, and we'll talk about how you could know him and become new, be made new this very day. Okay? I'm starting off here. Every once in a while I read something that my friend Marty Breeden posts on, usually on Facebook or Telegram. Today he posted this on Telegram. I thought it was really good. It's a great reminder. He said, God told Abraham in Genesis 17, verse 8, and I will give to you and to your offspring after you the land of your sojournings, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their God. To Amos the prophet, he spoke, and he shares Amos 9:15. I will plant them on their land, and they shall never again be uprooted out of the land that I have given them, says the Lord your God. Then Marty said, credible reports are surfacing that as President Trump visits Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, that there will be much pressure upon him to facilitate and establish a Palestinian state. For the record, two things. Number one, The Palestinians already have a homeland, and it's called Jordan. And they definitely shouldn't be rewarded after the atrocities of October 7th. The original idea of Palestine was a Roman decree and never a biblical one. Amen, brother. And number two, there is a time coming soon that God's land, Israel, will be divided, sadly. God, speaking through the prophet Joel, tells us that the final battle will be the reason that the world violated God's word and promise when he says, quote, I will also gather all nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat, and I will enter into judgment with them there on account of my people, my heritage, Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations. They have also divided up my land. Again, as a reminder, Israel has already been divided to an extent because they currently only possess 1/3 of the land that God promised Abraham. We are living in astonishingly powerful prophetic times, my friends. And as these ungodly Abraham Accords gain strength, the closer we get to going home. There's so much talk about a two-state solution. And you know, they have these meetings coming up in just, 2.5 weeks at the United Nations. And they are going to try to pressure Israel from every side to accept this supposed two-state solution. And I keep telling you, because I truly believe it, and I am a watchman. I'm supposed to warn. I'm telling you, we are living in the very last days. I believe we are watching the Daniel 9:27 covenant come alive. Now, we won't be here when it's confirmed upon and proved upon or signed by the Antichrist. But I believe we are watching all the players line up, going into place for this. And it's very, very serious. We're living in very serious days. I'm going to start off here with news. This is from the Jerusalem Post. Things you've never seen before are going to happen in Gaza, Netanyahu says. The Prime Minister, he said to representatives of the War Injured Forum, we will occupy Gaza and our security control will be there forever. There will be no Islamic caliphate in Gaza, neither of Hamas nor of a Palestinian Authority. A decision has been made to go to the end. You know, they gave that countdown. They said when President Trump is done with his trip in the Middle East, which he's there right now, we'll talk about that in a minute. When he's done with that, if there's nothing, if you don't release all the hostages by the time he's done, that's it. Meaning they're going to go into Gaza and they're going to take over the whole entire thing and destroy Hamas completely. That's what they're saying. And I mean, that's like the end of this week. We are living in fascinating times, and we'll see where it goes. Bubba News from Telegram shared this. He said Netanyahu is hinted at some unexpected moves coming up in Gaza. Reading between the lines, it's likely one of two things. Either mass displacement, pushing 2 million people south toward Egypt, or a move to claim most of Gaza under Israeli control. Interesting quotes from Prime Minister Netanyahu today, and he's talking about last night. We will conquer Gaza, and our security control there will be permanent. The next one, in a matter of days, things are going to happen in Gaza. Things will happen that you've never seen before. Number 3, things have changed. A decision has been made to go all the way. Netanyahu wants to block any U.S. recognition of a Palestinian state. This is Netanyahu's move to get ahead of any potential recognition by the U.S. and make it pointless, stealing President Trump's thunder, etc. Either way, this is Israel's kill shot at a Palestinian state. And Bubba ended it with a big week ahead, y'all. And he's right. He's right. These are historic times we're living in. Keep your eyes on Jesus and only Jesus. Because if you don't, there are so many traps you can fall into in these last days. So many lies, so much deception. It's really incredible. It really is. Let's go to the Times of Israel. As Israeli negotiators head to Doha, the Prime Minister assures coalition partners Israel won't end the war. Prime Minister Netanyahu held a call with coalition party chiefs yesterday, on Monday, reportedly trying to assure them that Israel was not going to agree to end the war before Hamas is defeated, after he agreed to a request from the Trump administration to send a negotiating team to Doha in order to jumpstart long-stalled hostage negotiations with the terror group. But Netanyahu told coalition partners that he won't budge from his refusal to end the war before Hamas's military and governing capabilities have been dismantled, according to multiple Hebrew media reports. This could put him at odds with not just Hamas, but also with the United States, whose officials, for the first time in months, are employing rhetoric about ending the war in Gaza as Israel threatens to massively expand its military operations in order to reoccupy the entire Strip. Trump characterized Hamas's decision to release Alexander, this was the guy they released yesterday, as a step taken in good faith towards the United States and the efforts of the mediators to put an end to this very brutal war and return all living hostages and remains to their loved ones. Where is this going? Where is this going to go? Will the United States eventually pressure Israel into accepting a two-state solution? I could see that happen in June. We will see where this goes. But I think the whole world's going to turn against Israel. And I think that will include the United States. This is from the Times of Israel. U.S. President Donald Trump opened his 4-day Mideast trip on Tuesday by paying a visit to Saudi Arabia's de facto ruler, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, for talks on U.S. efforts to dismantle Iran's nuclear program, end the war in Gaza, and hold down oil prices, and more. Bin Salman warmly greeted President Trump as he stepped off Air Force One and kicked off his Middle East tour. The two leaders then retreated to a grand hall at the Riyadh airport where Trump and his aides were served traditional Arabic coffee by waiting attendants wearing ceremonial gun belts. The pomp began before Trump even landed. Royal Saudi Air Force F-15s provided an honorary escort for Air Force One as it approached the kingdom's capital. So he arrived and he got the king's welcome. And yes, they sat him down in a little room and they gave him a little tiny cup of coffee. I saw that video. I was literally laughing. It was funny. Because Trump's sitting there. I don't think Trump drinks coffee. He doesn't really do caffeine. And, but he's sitting there. He doesn't even he just grabs hold of it. And he's just holding it in his lap. And I'm sitting there looking at the video and I'm thinking of the coffee. I'm like, he's not going to drink that coffee. You keep watching the video and after 30 seconds, everybody else has, sipped their coffee and Trump's just like, I'm not drinking that coffee. Then he takes the coffee and just puts it on the table next to him. And what they're saying now is that Iranian media is very upset that Trump didn't drink the coffee. Well, I don't know what I'd be drinking sitting in those Middle Eastern states right now. I'll tell you that. Probably nothing. Just water from a sealed bottle. Thank you. Yeah, they were upset that he didn't drink the coffee. But if you see that video, it's pretty funny. What else? Bubba News also said this. He said, during U.S. President Donald Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh will try to get Trump on board with a regional package deal that includes forming a demilitarized Palestinian state, ending the war in Gaza while dismantling Hamas, and normalization ties between Israel and Arab countries, according to Cannes public broadcaster. The outlet cites an unnamed official in the Saudi royal family as saying there is much optimism in Riyadh that Trump will be persuaded to support this deal. We'll see. I don't know. The official is cited as saying some details can yet be changed, but a Palestinian state and stopping the war are non-negotiable components to the coming peace plan, truce. Israel must not miss this opportunity, the Saudi official contends. Everyone is getting ready for the June 2nd to June 4th UN peace conference regarding Israel and the new state of Palestine. Yes, they are. They are getting ready for it. We are in for a wild month. Eyes on Jesus. Keep looking up. You know why? Your redemption draws near. Or nigh, if you like Old English. All right, what else? Amir Sarfati shared this. He said, amidst reports that U.S. President Trump is expected to meet this week in Saudi Arabia with Syrian President al-Jalani to discuss an easing of sanctions against Syria, Syrian President al-Jalani has reportedly suggested the construction of a Trump Tower in Damascus. Oh, man.
Wow.
Just another thing to become a ruinous heap when that happens. You know, no, there's going to be no Trump Tower built. But everyone now that's the way they're all trying to butter up President Trump. Come to our country. Here, we'll give you a $400 million plane. Oh, you want a Trump Tower? We'll build it right over there in the valley right there. You want? It's just like so funny. Really funny. What else? I'm looking at the same news that I just shared, so I'm not going to share this one. All right, so the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, he has launched Humane, and it's Humaiin. So it's humane with an AI in there. It's a public investment fund owned company focused on advancing artificial intelligence with plans to become the global leader in AI technologies and in infrastructure. You know how we're always saying that AI infrastructure is being built all over the world, and if the Saudi Crown Prince is having his own AI, it is going to be powerful, and it's going to be the beast system, because I'm telling you, that's what is being built around the world right now, in real time. All right, so they released this hostage yesterday, Edon Alexander. He was released without a uniform, thank God, where they, paraded them, and without a humiliating ceremony. This was part of Hamas's gesture to Trump. Now there's 58 hostages remaining in Gaza captivity. 23 are believed to be alive, according to Israel Today on Telegram, although I've heard other people say 20 are believed to be alive. But he arrived at the reception point last night, Israel time, and they, did some medical assessments and stuff, and then he was able to meet with his family, and the video made me cry like a baby, because those videos always make me cry like a baby. He told his family, I was alone against 30 terrorists on October 7th. I just can't believe the guy survived it, honestly. He also, thank God, he decided not to fly to Qatar yesterday. He will speak by phone with President Trump today and is expected to meet with him later this month at the White House. So he did not. I guess his doctors advised against it, and he decided he didn't want to, and he didn't want the photo up in this terrorist nation, this terrorist sponsoring, funding nation called Qatar, or Qatar, if you prefer. What else? Last night, beginning of Sorrow's News shared this on Telegram, about 9 p.m. Israel time, loud explosions are now heard in the south as a result of IDF attacks in Gaza. So they got the hostage out, and like they said, they resumed the battle in Gaza, and it's about to get worse by the end of this week, unless they pull off some weird deal. We're going to be watching. By the time this is uploaded, there could be 10 new stories. There could be 10 more things going on, because that's how fast things are happening in the last days. Do you realize that? Do you see that? They're snowballing now. They're just snowballing. All right, what else? Beginning of Sorrow's News also shared this from Russia, Dmitry Peskov. The Russian side continues to prepare for the talks in Istanbul. The Kremlin will announce who will represent Russia in the talks with Ukraine as soon as Putin deems it necessary. I believe these talks are scheduled for this Thursday, day after tomorrow. So we will see. Ukraine on Tuesday, according to Insider Paper, said that if Russian President Putin skips the talks on Thursday in Turkey with Zelensky, it would be a clear sign that Moscow does not have any intentions of halting its invasion. So that's what Ukraine is saying. If he skips the talks, he's not serious. Zelensky has called on Putin to personally attend and direct the Russian-Ukraine talks that the Kremlin leader himself suggested, but Moscow on Tuesday declined to respond to that invitation for the second day running. So I don't know. There's also rumors that I know Zelensky wants President Trump there, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think he will, unless he does it on the way back from the Middle East. Who knows? That dude's got a lot of energy, President Trump. He might pull it off. What else? President Trump signed an executive order implementing most favored nation prescription drug pricing, which will deliver dramatically lower drug prices for the American people. That was the big news he talked about last week. The huge news. And it is big news because, man, a lot of people pay a lot of money for prescription drugs. So that's a good thing, man. That's a good thing. All right. I probably could have slipped this into Clown World, but according to the insider paper, the universe, get ready, you guys. Maybe grab a tissue. Okay, maybe grab a tissue. Got one? Okay. The universe is dying quicker than thought, says new research. Sorry. The universe is poised to die much faster than previously thought, according to new research by Dutch scientists. But there's no great need to panic, not yet anyway. We still have 10 to the power of 78 years before it happens, and that means there's a 1 with 78 zeros after the 1. So
I don't think so.
we will have been in heaven for eons by the time this happens. So, but shed a tear, it's like, the only thing dying quicker than we thought is the brain cells of these brainiacs, honestly. Remember it said they would become so smart they'd become basically morons, in the last days. We're seeing that now, Also, one more. I saw this right before I hit record from JNS. Smotrich said, Israel will not commit suicide for ties with Riyadh. Yeah, we're not going to do that just to have normalization with Saudi Arabia. He said, Israeli-Saudi normalization will only happen through the peace for peace formula, and not by establishing a Palestinian terror state, Israeli Finance Minister Smotrich reiterated last night. So there you go. That's what's going on. Now you're caught up. As far as, I got a live studio audience. The pheasant was here right before I hit record, but I didn't have time to talk about him. But he was here. And now I've got a robin sitting on top of the fence, and he's just looking straight ahead at me. Now he's flying over there. You may see him behind me in a second. Anyway, earthquakes the last 24 hours. 42 over 4.0 and 7 over 5.0. Okay? How's about we get to Clown World? You want to do that with me? Go to Clown World? Somebody shared this with me. It was a post on Facebook, and it was pretty funny. Welcome to the future. 3D printed steaks are now a reality in the Netherlands. Call that the no thank you lens. In a high-tech facility, a Dutch company, Redefined Meat, is producing 500 tons. I'm almost gagging, I'm not even kidding. 500 tons of 3D printed steak every month. And they're already supplying over 110 restaurants in Germany with their futuristic meat. Here's how it works. The process begins with a biopsy. Scientists collect animal stem cells depending on the type of meat being replicated, beef, pork, chicken, or even fish. These cells are then grown in vitro inside a temperature-controlled bioreactor, sounds delicious, immersed in a rich, nutrient-dense serum. Over the course of a few weeks, the cells multiply and differentiate into muscle and fat cells, forming the core material known as bio-ink. That's what they print the meat with. The ink, the bio-ink. A robotic arm guided by a digital computer-aided design file deposits the bio-ink layer by layer, recreating the shape, structure, and even the vascular texture of traditional cuts of meat. The challenge, the bio-ink must be fluid enough to print, yet solid enough to mimic the complex texture of real steak. The result, a fully formed, juicy, I got juices shooting in the back of my mouth here, juicy structured 3D printed steak designed to taste, chew, and cook like the real thing. A bold step in reshaping the future of food.
No
You
thanks.
can take that step. I'm not taking that step. I would eat salads the rest of my life before I would ever eat 3D printed meat. Just make your own foods. Make up your own foods. Don't try to mimic meat. You see, they take God's creation and they try to mimic it always, right? They can never create it perfectly. So they don't want us to eat meat. They want us to eat this garbage. No, thank you. No. All right, thanks for putting up with my silliness. All right, how about we get to a few comments of the day, shall we? If I can find it. Stephanie, good morning, family of God. We are one day closer to our redemption. Amen, Stephanie, we are. Every day, one day closer, and we are close. Irene, everything happening is falling into place. Let's comfort each other, brethren, as our redemption draws near. Amen, Irene, amen. Jackie, I will never understand how people start out in life believing in Santa, the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy, but can't seem to believe in the only known person to ever die for them. Jesus Christ is Lord. Amen. Amen. King of kings, Lord of lords, the only begotten Son of God, paid for our sins with his blood. Becky, we agree with you, Tom. We just said if the former administration accepted gifts from terror-linked countries, we would have been screaming and protesting. It is good to know God doesn't lose control or change plans because of foolish men. Thank you, Becky. You know, I was actually surprised. I really thought so many people were going to jump all over me because we talked about I didn't believe that President Trump should take a $400 million gift from a terrorist sponsoring funding nation, Qatar, and I thought it was wrong. And I said, if you think it's okay, you have to answer one question. If Joe Biden had done that or Obama had done that, would you have had the same reaction? And it's funny because a couple people, one person said, well, if Biden did it, everything he did was corrupt, so I wouldn't have liked that. But I like that Trump did it. It's like, okay. All right. But most people were kind of on the same page as I was, just saying, regardless of what you think, see, we're living in a society where you either have to look at Trump as a demon from the pits, or he is like the King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and he's neither of those. You know, I'm in the middle. I voted for the guy 3 times. I've admitted that before. But that doesn't mean that when he does something like accept a $400 million gift where his son just signed a deal to build a $5 billion something or other there, I don't think it looks good. Back.
I'm going to get some water. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah, I agree.
Bad optics. You know, bad optics. And I wouldn't fly in that plane, honestly. You know. But anyway, most people agreed with me, you know, because I will, see, I don't do the partisan thing. I just don't do it. When President Trump does something good, I will say that's good, like lowering drug prices, prescription drug prices. When he does something that, if he starts saying, I want a 2-state solution in Israel, Are you guys who support him no matter what just going to say that's a good idea? I got a feeling you will. I got a feeling you will. All right, one more comment today. Joey, stuff is just started to smell rotten in this world. Please, Lord, come soon. Our hope is only in you. Amen. And that's kind of my whole point of this thing. That's kind of my whole point. He is our only hope. We're living in the last days. This world is running out of normal. It's not just everything's not just going to be made great now. And everything we've seen, all these signs converging, are just going to fall apart. Everything will get better for a few years. No, we're firmly planted in the last days. We know we're in the season. We know we're in the last days. We're waiting for Jesus right now. The next event on the prophetic calendar, I believe, is the pre-tribulation rapture of the church. And I don't think anything has to happen before that moment. There. But anyway, if you don't know Jesus, what are we even talking about? Because that's step one. Before you even try to understand eschatology, step one is, do you know Jesus, the only begotten Son of God, the one who came here to pay for your sins with his blood and my sins? Do you know the one that loves you so much that he wants to spend eternity with you, but he had to come here in order to have that happen, and he had to come here on a rescue mission, and he had to be brutalized beyond recognition, marred beyond recognition before he went to the cross. Then he went to the cross, and he did this all willingly. He could have called legions of angels to rescue him. He did it willingly because that's how much the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords loves you. That's how much he wants to spend eternity with you. But he won't twist your arm. Jesus is a gentleman. He paid the price. I'm telling you the price he paid. I'm just showing right in front of your face. He wants to spend eternity with you. And all you have to do is believe. All you have to do is admit you're a sinner. You have to understand you need a payment for your sin. If you don't think you have a sin problem, then what are we even talking about? You're very lost, because everyone knows we're all sinners. We've all told those little white lies that in God's eyes are no different than the big lies. We've all done that. We've all fallen short of the glory of God. We missed the mark. But Jesus came here to rescue us from that sin problem, because if we don't take Jesus' rescue, you're going to end up eternally separated from God in hell. And I always say, when people, I don't want to believe in a God who would send me to hell. Well, don't. Believe in the God I'm telling you about right now. The one who sent his only begotten Son, who loved you so much that he went to a bloody cross to pay for your sins and my sins with his blood. That's what happened 2,000 years ago. Jesus is the Lamb of God, and he came here to pay for the sins of mankind. It wasn't a bad ending he had. Some people will teach that. Well, Jesus was a good and wise prophet, but what a bad ending he had. No, he came here to die on that cross. Without the shedding of blood, Hebrews 9:22, without the shedding of blood, there is no remission of sin. Jesus came here to die. And after he lived this perfect life and performed these incredible miracles and loved on people that just with unimaginable love, yes, he fulfilled what he came here to do. He died on that cross, and when he was on that cross, every sin you have ever done, past, present, and future, even the ones you can't forgive yourself of, they were all placed on Jesus on that cross. That's why his last words were, "It is finished." It's done. The sin debt was paid for in full by the blood of the Lamb of God, Jesus. He did it because he loves you. He wants to spend eternity with you. So if you want to get saved at this moment and be made new and be eternally secure knowing where you are going when you exit this earth, and you can be assured you will be with Jesus, you say to Jesus, "Jesus, I admit I'm a sinner. I know I have a sin problem that needs to be addressed. And I understand now that that's what your shed blood did. So I'm having faith in your blood that it will wash me white as snow. It'll give me a clean slate. You will take my sin problem away from me because you washed it with your blood. And I have faith and I believe in your finished work on the cross, your death, your burial, and yes, your resurrection. Because after 3 days, he rose again and he was seen by over 500 people. Jesus died for you in your place. Instead of you dying on that cross for your sins, he did. And now our faith in the blood washes us white as snow, and our belief in the finished work of Jesus saves us. We are saved by grace, which is an unearned gift from God through faith in what Jesus did for us. That's the good news. Get along with Jesus. Talk to him. Because if you keep pushing this off and think, well, no, I'll wait some other time. Maybe I'll do this. I don't want to have to get religious. You don't have to get religious. You have to understand your sins have been paid for by the blood of the Lamb, and you have to believe in that.
Well then, come here, buddy.
Because if you put it off, you're going to end up kneeling before Jesus on Judgment Day, and he's going to say, away from me, I never knew you. That's terrifying. And you won't think this is unfair, because you're going to remember this little chat we're having, and you're going to say, I was told. I remember. I was told that my sins were paid for by the blood of the Lamb of God, and I said, no, I don't need that. So nobody's going to walk away from Jesus being led off to eternal separation from God. Nobody's going to be saying, you're unfair, you're unjust. They're going to see what a loving, just God he is. All right? I'm going to shut the camera off now, and I'm going to say a prayer for every person who watched this video. And if we're not raptured today, and my goodness, today is a perfectly good day for the rapture. But if not, God willing, I will see you guys tomorrow. I love you guys.
I want to see this video from Bubba. I want to see this video with
The
Bubba.
Bubba News, all in one word, all in one news. How are you guys doing tonight? Did you guys have a good Mother's Day? Today is Monday, May 12th. Hard to believe, but goodness, this weekend went by really fast as well. And with everything going on with Trump in the Middle East, he's got a big week ahead. So we're going to talk about Trump being over there in the Middle East, all these different summits and forums that are coming up in Saudi Arabia. All this stuff going on with Israel and how Israel's going to go into Gaza.
Trump post for Saudi Arabia joining Abraham Accord.
We're still going to talk about Iran and whatnot. And we'll finish it off with Gaza. But yeah, this is a big week ahead. You know, there's a lot of news. You know, this is basically the news that we woke up to yesterday, how that, Qatar is donating to Trump and the United States of America $400 million 747 800 series
that plane, man. Yeah.
As a gift.
I do wonder about that.
They're going to gift the President of the United States a new Air Force One. And since Qatar supports Hamas, that's kind of why this was a goofy thing, you know, Hamas Force One. But, you know, everyone is keeping an eye still on everything there with Iran, you know, because they had the big fourth round talks there on Saturday in Oman. And it lasted about 3 hours. They're now going to go to a fifth round. We'll have to keep an eye on that because it seems like Iran is delaying. The U.S. hasn't put their foot down. They're just playing this game. You know, the 2 months deadline is coming up. Who knows if Trump's going to extend that. You know, we've had so much crazy news lately. Even Saturday, I remember waking up here, seeing this with Zelensky there and talking about the peace coming with Russia, a ceasefire. And then you had the insanity of the Iran-Pakistan deal pretty much being over with a full and immediate ceasefire going on. So we've got Ukraine-Russia ceasefire coming up. You've got India-Pakistan ceasefire taking over. You know, and then you've got Huckabee saying Iran's not going to have a nuclear weapon, period. And, you know, the three main Fordo, Natanz, and Arak, the nuclear sites there in Elam area of Iran, they've got to go bye-bye. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But, you know, as Israel's going to start going into Gaza more, and we're going to get back to Trump here in a second, but we've got to keep an eye on Egypt because, especially the Arab countries that surround Israel, because as Israel takes more and more control of Gaza, more of Israel's Arab enemies are going to want to come help the plight of their Palestinian brothers in Gaza. So as Israel takes over more and more of Gaza, more and more of the Arabs that are surrounding Israel are going to want to help their Hamas brotherhood. So, Israeli media over the weekend was reporting that Egypt is now making it clear to Israel, saying that if you occupy Gaza, we can and will send large Egyptian military forces to the Sinai in violation of the peace agreement. Because Israel's new plan to occupy the Gaza Strip and establish a permanent presence there in Gaza, that's causing more and more outrage in Egypt. And that's going to spread, especially with the lack of humanitarian food and aid getting in right now. We're going to... I forgot. Yesterday, you guys, mothers, I hope you all had a wonderful Mother's Day. You know, it's a great verse, Proverbs 31, verse 28. Her children rise up and call her blessed. You know, children are such an amazing gift from the Lord, and our mothers are so important to all of us. And it's just amazing to see how life changes, how mothers go through Mother's Day, you know, and Father's Day is coming up, all these wild things. But, you know, what's really coming up, and that's Jesus Christ, because like Jesus said, I love this verse, Revelation 3:8, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. And Jesus stands at the door and knocks, and he's waiting to come in. Have you let him in? Have you let Jesus into your life today? You need to, because everything going on in the Middle East is getting ready to kick off, and it's going to get crazy town. But the foreign ministers of Syria, Turkey, and Jordan, they met today in Ankara, Turkey, and they called on Israel to cease the attacks on Syria and to withdraw the Israeli troops from Syria. So Israel's carried out, hundreds of strikes on Syria since Bashar al-Assad was ousted in December. Because Israel often, they target military sites, but they also kill other people. Turkey's foreign minister Fidan today told a press conference with his Jordanian and Syrian counterparts that Israel's expansionism into Syria poses a significant threat to the security, stability, and future of Syria. This must come to an end, and we are on the same page about this. Syria needs to be supported to prevent terrorist organizations from settling in this region, he added, noting that Syria shares a 560-mile border with Turkey. So they're going to start calling on, and he called today on the international community to put Israel under increased pressure to halt these bombings. And even Jordan's top diplomat said that the attacks on Syrian soil will not bring security to Israel and will bring nothing to Syria except ruin and destruction. I mean, he got one thing right, the ruin and destruction that will continue in Syria that we read about in Jeremiah 49, 23 to 27, and Isaiah 17, 1 to 14. But next there's going to be Jordan. Jordan's going to be hit in the future. Jeremiah 49, verse 2. But the clock is definitely ticking for Hamas, because Israel's ultimatum issued to Hamas regarding its agreement to the Gaza hostage deal framework remains valid until the end of President Trump's visit to the Middle East. Even today, Netanyahu, U.S. envoy Witkoff, and Mike Huckabee had a phone call between Netanyahu and President Trump. And they all came to an agreement that the deadline for Hamas to accept the Witkoff framework, which includes the release of 10 hostages in exchange for several weeks of a ceasefire, remains valid until the end of Trump's visit to the Middle East region. And that comes on Friday. So Hamas has until Friday to come to an agreement with Israel, or else Israel's going to go full bore into Gaza with Gideon's chariots, their operation. The Trump administration's committed.
When is Friday? Friday the 16th. Yeah, I thought it was the 16th.
To this Witkoff framework, and they're pursuing it with full force. The Americans see eye to eye with us, they say. They understand that Hamas must be destroyed. So Netanyahu thanks Trump for his assistance in securing the release of the IDF soldier, Edon Alexander, today. And Trump reaffirmed his commitment to Israel and his desire to continue close cooperation with Netanyahu. So Israel hopes that with this release of the Edon Alexander today, combined with the herd of the elephants that are going to head towards Gaza, this is referring to Operation Gideon's Chariots, and the fact that Trump's in the Middle East region, they're hoping that this will lead to additional deals Israel is hoping for. So Israel said that Hamas will not stall us and negotiations will proceed under fire And if Hamas does not agree to the Witkoff framework, then Gideon's Chariots operation will not be delayed and will go full bore into Gaza. We're going to talk about that here in a second. But as Trump gets going here in Saudi Arabia, and he lands there tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning, France, they've still got their two-state solution on their mind. And they urged Trump to deliver a political message on a two-state solution for Palestine and Israel during his Middle East visit. So the French Foreign Affairs Minister, Jean-Noël Barrot, suggested the trip, which begins on Tuesday, May 13th, should be about way more than just economic ties. He said, "We hope and urge both the United States and our partners in the Gulf to use this opportunity to deliver political messages." He was pointing at Trump's support for the Abraham Accords, which established direct diplomatic ties with Israel and a number of Arab states, including the UAE. And he said that he hoped that Trump would back an upcoming Saudi-French conference in New York City on the two-state solution in June 2nd through the 4th. He said, "I'm not saying that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict could be resolved in the coming days thanks to President Trump's visit to the Middle East, but I think that what we want and what we are pushing for are political statements to be made that allow us to move in the same direction." The same direction he's talking about is peace in the Middle East, a 7-year peace plan. They want Trump to be 100% on board with Saudi and French, the meeting that's coming up. Because even the Saudis are going to try to do this. Because who knows what kind of deals and treaties that Trump will encounter over the next few days during his overseas trip to the Middle East. Because during Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh is going to try to get Trump on board with a regional package deal. This includes 3 things. 1, forming a demilitarized Palestinian state. 2, ending the war in Gaza while dismantling Hamas. And 3, the normalization of ties between Israel and Arab countries, according to Khan News there in Israel. And Khan News stated an unnamed official in the Saudi royal family said that there is much optimism in Riyadh that Trump will be persuaded to support this deal. A regional package deal. The Saudi official is cited as saying some details can yet be changed, but a Palestinian state and stopping the war, those 2 things, having a state of Palestine recognized, stopping the war in Gaza on Hamas, that these 2 are non-negotiable components to the coming peace plan truce. Israel must not miss this opportunity, the Saudi official said. It sounds like everyone is getting ready for the June 2nd through the 4th UN Peace Conference regarding Israel and the new state of Palestine. So Trump has a big week ahead with a lot of things going on. And they even have tomorrow, Tuesday afternoon, in Riyadh, they have this huge Saudi-U.S. investment forum going on. And artificial intelligence is going to be a major topic at this U.S.-Saudi investment forum. You've got Elon Musk of Tesla. You've got Mark Zuckerberg of Meta, Facebook, Instagram. You've got Sam Altman of OpenAI. These are some of those who have been invited to attend a Saudi-U.S. investment forum in Riyadh on Tuesday on the sideline of President Trump's visit to the Middle East.
It's Riyadh, okay.
This visit is expected to be a lavish affair accompanied by blockbuster economic deals and announcements. Those invited also include the CEOs of BlackRock, Citigroup, IBM, Boeing, Delta Airlines, American Airlines, United Airlines, Palantir, Qualcomm, Alphabet, Google, among others. In January, Trump asked Saudi Arabia to spend upwards towards $1 trillion in the U.S. economy over the next 4 years, including military purchases. And Reuters reported last month that the U.S. was poised to offer Saudi Arabia an arms package, military stuff, well worth over $100 billion. So there's going to be a lot of announcements coming in the next few days. And this was perfectly timed. This was by no accident either, but From oil to algorithms, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman launches a new AI company. As Trump heads to Riyadh, it's called Humane. Humane is human with AI in the middle. Saudi Arabia is building more than skyscrapers. It now wants to build robots, data centers, and AI brains. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman just launched Humane, a brand new tech company that will create artificial intelligence systems and infrastructure, including cloud services and supercomputers. It's all part of Vision 2030, a national plan to help Saudi Arabia move beyond oil and become a global hub for AI, competing with tech giants in the US and China. The timing is not random, but planned with Trump's Middle East visit. Humane will serve as a regional and global AI hub. Check that out. A global AI hub for human verification in very strategic sectors, including energy, healthcare, manufacturing, and financial services. A global AI hub for human verification on the blockchain regarding healthcare. I wonder if Humane will outpace Elon Musk's Stargate project for global dominance. Because this is huge, that Humane thing coming up. So we got to keep an eye on that. And then on Wednesday, they're having a huge a Gulf summit there in Saudi Arabia. On Wednesday, it's going to be a Gulf summit, and Saudi Arabia with the United States. Trump will be there. Saudi Arabia, but they've invited the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait. So all these Gulf Coast cooperation GCC nations are going to be there. And they kind of did a meeting like this in 2017 when Trump visited Saudi Arabia. So it'll be very interesting to see what's going on. But crazy things with all this going on, Netanyahu, he's coming out with stuff himself. While Trump's over there in the Middle East, not stopping in Israel, on Israel's birthday, on the 77th birthday of them, on Wednesday the 14th. But Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said that within days, things are going to happen in Gaza. Things will happen that you have not known until now. So, Netanyahu is hinting at some unexpected moves coming up in Gaza. And reading between the lines, it's likely one of two things. One, either a mass displacement pushing 2 million people south towards Egypt as Israel goes in to take over Gaza. Or two, a move to claim that most of Gaza is now under Israeli control. I think both of those are coming. But here's 3 interesting quotes from Prime Minister Netanyahu today. 1, we will conquer Gaza, and our security control there will be permanent. Wow, we will control Gaza, and our control there will be permanent. Israel's going to take over Gaza. This is prophesied, and we're going to get to these verses in a minute. 2, Netanyahu said, number 2, in a matter of days, things are going to happen in Gaza. Things will happen that you've never seen before. So it sounds like Netanyahu's taking a play from Trump's playbook, like, I've got a big announcement coming in a couple days. Number 3, Netanyahu said, things have changed. A decision has been made to go all the way. Israel's not going to stop. They know that Hamas is not going to come to this hostage agreement, and they're prepared to go in all the way. Oh, man, they've called up 5 new battalions and brigades. Oh, man, yeah. Netanyahu wants to block any U.S. recognition of a Palestinian state as well when Trump's over there, because they don't want Trump to make a mention of doing a Palestinian state. So this is Netanyahu's move to get ahead of any potential recognition by the U.S. and to make it pointless, basically stealing Trump's thunder. If Trump were to say something like recognizing a new state of Palestine or a 2-state solution over there. So either way, this is Israel's kind of kill shot right now at a Palestinian state. But this is a big week ahead. So I'm going to finish it off with this. You know, Israel taking over Gaza, and I said, yup. I threw this on the Telegram. Jeremiah 12, verse 14. Thus says the Lord concerning all my wicked neighbors who strike at the inheritance with which I have endowed my people Israel. Behold, I am about to uproot them from their land, and will uproot the house of Judah from among them. Verse 17. But if they will not listen, then I will uproot that nation, uproot it and destroy it, declares the Lord. Amos 1, 7 and 8. So I will send fire upon the wall of Gaza, and it will consume her citadels, and the remnant of the Philistines will perish, says the Lord God. That's Amos 1, 7 to 8. I'm going to go over here to some of these other pictures, because we were talking the other night about how close Shephelah is right there to Gaza, where the Philistines are in the old Bible maps. On account of the day that is coming to destroy all the Philistines, to cut off from Tyre and Sidon every ally that is left. For the Lord is going to destroy the Philistines, the remnant of the coastland of Caphtor. That's Jeremiah 47, verse 4. Woe to the inhabitants of the Mediterranean sea coast, the nation of the Cherethites. The word of the Lord is against you, O Canaan land of the Philistines, and I will destroy you so that there will be no inhabitant. Zephaniah 2, verse 5. For the house of Jacob will be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame. But the house of Esau will be stubble. This is Obadiah 1, 18 and 19. Then the house of Jacob will be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame. But the house of Esau will be a stubble. That's the Palestinians. And they will set them on fire and consume them, so that there will be no survivor of the house of Esau. For the Lord has spoken, then those of the Negev will possess the mountains of Esau. You know, and those of the Shephelah, the Philistine plain, and possess the territory of Ephraim and the territory of Samaria, and Benjamin will possess Gilead. You know what? Not only are they going to take over the, remember we talked about this the other day, from Samaria up there in the top, down to Jericho, Bethel, Jerusalem, south of the Hebron, all this towards the Negev, where all of the West Bank is. Israel's going to take that, but they're also going to take this Shephelah area. Those of the Shephelah plain, they're going to go into Philistine area. They're going to take over Gaza. This is crazy, because this is going to come up. This is what I'm talking about. This is getting ready to get crazy town. Professor right there, Obadiah 1:19. Then those of the Negev will possess the mountains of Esau. They're getting ready to move in. They're getting ready to move in. They're getting ready to move into Hamas. I mean, Israel's going to annex southern Jordan before it's all said and done. They haven't done that yet. Southern Jordan's Edom, EDOM, where they have Petra. You know, the West Bank, the two stars there, just north of the Dead Sea. And then up there towards the Golan Heights, which they already have, and they're moving into more of Syria. They're also going to take parts of southern Lebanon, up towards Zarephath, there on the coast, towards Tyre and Sidon. I mean, this is crazy town. This is all coming to pass. We've got to keep an eye on this, because it's not going to be good for the Palestinian progress or for those of Gaza. This is going to be crazy, guys. We've got some big prophecies coming up. See, is there anything else left on there? No, that's it on the, I don't even know why I have this up for the UAE, but, the UAE has all these places all over military bases and stuff, whatnot, with everything going on with Trump. But, with everything going on with the Palestinian prognosis and everything coming up with Hamas and how Israel's going to annex these things, I mean, it's all prophetic, but the whole thing, too, with Trump, with his big week ahead, we've got some big things coming up and some big deals and some big announcements are going to be made. The big Gulf summit there on Wednesday. Middle East tensions, talking about a two-state solution, talking about peace in the Middle East. The U.S. investment forum tomorrow there in Saudi Arabia. So many things are coming up, guys. So many things, but we'll get this uploaded. I want to get this uploaded earlier tonight, and so you guys can enjoy your evening. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Thank you so much for praying. We're taking Mrs. Bubba tomorrow to therapy again for her arm, her shoulder. So we'll see what's going on there. So thank you so much for your prayers. But it's going to be a big week ahead for Trump and everyone over there. Pray for them. Pray for their safety, because there should be some big shenanigans this week with Trump overseas. There could be some more crazy town wars. I mean, we saw right before hitting the record button the breakout there in Libya tonight. Seeing how the Houthis shot down another MQ-9 Reaper drone over Yemen tonight. All kinds of crazy stuff could be happening. But we've got a big week ahead. But we've got we're looking for Jesus' return sooner and sooner, and getting closer and closer and closer, guys. It's coming up so very soon, so very soon. Lift up your head. Your redemption's drawing nigh, but we've got some big prophecies we're watching for in the meantime. Jesus is coming so very soon. Thanks, guys, for watching. We'll talk to you soon. Maranatha. Jesus Christ.
The fact that Israel turned 77, that's big.
Yeah, I know.
And correct me if I'm wrong, maybe Derek might know this, but I saw today a study where it says that from Adam to Jesus was 77 generations. You think that's true?
That sounds about right. I mean, I can't say that I have the facts right in front of me to prove it or disprove it, but that sounds about right, sure.
70, it'll make sense. Israel turns 77 years old this upcoming 14th.
New Trump Gaza resort town. What's so nefarious is I think it's very possible that they could have a Palestinian state and that it would just be governed as an American territory. I mean, wouldn't that be bad? Wouldn't that would be awful for the United States?
And we're kind of waiting on that land to be split, and what better way to split it than give it to the United States and let the United States control the Palestinian, the brand new Palestinians,
Maybe they would have to destroy
our
it
military,
first,
everything ours.
That's probably why they're going in there to attack.
I mean, that'll be our piece of land, right? So they just split it. They just split up Israel, which is like huge. That would be huge. Yes. I like that answer, actually. That's actually very good. United States owns Gaza and lets the Palestinians stay in there, and then they just completely govern the entire thing. That right there would cover all of it, and then we're just waiting on the waves and the seas to roar.
Then God's judgment will come on America. Like that's bad for America.
Yes, exactly.
Those who bless Israel will be blessed. Those who curse Israel will be cursed.
And we're here, guys, still. So if the Lord does judge this nation really bad, his church is going to be caught in the crosshairs. Could it be the rapture that causes this very bad judgment on America? Yes, it can. It's for the whole world, though. Everybody shuts down Israel like that. God's going to be really ticked off. Because I'll just pull my church right now and I'll cause your judgment to start now for doing that. Dividing the Israel. That God is fully against that.
Something, Derek, maybe the Israel won't give Gaza to Trump. So Trump's like, nah, we'll just give Gaza to the Palestinians. Mm-hmm. And you Palestinians, if you want my help, you're going to give it to me. Because I'm not going in there. And he just set that all up with the whole Ukraine thing. I get all your mineral rights. Ukraine basically belongs to me. So that's how he kind of operates. So I like that line of thinking. That makes a lot of sense right there.
Well, I'm gonna bust out the chart.
I made a chart, Bob.
What a surprise! 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 Surprise!
It's a snippet of time, and it shows. I made a mistake, is what I did, and I've been teaching something wrong for quite some time. And I found it, and on the left-hand side of the chart, when you get it up there, you'll see all the verses that I went to actually figure it out. And I've been wondering for years, why May 14th? Why did Israel become a nation on May 14th? There's nothing around it until I went and read those verses and just did the math from those verses and found out Ascension Day is May 14th. That's Ascension Day. That's what got me. Over there on the left, far left, that's where you're going to see all the verses that I took the information from.
Okay, hold on. Let me just zoom in because your fonts are really small on this chart.
You guys can go look up all these verses and do the math yourself. And the only discussion after that we could have is why March 16th, and I use the day of equal parts, the day that's equalized, the day that Jesus said, "Oh, they're not 12 hours a day and 12 hours at night." The day Enoch said in 72:20, 72 verse 20, and that is on the day equalized. So that's why I start from there. But I figured it all out. All the way to the right is where when you put the wave sheep offering, you put unleavened bread, Passover, all of the dates on there. Thomas in the upper room, Jesus on the shore with 153 fish, and then you go the 40 days. The sign that's what got me. That's what made me realize I'd made a mistake. Was the only sign given to the evil and wicked generation will be the sign of Jonah. Well, Jonah was cast into the water and swallowed by a whale for 3 days, and then he preached that in 40 days, that's when Nineveh will be destroyed. So if you go over to the right, you'll see it's down there at the bottom, May 14th. And actually, Israel became a nation on May 14th in Israel at 11:59 p.m. So it's technically May 15th. Technically, it's May 15th. So, but that's the 40 days, and that when I worked out as the sign of Jonah to the top there, you can see that's Ascension Day. That's Ascension Day. So I have the idea that the rapture is either going to occur on Ascension Day or on the two-loaf wave. Remember how they have to wave the two loaves? That's the one Aaron's talking about. That actually happens on May 22nd at sunset, Savant 7. That's a Sunday, and then you have the two-loaf offering. They wave the two loaves, and that's Pentecost.
So all right, go ahead and focus on this May 14th. What are we supposed to see on May 14th, and why?
In green, you'll see the sign of Jonah. The sign of Jonah mimics or is a precursor to what Jesus did on the cross. 84 hours, 3.5 days, and then you count 40 days, and you wind up on May 14th. Okay. And I noticed while I was doing this, there's all these 84 hour, 2 84 hours, as you know, is 7 days. Mm-hmm. So when I plugged it all onto this timeline, I had Sister Sandy actually repair the other one because I had made a mistake, but it looks like rapture's going to occur just based on the numbers, not based on what we see as far as the waves and seas roaring, but based on the numbers. I'm seeing May 14th. That's what I'm seeing. And outside of that would be May 22nd, May 23rd.
Well, the ceasefire just stopped. That didn't last long. 10, 15 hours, and they're at it again. And now, if they press that button, it's definitely something's going to trigger.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think what we're going to see, I think the last thing we need to see is the land of Israel be split, and that's going to deal with Gaza. And we need to see the waves and the seas roaring.
We're seeing it all happen right now.
It's all happening now.
So we'll know something by the night.
Ukraine,
we'll know something by the 16th.
India, nuclear from
they've been talking about
North Korea. I mean, it's all they're all the whole world hates each other. There's going to be. And at the end of the day, what it's going to set off this rapture is going to, and Satan doesn't want a nuclear wasteland after we're gone.
No, it will. They will not press the button. Of course not. God could get us out of. He's not going to let them nuke everybody and then be raptured to a world that's completely, utterly blown to pieces. There won't be. That will not work for the Antichrist. God says, "Oh, they're going to press it right about this time. I need to get the church out just before that." That's what I'm thinking.
And we know by seal 4, 2 billion people die. A quarter of the planet. There's 8 billion people on this planet. 2 billion die. And then after that, we see a third die. Well, there'll be 6 billion left, and a third of that is another 2 billion. So by the end of the game, it'll be 4 billion dead and 4 billion that are left here. So,
like I said, folks, stop playing around. You've got so much time left. And then once we're blowing out of here with the trumpet, you left behind. You just thought we were crazy.
They're already saying peace and safety. We already have that one. All we're waiting for is them to split God's land, and then some massive earthquake to cause the waves and the seas to go nuts.
Yeah, and I shall divide their land. Could it be that the St. or that fault line that's right in between the United States opens up, and then one over by California, it would trigger all of them, cause a big earthquake. Now that will kill a lot of people. Just so you know that, Repo.
Oh yeah.
And that, like I said, just be safe. You start feeling stuff rocking around out there.
A lot of earthquakes going on right now. Yeah, there's a lot of attention going on with Yellowstone National Park right now. There's a lot of stuff on TikTok with it now. They're calling attention to it now. Today, it's like the main thing on TikTok today. Yellowstone National Park, and people were just putting silly stuff up that had nothing to do with the park. It was the weirdest thing, but they were putting the silly stuff up to bring attention to the park. And it was basically this guy was lumberjack dude was cutting wood in half, and then it was showing a waterfall or something like that. And then there's the same bunch of nonsense words. It was the weirdest thing. And then I saw this report coming out where the scientists are like, man, there is this earthquake that's coming that's going to take out all the coastlines, because they're having earthquakes in Ohio today. All right?
Yeah.
Up in Ohio. The fact that all that's happening right now, and the timing of that, tension on Yellowstone National Park right now.
Yeah.
Okay, very strange.
Well, these fools were up there drilling into the ground to reach the magma, and it melted their drill bit and blew it out and everything. And I'm like, are you guys seriously drilling into a volcano? I mean, that's what's sealing it from coming up, and they're drilling into it.
Drilling into
There's
a
steam
volcano.
compacted in there.
A
And
lot of
everything.
genius things I could do, but that's,
Yeah, it's like
I saw an eruption. There was an eruption like a year ago at Yellowstone, kind of like another warning from God. But there was people running, and you could see all the rocks flying everywhere. So yeah, man.
The fact that Israel turned 77, that's big.
Yeah, I know.
That's
And
exactly
correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe Derek might know this, but I saw today a study where it says that from Adam to Jesus was 77 generations. You think that's true?
That sounds about right. I mean, I can't say that I have the facts right in front of me to prove it or disprove it, but that sounds about right. Sure.
70. It'll make sense. Israel turns 77 years old this upcoming 14th. So that's interesting. The Messiah shows up after 77 generations, who is Jesus, and now Israel is about to turn 77 years old.
I went down a little rabbit hole on that this week because actually the Israelis celebrated their 77th, a few days ago on the Hebrew calendar. I think it was Iyar, the 5th of Iyar was May 14th when it fell. And that was, several days ago. So like Israel already celebrated it, but we are all looking towards May 14th. And it kind of makes sense because nobody really uses the Hebrew calendar. I mean, I was kind of thinking about it, and I thought in terms of like, this is what got me down the rabbit hole. I thought it was fascinating. I thought, well, 4th of July, like we always celebrate Independence Day here in the United States, 4th of July. Everybody knows 4th of July. What date was that on the Hebrew calendar? Hey, you guys know what date that was on the Hebrew calendar? Because I just found out, and it was fascinating.
4th of July is
on 1776.
They've never changed on my timeline, so whatever it is, let me look here. It's Tammuz 19, the 4th of July.
Okay. Well, when I looked it up, according to the Hebrew calendar, it was the 17th of Tammuz.
Well, it'll be different every year.
Close. But what was interesting about the 17th of Tammuz, I didn't, like I said, I just went down this rabbit trail. 17th of Tammuz is a big Jewish fast day because that's the day when the walls of Jerusalem were breached before the destruction of the Second Temple. And I just thought, how fascinating that our nation was born on that day. That may be a harbinger as to, our nation actually falling someday because we kind of deserve it in a lot of ways, especially if we divide that land, But that's why I say, nobody's going to remember 5th of Iyar. I mean, obviously they do in Israel, but that's why we're all looking at May 14th because that's what day we remember. And, similar to like July 4th, that's what day we remember.
Yeah, it changes every year with the moon for them.
Hey,
in 1948, it was the 5th of Iyar.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Truth Seeker, I had a question for you. Where did you find out that the ceasefire was working? Because right now I'm reading India and Pakistan ceasefire holds for the second day. This was posted at 3:49 ET
Heard it
time.
from Brother Brian at I'm Awake Are You? But I heard they broke it. They started bombing again. I'm not sure.
I don't. Let me just double check because I'm okay.
But also Jacob and Rachel and Leah. He married he was supposed to marry Rachel at 77, then he got tricked, and he, had Leah, and then 7 years later, he would be 84 years old. So just like 77 now, and then 84, is 2032. So it's just like, it's all lining up.
Yeah, it's lining up.
Amen.
And then you had 84 in your chart too. That's what reminded me of it.
Yeah, 84 hours keeps jumping up. It just keeps jumping up. It's 77. The 77 doesn't jump up, but the 84 certainly does. Yeah, he took off from his brother because he was afraid, and he was 77, and he was still 77 when he reached over there. And then, yeah, when he was 84 years old, he married Leah and Rachel, and then worked another 7 years.
And it's a representation of the church and then Israel.
Mm-hmm.
It's all lining up.
I think it's probably the bride and the tribulation saint more than Israel, because it's 7 days apart. It's very quick succession. So I don't know. I'm leaning towards that ideal that neither one of them represent the Jew. But if you use the 7 days, if you use the 7 days and the 7 years, then yes, it is the Jew, because that's when the Jewish people go into the millennium. So
can I be a wet blanket on that? The whole thing falls apart on me, because like the whole thing of marrying two brides, the church and the Jews and all this other stuff. I know there's typology in that and all that, but to me, God commanded in the Torah that a man should not marry a woman and her sister. So Jacob was actually breaking the law by what he did. He didn't know it, obviously, at the time. But I just can't see God breaking one of his own commandments in such a way, marrying a woman and her sister. So I see the typology there, but that's where I get to be a wet blanket. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, God never told him to do that. That's what he did.
Right, exactly.
Another sin that we could point out that we probably shouldn't, because if I'm pointing at you, I don't want it pointed at me, because I have plenty of sins. So, yeah.
Well, and there's all kinds of examples of that too. I mean, like the Torah also says you're not supposed to marry your sister, and that's what Abraham did too. So it's like a lot of these guys, they did this stuff in ignorance before the law was written anyway.
Correct.
But that's why, like I said, I look at that.
One could argue that before the law came, since the law didn't exist, it was okay for them to do all those things.
Yeah.
One could argue that.
The thing I like the most, as we look at the the Passover, the offering of the two loaves and all, or the Pentecost, the offering of the two loaves and Shavuot. The thing I like the most, like I said, I can almost make a good argument for every single one of those feast days, and the best one that I have for Pentecost is seems to always be associated with a change of dispensation. That's when the law was actually first given. That's when the Holy Spirit was given. So if we're going to change dispensations from the age of grace to the age of tribulation, it would make sense. The other thing is, the other second, best argument I can make for that is the fact that if all of those feasts are actually about Jesus, if he is represented in each one of those feasts, then logically he was not present at the Feast of Pentecost. The Holy Spirit was, but Jesus was gone. He was already ascended. So if each feast has to be fulfilled by Jesus personally in some way, then maybe there's an argument for Pentecost there too. So who knows? Like I said, I can make a case for almost any single one of them. They've all got their own significance.
Family, what an exciting time to be alive. All of these celestial signs and all the warnings our Lord and Savior is giving us, dreams and visions, indicates that the rapture resurrection is about to take place and Daniel's 70th week is about to begin. And right now, our job is to inform the world of the saving grace of Jesus Christ that's still available right now, and lead them into his ark, so that way they too will take part in this wonderful event, the rapture resurrection, that's about to take place here shortly. And right now, people in America have access to this information because of social media and stuff like that. But there are those who are in third world countries that don't have access to this information and have no idea about the end times, let alone the saving grace of Jesus Christ. And they deserve to also hear the good news of his saving grace through his finished works at the cross, his death, burial, resurrection, and how they can partake in his finished works to have eternal salvation. And the Lord has commissioned you and me to reach these people with this message. And because of this, yes, we will see great rewards in heaven for doing this. But better than that, we would rather see all these people get saved and greet you and me in heaven as they come and thank you for having faith, for supporting Christian.
8 years from the Revelation 12 sign, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like God's given an extra year to get people in the ark.
It's actually the Day of Atonement.
Yeah.
splitting hairs, but it's actually the Day of Atonement. It was never the Feast of Trumpets. But
Well, I heard something about an extra year.
very
being in there
interesting,
somewhere.
Yeah.
Didn't I don't know if
8
you
years
guys said
instead of
it,
7.
but somebody said something about a year was off by a year.
what's that? It's actually 2024.
Yeah, that's why that
Yeah.
extra year is there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, no, I suppose. I mean, not really, because the Revelation 12 sign happened 8 years ago. We can't deny that, you know.
Right.
But we're off by a year because of that Catholic monk that decided to make BC and AD, and he miscounted.
Right.
Yeah. In 525 AD, he miscounted. So this is actually 20. But this is the Jubilee year. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Just math shows us that this is it. This is
Let
the
me
Jubilee
ask you, this Jubilee year, it started sometime this year. Which date was it? Do you have the date?
You don't remember March 16th? Yeah.
No, March 16th is when it started. Yeah.
16.
Yeah.
That's when it started. And it will end on March 16th.
All right, forgot. Anyways, let me just say something real quick. That Pakistan-India war, I keep bringing it up. That's partly what this show is about, but they said that it's only on pause. It's not gonna be a forever deal, I think. Also, they said if the country says to the other, if they're one of your terrorist guys going and does anything, the war is back on. They're gonna start bombing the crap out of each other again. You know, we're focusing on that, but we also got the Israel that we're also. We got to focus on both of those areas, guys, because right now Israel, they're trying to be divided, and that spells bad news for the world. You know, like I said, you know what the Lord said: "Don't do it to my nation, or else."
Check this out, bro.
So yeah.
Check this out, bro. Admits reports that U.S. President Trump is expected to meet this week in Saudi Arabia with Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara, however you say that, to discuss an easing of sanctions against Syria. Syrian President al-Shara has reportedly suggested the construction of a Trump Tower in Damascus. That's interesting, too.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, you know, Damascus gets blown up in Isaiah 17, so Trump, you better read your Bible before you get that building.
It might be part of the judgment on America for trying to split the land. All right, you want a tower over there? God's going to blow it up.
Yeah, that's part of how it happens.
You guys heard about remember that dude, Prince Abubu? That was claimed that he's the Mahdi and stuff like that. Well, he's making an announcement now. He wants to talk to Trump. Him and Trump are coming together now.
Oh, really? I know he's calling for the
actually give him the time and airplay on the air. So
yeah, I guess the UN likes this guy. Whether he's going to be the vessel or not, we don't know, because you know that vessel is not decided upon until after we're raptured and the first seal's been opened, and then Satan makes his final decision. But he always has like a top 5 that he wants
applicants
to be,
are coming forward.
Yeah, some people want it more than others, like this lunatic. But yeah, so he wants to talk to Trump, and I think it's kind of getting a little premature.
Yeah.
You think he's going to be the guy? I seen another thing too, is like seeing this on Redacted, that guy was just a complete psyop from the CIA. And I said that too. I said, I bet you that dude's a psyop from the CIA, just a distraction. Just to test the waters to see who's going to throw a fit, who's going to say stuff, who's going to come out and say, hey, let me tell you about this Antichrist, not this guy. We'll get my Bible on. We'll teach everybody about the Antichrist, why this guy is a false prophet, why you shouldn't listen to him. And you know what? They did that. And look at all the people that got on TikTok, got on YouTube. We're one of them too. And I think they did that because they know when they roll out the guy, the actual guy, they know who to shut down. Immediately, it's like delete, 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 delete. Okay, you're clear.
Yeah.
Come on out.
Shut them all down. They're going to shut them all down regardless. Regardless, I mean, YouTube is going to be big on the list. When the rapture goes, they're going to pull the lever on the internet. It's turning off on the day one. And they'll come out with an excuse, this is for national security purposes. We don't want what the enemy can do.
I think everything's going off.
They're
when we get raptured, it's all shutting down for 3 days.
Blame it on that. They'll blame it on that EMP or whatever.
It'll be the rapture resurrection, EMP, that causes all of it, right there.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yep. Just like the water that raised up the Noah's Ark, our departure, the electromagnetic pulse would be what helps us, but also judges the world.
Judges the world, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Wow.
Things go up, nukes come down, probably. Well, not going to all
maybe.
but there's probably going to be some kind of devastation.
There'll be a lot of devastation just alone from
Planes
the rapture,
crashing.
guys. So much devastation. That alone, the rapture will get a lot of people will die just because of the rapture. Think about
Yeah, I mean,
all
once the power
planes
goes
that
out,
will be
they
going
can't even
down.
push the button. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm talking about a global power outage where there is no power for anyone, and they start spending the next amount of time getting all the power turned on. Nobody will be able to communicate, you know?
That'd be insane. Imagine, okay, we talk about the old cliche of the rapture movies, like the pilot gets raptured and the plane crashes. I'm like, well, if the pilot doesn't get raptured, but the power goes out, do you think the EMP might affect that plane? Sure.
Big time.
What about air traffic control towers there, Derek? What's their chances landing those jets?
Yeah, not good. It depends on what time of day and what time of night, what the weather conditions are like. Too clear, sunny day, you've got a much better chance. But if it happens in the dead of night somewhere where you're relying on runway lights and stuff like that, man, I don't know. Probably,
Oh, that's rough.
I can tell you for a fact. I've been up in the air at night, and when you are in the deep dark part of night, if you don't have some sort of ground lights to tell you where you are. I mean, I've flown out in the country in the middle of the night. It just looks like a sea of black. You have no idea what you're over. You don't know if you're over mountains. You don't know if you're over a lake. You have no idea. You've got to have some lights as a reference. It's crazy.
Oh, that's scary, man. But that's no different than being out at sea on those cruise ships.
Yeah, absolutely. That's all it is black.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if it's like a new moon. If there's no real moonlight. I mean, it's weird. It's weird.
What's going on, fam? It's your big brother Trend. You tuning in again to another divine exclusive video. Do not change this video. Just listen to what I'm about to say, because my spirit has been talking to me ever since this morning, like hard, like real strong. You know what I mean? I've been by myself all morning. I haven't been around nobody, like I'm always by myself most of the time. Okay, today is still May the 12th, still Monday, 2025. All right, end time signs, 2025, end time signs, prophecy, folks. I never called myself a prophet or nothing like that, but I see comments in the comment section and other people think that I'm a prophet. I don't know if I'm a prophet or not. I don't claim to be a prophet. All I know is that I be receiving intuitive thoughts that come to my mind that is not my own, that tells me things are going to happen. And usually it happens. Okay? So what you about to hear me tell you right now, I'm just warning you that what I'm about to tell you could potentially happen. All right? Power grid outages are coming. A power grid collapse is coming, folks. Okay? I don't know if you knew this already, but I was just sitting in here on my computer and I'm looking at the clock, and it was about 2 o'clock. And what felt like a few minutes went by. I got up from the computer. I didn't even do nothing. I just went into the kitchen. I made me some sandwiches. Then I made me a mixed water drink with supplements in it. And then I just sat in my living room to eat my food. And, I got on my game console for about 20 minutes. And then I got back on the computer. And then I'm just sitting there for another, like what it felt like to be 30 minutes. And I look up and it's like 4 o'clock already. And I'm like, no way. How did 2 hours just go by that quick? So I don't know if you've been feeling this, but time has sped up dramatically. It seems like 24 hours in the day is not 24 hours. It's not the real time no more. It's like something is off. It's like the day is going by extremely fast. Really, really fast. Like when I go to the gym and I work out, man, I just work out for a little bit of time, man, and I look up, it's already like an hour. And I'm like, dang, I gotta go do this now. I gotta go downstairs and do that. I gotta go shoot some hoops. The next thing you know, that's 2 hours. And I'm like, yo, I gotta run back home and I gotta record a video. And I'm like, yo, I'm like, is it me or is time going by just way too fast and the clock don't add up to the real time that's really happening in real time, in real life? Comment below if you feel that, because I'm seeing that. Time is going by fast. Like it's already going into June. Already. But anyway, end time signs, 2025, folks. Safe to say, yes, we are living in the end times. The signs are all around us. It is so much bizarre, strange stuff going on in the world right now that you have to be a fool not to believe that we are living in the last days. All you gotta do is scroll on Instagram, TikTok, or just look at YouTube videos, and you see all these strange recordings of people seeing stuff on their phones, people's voices changing into reptilian vocal tones, and all kinds of orbs and drones, is unidentified objects in the sky and stuff like that. Yo, something is coming, bro. Something is happening. Did y'all hear about the power outage in Spain just recently? And then they say that they don't know how they happened. Yo, here's what I know for a fact. Anytime they want something to happen on a mass global scale, they always show you beforehand before they do it. You know what I'm saying? One plane crashed into a wall and it basically disintegrated everybody on that plane, right? Y'all remember that? I think it was in like, it was in China. Somebody comment below. I forgot exactly where that big plane that was landing, and it landed and it didn't get the brakes out or something like that, and it hit that wall. Y'all remember when that happened? So many more plane crashes was happening, like back to back to back to back to back to back to back. They are starting to crash planes on purpose to keep people from traveling. If you ask me, they don't want people. They don't want you to do nothing. This is a controlled experiment. They preparing everybody for that mark. I told you, they want to control everybody and everything. This is done, orchestrated. This is meticulously, methodically done by whoever they is. Okay, and Spain's power grid just got shut down a few weeks ago. What is the only thing here on our soil that has yet to happen? Right. Power grid outages. Listen, folks, and this is why I always say, you better have a master plan, okay? I've already started working on my plan. I already know.
Go watch him in 65, Lisa Boyce. I'm coming on late because I wanted to hear this meeting with Trump and react. And there's articles up already. So let me give you a verse of scripture. It is out of Zephaniah. I actually got this off of a telegram. It's off of Zephaniah 2 and 4. And it says, for Gaza shall be forsaken, and Ashkelon a desolation. They shall drive out Ashdod at the noonday, and Ekron shall be rooted up. So let me give you the gospel. It's in 1 Corinthians 15, 1 through 4. Christ shed his blood for all of our sins, past, present, and future, was buried, and rose again on the third day, according to Scripture. That's how we're saved, why we're saved, and how we're kept saved. Through his death, burial, and resurrection, his blood. It is grace through faith in Christ alone, not of ourselves, not of works, lest any man should boast. It is grace, something we didn't earn, something we don't deserve, that God gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believe in him will not perish but have eternal life. How do you come to that? You admit you're a sinner in need of Christ. The moment you put your faith and trust in Christ and his blood, the moment you accept Christ as Savior, you're saved. Not only are you saved, but you are justified by the blood of Jesus. You are protected by the blood of Jesus. You are rapture ready, which is going to happen at any time. And you're sealed until the day of redemption, which means you cannot and will not lose your salvation. The Holy Spirit will indwell in you, lead you, guide you, minister to you, encourage you, speak to you, teach you, and change you if you let him. So the first takeaway is that he got the purple carpet. It wasn't just the red carpet. Trump got the purple carpet treatment. Now you compare this visit with him compared to Biden. Biden didn't get anything. They hated him. They didn't want anything to do with him. This man, they treated him like the crown. They treated him like a king. I saw the whole thing. So this article just came out like 5 minutes ago. It says Trump seals the biggest arms deal in history to supply Saudi Arabia with 142 billion of dollars in the state-of-art weapons. Trump has linked the biggest arm deal in history to supply Saudi Arabia with these weapons, the White House says. So the sale is part of a landmark $600 billion deal with Jeddah that was signed after Trump landed in Riyadh to kickstart his Middle East tour on Tuesday. Now, I know what everybody's waiting for. What's he going to talk about? I mean, is he going to sign a deal? You know, is he going to talk about Palestine or whatever? I don't know. I haven't heard anything yet. I don't know. But this deal improves the defense capabilities of Saudi Arabia, including its military academies. So, now let me stop right there, because a lot of people look at this and they're like, what is he doing this for? He's doing this to stop China from taking over them and talking to them. China wants to get in with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. So he figures that he would make the deal first. And that's what he did. Energy, mining, space, and sport are also part of the gigantic agreement, which fell short of Trump's $1 trillion goal. Powerful business executives traveled with Trump, including his key ally, Elon, finance titan BlackRock's founder, and chip giants NVIDIA founder and CEO. So Trump's arrival in Riyadh was met with a lavish reception. I mean, you look back on what happened with Biden, and this is a far cry from that. It was met with a lavish reception from Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The centerpiece of the visit was the signing of a $600 billion deal described as a strategic economic partnership, covering energy, mining, and defense sectors. So additionally, a $142 billion defense sales agreement was finalized, underscoring the deepening ties between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia. Now, if there's something else in that deal, it hasn't come out yet. I don't know about it. But this is saying the White House also reported securing a $600 billion deal in Saudi investments, highlighting the economic stakes of the visit. So, the presence of high-profile figures, including Elon, at the signing ceremony emphasized the global significance of the agreements. Trump's agenda in the region extends beyond Saudi Arabia, with planned visits to Qatar and the United Arab Emirates between May 13th and the 16th. Discussions are expected to focus on critical issues such as Iran's nuclear program and ending the war in Gaza. Now there you go. That could come up with this thing with Palestine, right there, and stabilizing oil prices. Amid the economic and diplomatic engagements, Trump's tour has taken on an unexpected dimension with the possibility of his involvement in peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. So, Turkish President Erdogan has offered to mediate direct talks in Istanbul Thursday, I believe. Thursday, May 15th, following Putin's proposal for negotiations. So Zelensky has confirmed his attendance, challenging Putin to meet face to face, while Trump has expressed openness to joining the summit if Putin attends. This is the first time ever that has happened since this war started with Ukraine and Russia. So they're going to meet face to face. This is, I wouldn't hold my breath, but this is must-see TV for me. The potential talks stem with a complex diplomatic push, so Zelensky has insisted on an unconditional 30-day ceasefire as a prerequisite for negotiations, a position supported by European leaders and initially endorsed by Trump's envoy Keith Kellogg. However, Putin's counterproposal for direct talks without a prior ceasefire has created tension, with Trump publicly urging Zelensky to accept the meeting now, immediately. So this shift has raised concerns among Ukraine's allies about undermining the ceasefire first approach. Zelensky's he's acting, you know what, this guy. Zelensky's insistence that only Putin, not other Russian representatives, attend the talks underscore the high stakes. He has accused Putin of being scared of direct negotiations, adding a layer of psychological brinkmanship. The Kremlin has remained non-committal about Putin's attendance, with spokesperson Dmitry Peskov stating that a decision would be announced when deemed appropriate. So the prospect of Trump's participation has intensified pressure on Putin, with analysts suggesting that his presence could alleviate or elevate the talks' significance. Zelensky has also noted China's support for a 30-day ceasefire, adding a geopolitical dimension to the negotiations. Meanwhile, European leaders, including French President Emmanuel Macron, and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz have reiterated their demand for a ceasefire. So this is all over the countries. They want a ceasefire now. Warning of a massive sanctions on Russian energy and banking sectors if Putin does not comply. So this is pretty big. However, Trump's alignment with Putin's proposal has strained transatlantic unity. His social media posts urging immediate talks have been criticized for undercutting European efforts to pressure Russia. Former U.S. President Joe Biden has called such moves modern-day appeasement. He can't talk right now because anything he says, no one's listening. Not even his own party. So, whatever. I'm going to link this in the description box. I'm going to get more information out of this because he did something with Syria. He lifted the sanctions. He said this in the speech. He actually lifted whatever sanctions there were on Syria. Now, with everything that he said in this speech, and I need to see it and read it because I can't remember everything he said. I can remember some things. That was a big one. When he said that he's going to lift sanctions off of Syria, that got my attention. There. So, we will see what happens. I'm looking for more information, and this time I'm even looking at Halter to see if he's coming up with anything on this. Anything else. So, I will be back later, and we will see what happens here. This Prophecy-wise, again, things have speeded up. Things have speeded up. So, I will be back later. Thank you.
XXXTentacion's mom confirmed he sold his soul in this interview. Let me see what this is.
Hey guys, I hope all is well. Thank you for joining me for
Yeah, I know who this dude is.
this Truth Talk episode.
XXXTentacion, he died.
In today's episode, we're going to be talking about XXXTentacion's mother confirming her son was into the occult. But before we begin, I just wanted to let my Patreons know a new video is dropping by December 3rd on Patreon. I am working on 2 videos that would be dropping on Patreon next month. One on the adult film industry and another on a recent situation that happened in Hollywood where one of the biggest Hollywood agents' son was caught getting rid of people. So if you're a Patreon member, you can expect those videos soon. Also, I wanted to ask you guys to please follow me on all platforms. Some of you guys have been complaining about being unsubbed for my channel or not getting notifications for upcoming videos. If you guys follow me on these other platforms, you guys will see notifications from upcoming videos and also clips from videos that I recently posted. So please make sure you guys follow me on these other platforms. The link would be in the description. Thank you all. Now let's get right into it. About a month ago now, I made a 28-minute long video on XXXTentacion where I once and for all revealed the truth about his life and career. I believe this is one of the most important videos to watch on my channel now, as this shows us how far these artists are willing to go for fame. The amount of undeniable proof in this video will wake anybody up, or at least I hope so. In that video, I made it clear that not only was X an occultist, but I even played a jail call between X and his friend, where X could be heard listening to instructions to summon a demon called Hecate. After watching that video, you have to be ignorant not to see the truth about X. X appears to have sold his soul to have the world and paid the ultimate price for that decision. Well, I already felt I have provided more than enough evidence to prove X was an occultist who sold his soul. What his mother recently revealed in an interview can't be ignored. After X passed away, his mother Cleopatra took over his estate and music career. She is the one making all the decisions alongside Empire Records when it comes to X music. She is also the one who makes all the money X music makes. Recently, after I made my video on X, Cleo decided to do an interview with an Instagram occultist. In that interview, not only did she confirm everything I said about her son, but she revealed some very interesting information. Cleo herself admits her son was into the occult, and she admitted this proudly. Not only did she admit her son was in the occult, but she admits that her herself has gotten into the occult because of her son. The first part of the interview that got my attention was literally at the start of it. The interviewer asked Cleo if her son was interested in the occult, and Cleo replies, yes, he is.
Who are you?
I am the mother of XXXTentacion.
A famous 33 life path. And he is the one who put you in this beautiful home, correct?
Absolutely.
Your son had a great love for the occult, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Did he ever mention numerology, astrology, tarot to you?
He did, all the time.
Tell us how those conversations went.
It didn't go too well because I was in a Christian home and it was just not something that I was interested in, so I was always dismissive. He believed that everything's written in the stars and, you know, all that stuff, and had a lot of books on it.
And what years are we talking about here?
16, 17, on up.
Okay, and you weren't trying to hear any of this?
I wasn't trying to hear any of it. I didn't start getting into that stuff until after you passed away.
Is that when your regrets that you should have listened to him a little bit more?
100%.
And that's what you got me over here for now.
As you heard for yourself out of the mouth of X's mother, Triple X Tentacion was indeed an occultist. But more importantly, she confirmed something I said in my X breakdown when the interviewer asked Cleo, when did her son get into the occult? And she replied around 16 or 17 years old. Now, if you watch my X breakdown, you would already know that when X was 16 or 17, he met the adult film star Bruno. X hit up Bruno to be a part of one of his films, which ended up happening. X then ended up moving in with Bruno for some time, and Bruno even managed X early in his career. Bruno was the one who introduced X into the occult. He was the one with a giant portrait of Baphomet at his house, calling himself Baphomet.
Wow, bro.
Question. Because most people don't even ask, they assume, is it metaphorical? You know what?
And Baphomet's the satanic statue that the elite worship in Hollywood, bro.
That right there is a metaphor for myself.
It's true.
That's me. I am the fucking Baphomet. Am I the devil? Nah.
He was also into Thelema and
Baphomet is a satanic demon statue that they worship in Hollywood. The satanic Hollywood elite, bro.
Mr. Crowley, just
That's
like
what they
X,
are.
the same man who was accused by many of his co-workers of doing sacrifice rituals
The
with
leftist
the
liberal
girls he shot
elite.
scenes with.
They're evil.
He started, the guy that had the model house is a male talent too. I actually can't stand him. His name's Bruno, does some satanic shit now with the girls.
That's on Google, that's right.
Yeah, you know him? Yeah. Okay, well.
Well, like, I met him times, like, he's well, so.
6 feet, the Martian maiden to you. I'm going to sub to him too. 6 feet. Yeah. Yeah, the Baphomet statue was part of the satanic Hollywood elite left liberals. Yeah.
He's in no ground. He does some.
I'm not, like I said again, I'm not left or right, but I know that the left is extremely I know that they're extremely part of the they're extremely part of the one world, that one world's New Order system. They're part of the New Order system. That's what they are. You know, and everything. They're extremely on the side of the changing everything. In other words, they're very much. All of them are pretty much all together about building that one world beast system. The woke ideology. They're very much about the woke. The woke. The woke agenda. The woke. New World Order agenda.
He sacrifices.
Yes, that's what it is and everything. But Hollywood, Hollywood's very satanic. They worship the Baphomet demon statue.
Girls soul and on top of his bed because he has like the gates of hell pentagon drawn underneath his bed, and he sacrifices girl's soul on top of the bed when he does. So let the world know that, because that is some real demonic shit. That's not cool, and that revolves around excess.
Do not get into the occult, whatever you do. Do not do what these people do. They make it look cool, but I have heard some very, very scary stories of people that got into the occult. Let's just say these people never was able to regain their sanity after they got into the occult. Most of them went insane, a lot of them died, and a lot of them went crazy and either shot themselves or drunk themselves to death. Let's just say that the occult pretty much made them
100% made them demon possessed. They were open to demons.
It's an extension
Yeah,
to
'cause I
The occult is extremely demonic.
That whole like seeing stuff is like
Exorcist does the same thing.
correct.
Cleo confirmed that X got into this stuff after meeting.
If you go back and you watch a lot of old Eminem music, which I was actually listening to some of his older stuff today to be exact, when I woke up, because I for some reason I was just in a mood for that, Eminem talks a lot about how Hollywood is a very satanic place, especially older Eminem. You know, prime Eminem talked about a lot of stuff that they didn't want you talking about. You know, then they believe he got too influential and too big, and he pretty much ended up silencing him by killing him and replacing him with a clone. You know, and everything. But yeah, don't trust what these elites tell you. They're liars, bro, and they're satanic.
In Bruno. So Bruno was the man who initiated X.
Don't go to
also
Hollywood.
States that she was not
It's
into
satanic.
that kind of stuff when X
It's
brought it
run
up
by
to
a
her.
bunch of
She
really,
claimed
really
that she
corrupt
just
evil
dismissed it because she was a Christian woman and didn't believe in that. Now she claims she regrets doing that and wishes she was participating in the occult with her son. Literally, we can't make this up. She saw her son pass away because of getting into the occult, and then she regrets not doing it herself. This is what the industry does to people. It corrupts their souls. Cleo admits she abandoned her previous religious beliefs and is now focused on ex-occult knowledge. Before they released this interview, the man interviewing Cleo posted a video of her showing the books X had in his library. We can see some very interesting titles that she revealed.
By numerology and astrology himself in the occult, correct?
Correct.
Go ahead.
These are some of his books, just so you have an idea of where his mind was and the things that he found interesting.
So he was definitely...
Yeah. Numerology, astrology, witchcraft, that's all demonic, bro.
Into the occult.
It is. It's all demonic. Now, I'm not talking about Harry Potter stuff, but yeah.
Numerology and astrology.
Everything. And there's more here.
Numerology, astrology, tarot, all that stuff opens you up to the demonic. Fortune tellers, Ouija boards, people that prove they can talk to the dead, divination, all that. That's demonic.
Magical breathing and 40 laws of power, mythology, magic, everything you can.
Very nice.
Is here. The astrology.
And where's the book that he gave
Power of
you?
the 8. I'm looking for it.
And the reason that's important is because she's an 8 life path in numerology. Your son knew that. That's why he gave you that book.
Yeah. Where is it?
And I grew up a big fan of Eminem. I don't like his new stuff as much as I don't like Eminem's new stuff as much as his old stuff. I'm a much bigger fan of his older stuff than I am his newer stuff. I believe he got too political and then he became biased, and I don't like what he had to say in his recent albums. Except maybe I do like the Death of Slim Shady. At least that went back to his old roots. But besides that album, that's the only album I like in his newer collection. Maybe Kamikaze and Revival, but Revival got too political, and then Kamikaze, cusser and everything. I don't like a lot of his newer stuff. I mean, I'm a much bigger fan of a lot of M's older stuff, but he used to talk a lot about the things that they didn't tell people. Including tell people the truth. Including he would talk a lot, speak out a lot about the government, politics, stuff like that. He was extremely big back in his old days. He was, when it comes to right. Eminem was very, very highly influential. He was pretty much loved by the whole entire. Everybody loved old M. Older Eminem was pretty much really, 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 really likable and popular. When it comes to him, he was influential. So many people loved Prime Eminem.
Look, birthdays, secret language of birthdays.
Yeah, I was listening to Encore's "We as Americans." I think that song is very underrated to this day, and it's very good. I think it holds up really well now too. But I was listening to his "We as Americans" song.
The Cosmos, like he was.
So again, this is no doubt that one of the greatest young minds in music history was influenced by numerology and astrology himself in the occult, correct?
Correct.
This is his mother telling you this.
As you saw for yourself.
Yeah, well, I've never gotten into these things, but I do know what they are. I've read about them. I've read about them, and I've studied them. I've also studied spirituality and other stuff like that. I've studied a lot of stuff into other subjects, including I've also know some stuff on witchcraft. I've never done it, but I've also studied. I've studied knowledge. I've listened to people. I've listened to stuff on it. I've heard people talk about witchcraft.
Ex-mom again.
I've studied and I've learned a lot of these things in my life.
Confirmed her son was an occultist, but also showed this collection of occult and witchcraft books. All of these books show that X was heavily into occult practice, specifically this book. The Book of Thoth alone reveals so much about X and what he was into. The Book of Thoth was written by Lady Frida Harris on instructions of Aleister Crowley. We know X was fully devoted to Crowley's teachings, and he spread those teachings to his fans. We also see a book on alchemy on the shelf, an ancient form of witchcraft that much of the occult is built on. Alchemists believe that they not only can turn lead into gold using alchemy, but also using what they call the Philosopher's Stone, they can live forever. If you saw my video on the dark truth about the Harry Potter movies, then you should know the movie The Sorcerer's Stone is all about the Philosopher's Stone. X was studying alchemy and witchcraft.
Yeah. That's still a really interesting movie to this day. I do find that interesting. It's a stone that they get. It's a stone you can get that will allow you to live forever.
All these books of magic and
it's when it comes to
rituals. This is the demonic energy he was feeding his audience. These books of spells and the occult is what X was reading and putting into his music. This was the imagery he was using in his music videos, and it's the reason so many of his fans thought he was larger than life. He was using witchcraft and occult magic to get what he wanted. This is the reason he paid the ultimate price for his fame. His mother is revealing this and is telling us she is now into the occult herself. In another part of the interview, Theo starts to talk about X believing he was reincarnated. She claims that she believed his energy would never die and he would return through her.
It's on my Instagram right now.
He said that.
He said, I'm back in this realm. And he talked about, being in the school and being an assistant and stuff like that.
Did he talk about past lives quite often?
Not quite often, but he...
So why did she get into the occult? Because she thought that they could do all that manifesting and new age crap and all that stuff they do? I know what that is. Yes, I do. When it comes to and everything. And they're saying, they can get stuff to happen through certain things. Yes, I know what this stuff is.
He does that.
Including Scientology. I didn't know what a lot of that stuff is. Do you know what that stuff is?
Sure. Yes. He believes that energy cannot be destroyed. So even if he passes away, that he will return. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that he told me that kind of stick with me, that he said, when I die, I'm going to come back through you. I'm going to always choose you.
He's going to come back through you. What do you mean?
He said he picked me to be his mother in this line, and he will always pick me in every lifetime.
As you heard for yourself, Cleo claims X believed he would return.
So he believed he'll be reincarnated. Yeah, this is
something
this is freaky.
Any occultists teach and believe in. They believe that they always come back through a new person. While I don't necessarily believe in that, I am interested in understanding what these occultists think when it comes to this. I think I should make a full video on this. If this is something you want to see, comment reincarnation below. In another part of the interview, Cleo talks about X knowing he wouldn't live past 21 years old. She claims that X would always tell her he wasn't going to make it past that age and was actually expecting to pass away.
Yeah.
Your son's a martyr.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that?
I believe that.
Did he tell you that he was going to be a martyr?
No. But he said you're going to see...
Well, when you get into spirituality, especially stuff involving the occult, because that is spiritual, when it comes to and everything, that opens you up to the demonic, because if you read the Bible, it tells you that you should not have anyone that has anything to do with witchcraft, the soothsayer, or anything. When it comes to or anything involving any kind of demonic stuff like that, and everything. It says to avoid that altogether. And everything. That's the number one way to open yourself up to demons. It is. According to most spiritual, most people that are spiritual, or most people that have studied this, evangelists, or people that know about this stuff, they say the number one way to open yourself up to demons is the occult. Because the occult is demonic.
Genius I am when I passed away.
Do you think he expected to pass away?
Oh, yeah.
But he talked about it?
Talked about it all the time. He told me that he wasn't going to make it to 21. Me and plenty of other people all the time.
Stop.
Yeah.
He told you a number of times.
So did
Demon. Was he joking?
Yeah.
Was he serious when he said that? I said stuff like that too.
He's always serious, and that would piss me off. So I'm like, why are you saying that? Like, you're literally putting that out. It's just that I'm not just saying it. I know. Always say that.
And he sounded very confident when he said that.
And
that's exactly what happened.
And that's exactly what happened. That nobody knows.
Mm-hmm.
The day before he died,
talk to me.
That night, he went to Walmart by himself and bought white candles. Put them in the house by the fireplace. Those were the candles that we ended up using, kind of like visuals.
He bought a whole bunch of
white candles or anything involving all that. That's witchcraft, bro. It is, because I've heard people. I've read stuff, and I've studied some of that stuff. I have a idea, when it comes to right.
Candles, white candles.
Before he died.
The night he bought it, that night he died on that.
Witchcraft, white candles, crystals, stuff like that. That is witchcraft, and everything. Okay, and stuff. All these things, dream catchers, things like that. They're all demonic. Okay, and everything, right, and stuff. I need to bring my cross back in here. By the way, I had it hanging on my door, but when I moved, I need to bring it back in here. Gotta find where to hang it. I gotta find where to hang it. But it was, it was, when it comes to what am I trying to say? It was, yeah, all that stuff is extremely demonic, and everything. It is.
That's me, thinking, was he threatened, or he knows something that I didn't know, or he
especially the pentagram. And I thought the pentagram. The pentagram is definitely satanic.
Didn't want to tell me because they didn't want to scare me. It was weird because
He gave me the birthday he died, and say it again.
June 18th.
2018. Looked at that day, and based off the Illuminati, Babylon.
Yeah, it's a possibility that on that day before he passed, he probably ended up getting a bunch of candles. A lot of people say you can get candles, or you can get certain things, then you do a thing where you draw a pentagram, you sit in a circle in a certain way, you do some things, and you can summon a demon or a devil, come make a deal, and everything, and something happens. And it's like you have to and everything. There's people that have done these types of things, and it's crazy because something ends up happening to them. Sometimes they die. Sometimes they get sometimes they get benefits for a certain amount of time, but eventually bad things happen to them. Bad things happen. They don't live long enough. They don't live to be old. They actually die at a young age.
Only the New World Order.
Because the devil comes to collect, bro. And everything. I've heard stories.
Want to call them. That's not usually the day they take people out.
So he was not a industry sacrifice.
I personally do not believe he was an industry sacrifice.
Okay.
I look at when people like Michael Jackson, people get taken out, and they usually have certain type of numbers around them, type of master numbers. I need that here. What I do see is a lot of martyr energy in that day.
As you heard for yourself, Cleo claims that X told her he wouldn't live past 21. She also stated that the day before he passed away, he went and bought a bunch of white candles and left it in a room. She also states that they then used those candles for his candlelight visual. Cleo is admitting that X knew he was going to pass away before it happened. Cleo also stated that he wanted his nails painted black the day before he passed. The interviewer then referred to the Mason's duality as a possible explanation as to the reason why he bought white candles and wanted his nails painted black, claiming that in Gematria, black and white both represent the number 11. Everything about X had to do with duality. It's the reason why he had two different hair colors when he first came out. It's also the reason why he would do so many violent, disturbing things and go on to tell the kids how to be a good person. He was reading into duality within all those occult books, and it was showing through his character. Something else the interviewer said that was interesting was that X was not an industry sacrifice based on the numbers. Like I said in my last video, I believe X passing is related to the deal he made with Hecate while in prison. Hecate is an ancient pagan deity who is known for destroying all who summon her. While she did free X from jail and gave him all the world can offer, she won.
Yeah, he summoned a demon. Yeah. I'm convinced with that too. I agree. I definitely think he summoned a demon.
Souls in return.
Or he made a deal with the devil or a demon.
X couldn't keep up his side of the deal she came to collect. This is why he always appears so depressed. He knew his time was coming. In another part of the interview, X's mom claims that even his hairstyle had an important occult meaning, something I've always known myself.
What did you notice that was different about him? That he was more of a leader?
First of all, he had a half and half hair. That's when he was a tyrant, right? And he said the hair represent light and dark.
Okay.
And he led into the white hair. That's him like now shedding his old ways, right, coming into, all right, I have a responsibility to these kids. And blue hair is when he's arrived. He literally saw the changes.
Did you see a personality change
with
the hair?
Yeah, and if you look at his eyes too, they change. See, look, that's normal here. Here, his eyes look more demonic. Here, they look really demonic. Because you can tell, like, with the black eyes here. It says when a person's eyes turn black, they have some kind of demon influence or possession, or something's wrong with them. His eyes are black, and they've got like a slit here. Look like a snake, something, you know. They already look like they're turning dark here, like when he goes to white hair, you know, and everything, right here. And then they look black right here. And I've heard individuals say, when someone's eyes turn black, they're demon possessed, or they have a demon.
And he got calm. If you watch majority of his performances, he was all in the kids like you guys are superstars. You guys are all gods. You know, he would always he was the only person that I seen that at the time. I see people copying it now, but.
As you heard for yourself, Cleo states that the evolution of X's hair represents his occult transformation. When he had the two-color hair, it was all about duality. He was good and evil. Then when he changed his hair to white, he was going through a transformation. And once he made his hair all blue, he was fully transformed. Cleo is letting us know that her son was going through an occult rebirth. In another part of the interview, Cleo claims that she believed X was trying to communicate with her after his passing.
A demon possessed him, bro. She possessed him. That's how you can tell. The eyes are the key to the soul. That's normal eyes. That's slightly darker eyes. That's demonic eyes, which are black. You know, concerning everything. He was struggling with himself because he was demon possessed. It says when a person is possessed by a demon, they can't control what they do. You know, it comes to everything, right? And this is why he was having all these weird things he was going through. He's doing all these weird things with his hair and stuff. That thing inside of that person's making them do it. Okay, you know, when it comes to it. They can't control who they really are. It causes that person to do stuff they don't normally do. That's the point. When it possesses you.
Changed his hair to white, he was going through a transformation, and once he made his hair all blue, he was fully transformed. Cleo is letting us know that her son was going through an occult rebirth. In another part of the interview, Cleo claims that she believed X was trying to communicate with her after his passing.
People who have been demon possessed claim they hear voices and things talking to them. In other words, they're communicating with something else inside them or inside their head. You know, when it comes to, or in them. They're, you know, and everything. They hear another voice talking to them. Whenever someone has a demon, they claim that thing is talking to them or influencing them to do stuff. They don't normally do things they normally do when they're possessed. Okay? They don't normally do things they don't normally do when they're not possessed. When they're possessed, there's things that these things do to people that normally make them not do stuff they do. It also can cause you to, a demon can also cause you to go to suicide. It can kill you. It can. Now it can't kill you, but it can cause you to kill yourself, or it can kill you over time. It can't kill you, but it can get you to do things to where you can die. If you're possessed, you know, and everything. There's three, when you're getting involved in demonic stuff, there's 3 stages that a person goes through when they're when there's demonic influence or something happening to them. You know, when it comes to it, there's opposition. You know, it comes to where a demon comes into a room and possesses objects like electronics, can attach itself to stuff, can make noises, slam doors, go cabinets, make weird stuff, can turn off lights, can turn on lights, can cause all sorts of weird, crazy stuff to happen. There's oppression, which means basically it can do stuff to make you depressed and all other stuff. And then there's possession, which when it gets into you and causes you to lose full control of yourself. In other words, if you don't have Christ, you open demon possession. You're open to getting yourself possessed by a demon because you're going to get involved in something demonic. You're going to be lost and not have any idea what you're doing. You can get yourself into something you're not aware of. Demonic, when it comes to right, and everything. What am I trying to say? Gosh, I can't think one. What am I trying to say? And you have free will as a person. When it comes to right. When a demon possesses you, you have no control over yourself. You lose full control. You can't. Basically, you have no ability to control your actions or what you do. It's purely out of your control. And that thing talks to you and causes you to do what you do, act like what you do, dress a certain way, act a certain way, talk a certain way, look a certain way in certain things, and everything. I think the reason why a lot of these people are transgender, or they struggle with their gender, or they look all feminism for people, I think they have demons, or I think that there's something there that is influencing people to look that way. Okay, I'm not sure, and stuff, but when you get into the occult, yes, you can open yourself up to demons, and what ends up happening is people have said that they've had weird things happen to them when they're possessed by demons, and they can't control themselves. They can't control themselves. They end up doing things they don't normally do because this thing influences them, talks to them, tells them to do stuff, and they change completely. They basically become extremely dark and all sorts of weird stuff. Okay, when it comes to it, right? They go through a lot of weird phases. They start to dress a certain way, act a certain way, talk a certain way, and they go more toward the demonic element. They spend a lot of time by themselves alone. They like to stay in the dark. There's a lot of weird stuff that goes on with people that are demon possessed. Okay, when it comes to everything that have demons, they go through phases. They go through a phase where they're fighting this thing in them and they can't do it. I mean, eventually it takes over. But they literally go from normal to shifting into different ways. In other words, there's multiple things. Multiple voices comes out of this person, or they act a certain way. In other words, there's multiple personalities inside this individual. Like if anybody remembers when Jesus walked the earth, when it comes to right. He had a guy that came to him that had things wrong with him. He was among the tombs. He was naked. They chained him up, and then he was super strong, could break those chains. And then he had a legion of demons, and everything. And he claimed he couldn't really stop doing what he was doing, and everything, right, and stuff, and everything. That he was like acting strange. People pretty much thought the guy was weird and stuff. He lived around on the graveyards and the tombs and all that stuff and everything. Well, these people go through a phase where I don't know. I guess they feel like they're enlightened, and then boom, something happens. But they go from normal to acting completely different, doing things they normally don't do. When someone does something they normally don't do, they are demon possessed because it's causing them to act that way. It is, when it comes to it, right? Like changing your hair color, your eye color, painting your nails black, putting on clothes, trying to change your gender, from a male to a female, trying to become trans, becoming gay when you were straight. You know what I mean? When it comes to it, right? These things cause you to do that. They do. Okay. Change you to completely change you. What it completely causes you to change everything about yourself. Okay, and stuff that you don't normally do. And everything. Demons have massive influence on people if you're possessed. It's unfortunate. But the number one way to get yourself screwed, no way to get yourself caught in a lot of demonic stuff is the occult. The number one way to invite a demon into the fray is the occult. And everything. And this thing possessed him. I guarantee you it possessed him and it influenced him. That's why he said it was communicating with him. Because when something gets inside of you, people claim they're communicating, they hear another voice talking to them. And everything. There's a difference between God and a demon, and everything, right? And stuff. So, but there's, they hear a literal voice in their head or in them, something speaking to them. Some people would also call that schizophrenia. That's not schizophrenia. That's a demon, and everything. And two, when it comes to, right, there's a difference between, I guess, like, having knowledge from God and then hearing them a whole other voice. People claim they're led by God in the spirit, but they don't say they hear things. I guess some do, but I don't know. Okay, when it comes to it, right? But they actually hear an audible voice talking to them. There's a difference. People that have claimed to be demon possessed have said that the reason why they did what they did is because the devil made me do it. That's why a lot of serial killers and famous people that murder people claim that the devil was the one that influenced them to do it. In other words, the devil calls me to go murder all those people or do that. Or that guy, what was his name? What was his name? The really attractive guy who was with all those women, the guy with all those females, and he killed all those women, and everything, and stuff. He claimed that in prison before he went to jail, before he died, and everything, or he was killed by lethal injection, I think, or something happened to him. He claimed that demonic forces made him do what he did. That's why he got into a lot of very aggressive stuff, and he watched a lot of dark things, when it comes to right before he died, and everything. And he claimed that he was into, BDSM and all that, right? BDSM and a lot of very aggressive type thing. He watched a lot of he watched stuff you don't normally watch. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is he watched torture and yeah, it's freaky. He had a messed up head. Okay, it comes right, and stuff and everything. But yeah, people claim that are demon possessed. Claim to believe that people believe that to hear things speak to them and influence them and tell them to do things and go out and murder people. A lot of people believe a lot of the bad things that go on in the world and a lot of the murder and crime and horrible things that happen are because people have demons. People are possessed by a demon or they have a demon, and everything. The devil and demons are in these people. They influence them to go and commit horrendous acts. I don't really know if that's true or not, but some people believe that. That's why there's exorcists and stuff like that. I don't know, and everything. But yeah, don't go communicating with demons. Don't make a deal with the devil. Don't summon things, And don't do occultic stuff. Okay, comes to right. That's the number one way to open yourself up to to demons, and you can be possessed that way. And then once you're possessed, if you don't get that thing out, if you don't get that thing casted out, if you don't come to Christ, it will slowly take over you over time. It will kill you. It will, when it comes to right, and everything. This is why you should only believe. This is why you should only. It's just why people at a young age, I believe. Anyway, it shouldn't get into this stuff, okay? And stuff, but yeah, don't get into the occult. It's dangerous, you know, and everything. A demon can possess you, and it can influence you. And it very well is why this dude died. It's very well why XXXTentacion died at a young age, because he made a deal with the devil. He made a deal with the demon. And that demon killed him. You know, that's why he was depressed. You know, and everything. He was depressed because that thing possessed him. And he couldn't sleep. He couldn't be at peace. He couldn't relax. Because this thing was always talking to him to influence him to do stuff. You know, and everything, right? What she claims to say is he communicated with this thing. Yeah. People have claimed they communicated with demons when they're possessed. Or they hear someone else talking to them. You know, and everything. What normal people would say, what normal people would think is schizophrenia, I don't think it's schizophrenia. I think it's a demon. Now, people claim to hear voices. I don't think it's schizophrenia. I think it's demons. Why do I think it's demons? Because it's more likely to be demons than schizophrenia. Okay, you know, when it comes to it, right? I don't know. What I look at as mental health issues now in my life, I don't look at it as mental health. I look at it as people who maybe open themselves up to the demonic or something bad. Something dark. You know, that they either weren't aware of, or maybe they did voluntarily. But there's two ways to open yourself up to demons, okay, and stuff. I've never, you know, I've never done it, but I've heard people voluntarily and involuntarily. But see, the thing is, a demon can't really come in. A demon cannot really do anything to you if you have Christ. But either way, you can be oppressed. You can go under oppression, and there can be things coming out. There can be things that come after you, but they can't possess you. They can't do things to you. They can't hurt you. Not necessarily, you know, when it comes to it. But they can have influence on you. Okay, you know, when it comes on, depending on what you do. But you can get that to go away, or you can get that door shut, or you can. They can't have as much an impact on your life, especially if you're close to Christ, than when you're not, you know, and everything. And if you're like praying to God a lot, like if you're praying to God a lot, or you're trying your best to do the best you can in this world with these things, because even after you become a believer, you still technically struggle with things. Doesn't matter if you just get rid of everything you ever struggled with, you know, and everything. Especially when you become born again. Okay, when it comes to right, you know, and everything. When you become born again, you still struggle now. Yeah, now, and it's a lot easier. But yeah, these things don't have much of an impact on your life as it does when you're not saved, you know, or you're not a believer. When you're an unbeliever and you're not saved, you're open up to so many dark, demonic things and things attacking you if you're not careful. Things can come after you. You know, and everything, right? And stuff. It's just that unbelievers don't believe in demons. They don't believe in demonic. They don't believe in demonic perspectives because they're not aware they're either possessed or they have a demon. They're not aware. They don't believe in spirituality or God or anything beyond this world. Okay, you know, and stuff, right? They don't have Christ. They don't have the Holy Spirit leading them to know these things. Okay, you know, and stuff. So unbelievers are unaware if they have a demon or if they're possessed or not. There's really no symptoms. They don't really know that they're possessed. They have no idea what they do, even if they do. If something has a hold of them, you know, or is inside of them, they're not aware of it, you know, when it comes to, right? Because they don't know that they actually have, and they don't have demonic influence. They don't have demons in them. Okay, you know, when it comes to, right, you know, and stuff. So the thing about it is that, what am I trying to say here? You're more likely not to have to. You're more likely safe from things like that in your life. They can't do anything to you. Now you can be under. Now for a believer, you can be harassed or you can have oppression, which means sometimes you struggle with thoughts in your own head. And you overthink a lot. You tend to, you know, have those things where, you know, your stuff gets to you at times. You know, when it comes to it, but you're not like, you know, you can't be possessed. Nothing can really happen to you. Okay, you know, when it comes to, right, you know, and stuff. But the thing is with that is that if you get involved in stuff you're not aware of and you're still an empty vessel, it means you're still lost, you don't have Christ, you don't have the Spirit, yeah, it's going to be bad for you. You can have a demon possess you. And it seems like more demons possess unbelievers than more demons possess unbelievers than people that actually believe on God or know what God is. Okay, you know, it comes to, and stuff. I think devils, demons, things like that, I think they fear true believers in Christ with the fact that they know what's what and they know the truth. Unbelievers, however, they don't, because, nothing, they've already got them in a snare. They're not going to do anything to them. So they don't really, they know they can do things to them and they're not aware of it, and everything. Or mess with them, and everything. Unbelievers claim they've never been attacked by demons, never been possessed, they've never had any type of that stuff happen to them compared to other people. I guarantee you they have, they're just not aware of it. And maybe a demon did possess them, but they never knew it. They never knew it happened because they didn't believe it. Okay, and they've been walking around with demons for years. Alright, when it comes to, and everything. I don't know, okay, and stuff, but, and they basically been walking around with demons for years. They've been struggling with that same demon for years. When it comes to it, right? They have, But, yeah, and everything. If you get into the occult and you're not saved or you're not a Christ follower, you can really get into some bad places. And people who claim to be demon possessed, yes, they share another thing, talks to them, or they have voices that they hear, or things that influence them, make them do stuff. When it comes to that, right? Things like that. People say the devil made me do it. The devil was in me, and he made me do it. And everything. That's why I did what I did. I was influenced by demonic forces. But, who knows, when it comes to, right, and stuff. But I can tell you that demons only oppress people that have Christ, or people that are saved, or people that came to God and got saved, or people that have the Son of God in them, in other words, the Spirit. They're oppressed, but they can't be, nothing else can happen to them. They go through oppression, mainly mental oppression, or where they struggle with things sometimes. Like they're not good enough, is this worth it, anyway, is what I'm doing doesn't matter, and everything, anyway, stuff like that, right, and stuff, but you can't be possessed and you can't be attacked or harassed necessarily, when it comes to it, right, but we still fight battles, spiritual warfare, it's still spiritual warfare, one of the biggest things that that true believers face is being alone, and and the chosen especially struggle with that a lot, because we struggle with being alone and dealing with all that stuff, when it comes to, right, and things, and that makes it harder to do things, but yeah, people claim they communicate with spirits. I can tell you for a fact that yes, and everything. But when you make a deal with the devil or you communicate with demons, yeah, that's voluntarily inviting a demon into you. Or you think about the story of Job from the Bible. It said, Job lost everything, but Satan, Job lost everything, and God said, you can do whatever you want to him, but don't kill him, and everything, right? And see what he will do, and everything, right? And stuff, and things. There have been a couple of times where God has not interfered with what has happened to people for certain reasons. I don't know why, but it hasn't. And in the Bible, there was some of that too. you know, and everything. Like there was something, an arrow or something. Anyway, it's stuff like that, right? But it says that you have to voluntarily open a door, or you have to do something very bad to get a demon to come into you, or you have to voluntarily invite one in, you know, to possess you. A demon doesn't have permission to enter into someone unless really it's done by, you know, God gives them permission, or you invite them in, you know, when it comes to, right, voluntarily. It's not always possession. It can be influence, it can be demonic influence, or it can be oppression. It doesn't have to be possession, you know, when it comes to, right? But demons tend to go after people that are at a level where they can be possessed and attacked. They don't have that light, they don't have that energy, they don't have that thing in them that protects them. They don't have that. They're low vibrational, they're negative, they're depressed, they have a lot of problems. Okay, you know, concerning everything, right? They don't have the Spirit of God leading them. They don't have Christ, you know, and everything, right? That's what I truly believe. You know, they don't have that fire, that light, that energy, that thing that protects them. Demons are scared of that. They don't want to touch that. You know, when it comes to, like, they're afraid of that, you know, and everything. They're afraid of that wall of fire or that thing that comes near them, you know. And if they try to possess you, it basically knocks, if a demon tries to possess someone that has that, it basically blocks it out, you know, when it comes to, right? If somebody tries to get into you, you know, when it comes to, right, you know, and stuff. Because it's the Holy Spirit of God. It blocks out any demon from trying to enter into you. You know, it comes from, you know, and everything. And secondly, people that are lost, people that don't have God, people that are possessed, people that are empty vessels, yeah, you can. That opens you up to demon possession. It does. And the thing is, and the weird thing about that is too, is that you have to voluntarily, you can involuntarily or voluntarily invite a demon in. For it to possess you, you have to actually open yourself up to something really dark. Okay, you know, when it comes to, I don't think you can be possessed, but you can be influenced, or you can have things around you necessarily that can do things to you. They can have stuff happen. But that's mainly if you don't have Christ. It doesn't mean that you don't still struggle with certain things and you don't still have problems even after you're born again or you get saved. You do. People are like, oh, I get saved, I get baptized, and all my problems go away. No, that's not true. You know, I thought that too until recently. And I realize now that's not the case. Because I've had things happen to me lately that have made me see that just because I chose to get saved and come to Christ, and now I am more closer to God than I've been. You know, and I have that kind of relationship and that kind of closeness, you know, because I feel like I haven't really had, I feel like at times I don't, anyway, and stuff. And I see things now that I used to see, that God's shown me, you know, when it comes to, right, you know, and everything. But no, your problems don't go away. Your struggles don't go away. You still struggle with things on this earth. You still sin. Unfortunately, okay, you know, when it comes to, right, you don't get away from that. Now, it's easier, but, yeah, when it comes to, right, you know, and stuff. Person who tries to choose to go to follow Christ, you know, when it comes to, right, it is much harder for us, though, because we face a lot of attacks, okay, you know, and stuff, and things, but you don't get a free pass. Things don't go away automatically. Okay, it gets easier not to do stuff like you used to, especially when you come to God. But it's still a battle, you know, and everything, and stuff. Now, you know, and stuff. But an empty vessel compared to a person who has Christ can be possessed. Yeah, they can. You know, when it comes to it, right? It is, you know, when it comes to it, right? And also, if we get involved in something we're not aware of, or something that's bad for us or something that we're not sure of, God leads us to a better place, or he leads us out of there. Or he tells us not to go there and do stuff like that. Or he gives us guidance. Or he leads us to not do something when we know. He leads us to not do something when we know it's not good or it's a bad thing. Tell us not to go do that or get on that or go get on that plane or something. Intuition, discernment, and everything. He tells us not to do something, and everything. And if something bad happens to us, he somehow, if something bad happens to us is chosen, he gets us out of it. We're blessed. We're pretty blessed. We managed to survive things that should take, that should cause other people, that should happen, we managed to survive things that other people would not survive or get away or get out of. We managed to survive them. God manages to save us from bad things. In other words, he keeps us, in other words, he protects us from things harming us. When it comes to, and everything, right? And stuff. And things like that. And stuff. Nothing can come against you, because if you believe in Christ, no weapon against you shall prosper. But see, the thing is, when it comes to, and everything, that's a problem for a lot of people who don't know what spiritual warfare is and what demonic stuff is. When it comes to, right? But I'm not saying we don't still go through our fair share of attacks. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. A lot more than other people. But the thing is, a lot of people think a real believer represents someone wearing a cross around their neck. Yeah, that's part of it, but the other part of it is the way you are as a person. When it comes to how you carry yourself. Anyway, what else am I trying to say? But yeah, you can voluntarily open yourself up to the demonic, man. You gotta be careful with that. You really do. And everything. When a demon sees a target for someone that is not aware of things, or they open themselves to demonic stuff, it can be bad. It can, and everything. And you've got to be careful. You really do. You got to be careful not to open yourself up to demonic stuff like that, or possession. I've heard all sorts of things that can open someone else up to demonic possession that doesn't have Christ. I can, and everything. One of those is drinking. One of those is alcohol. Drinking, or having a drinking problem, or drinking a lot can open you up to demonic influence and demonic demons. And everything. Drugs, stuff like that. And everything. But stuff like that, right? And stuff. And possession, if you're not careful. Yeah, you gotta be careful, man. You gotta be careful. They call it open doors. They call it voluntary, involuntary, demons. Number one way to open yourself up to a demon is if you actually invite it in. In other words, you tell it, you make a deal with it and tell it can come in and do things to you. You invite it into you. And then it comes in and possesses you and influences you. In other words, you make a deal with the thing, and then the thing comes inside of you. Because I believe once you sell your soul, and you make a deal with the devil and his demons, that thing comes inside of you, and it possesses you, and it allows that, and it uses you for its own benefit and influence. In other words, it uses you to accomplish what it wants to do. As soon as you accept a deal with it, it gives you the power and the stuff to do it. They have said people that have demons have supernatural knowledge. The only way you can get it is if you make a deal with the devil and that thing comes inside of you. So as soon as you accept the deal and say it's what you want, this thing comes into you to make you do what you do. In other words, you become supernaturally like amazing. You're just unworldly, basically. You act totally different from other people when you're under demonic possession.
I started trying to figure him out and to see if there's a way that I can contact him. It's weird. I started seeing all these spirit boxes on YouTube and people. One of them I actually heard to sound like his voice. I don't know if they're playing or.
Be very careful with gypsies.
Yeah, no. I mean, I haven't reached out to anyone, but I just, was like listening to that type of stuff and.
You're in grief. You didn't know what to do. You're listening to crazy ideas, right?
Yeah, but he also was giving me like crazy signs like a week after he passed away, and I wasn't able to see him for a whole week because his head was swollen, right? And that they can't let me see him like that.
What?
Yeah, his head was swollen. They wouldn't let me see him.
This stuff doesn't fool you when you actually are. This stuff does not fool you when you don't fall for it anymore. Or you know what it is as soon as you come to Christ and He gives you the Spirit, because you have discernment to know what is. It says it leads you to all truth. You know what's going on. You know how not to be misled or lied to. You know what to avoid and what not to. You know what to avoid and what you know what to do and what to avoid. And you know the stuff that's not good. You know what it comes to, right? And you just have a feeling in you when something's off. You can tell because you're being led by the Spirit, and everything and stuff. You know the type of stuff that's not good.
So a week later, when I finally went to see him,
when you have Christ, He allows you to see. He allows you to see stuff. He leads you.
I think his spirit followed me home or something because I smelt. So what they did, how they embalmed him, or it's something where they able to put him in a wall and he rots, right? You dehydrate, but you don't rot. So if we should pull him out right now, he would have everything intact. But whatever process they used, whatever chemicals, I smelt it the whole day in the house. Then a few days later, he turned the light off on me in his room, in his bed, and the lights start dimming until it turns off. And I sat up like a zombie, like, what just happened? I got scared for a minute, I was gonna run, and then I'm like...
Girl, that's a demon. That's demonic influence on his life. You needed to go get an exorcist or someone to help him. Seriously. You didn't know that?
It's him trying to...
Are you not that intelligent? When you see lights blinking on and off, or you see some kind of weird paranormal activity, that's demonic. You should know that.
And then it came back on and slowly went back to where it was. Like,
have you had any other experiences like that?
It's him trying to, and then it came back on and slowly went back to where it was. And I sat up like a zombie, like, what just happened? I got scared for a minute, I was gonna run.
Not a zombie. He's possessed, my girl. Your son's possessed. He is. It's not a zombie. He's possessed.
And then I'm like, it's him trying
There's a demon in him, or there's something influencing him. That's why the lights are turning on and off. That's obviously demonic activity. You've seen the movies. That's like, that's not that hard to believe. If you've seen those horror movies, those paranormal movies, The Conjuring, stuff like that. A lot of those movies. You know the beginning of demonic influence starts with weird things happening in houses and stuff like that. Lights turning on and off, things being thrown against the wall, stuff falling down and breaking, all sorts of crazy stuff happening, weird sounds going on, it comes around, and stuff. I don't know, things like that, when it comes to, right? People claim they'll be sleeping in bed and their covers will be pulled out from underneath them. They'll be grabbed in the middle of the night by the throat and choked to death. They'll be thrown against a wall. Dude, I've claimed to, I've heard things from people that witnessed demonic influence, or I've read stories, everything, right, and stuff. They've been choked, and everything. They've been visited in the night. I don't know, when it comes to, right, things like that, and things. Some people will claim to be sitting down and all of a sudden they'll have something crash in their house. Okay? Somebody claimed they were sitting one time and then something fell off and crashed to the ground. They've heard cabinets. They've heard weird voices in the middle of the night. That's demonic influence, man. Like right now, I'm sitting here in my computer chair, okay? If this fan, I have the light on right now, okay? So let's just say I'm sitting here all of a sudden, right, out of the blue. And then all of a sudden, the lights turn off in the middle of me just sitting here. That's demonic activity. I didn't do that. That's another force from somewhere else. Or a light turns on, or I start hearing random weird-ass noises, okay? that's a demon. That's demonic in presence, and everything. If you do not turn something off or do anything in your own house or in a room, that's a demonic influence. Okay, that's demonic stuff happened to you. I don't know. I had something weird happen the other day. I don't think it was demonic. I don't think it was a demon because no, I have God in my life. Okay, I have Christ, and everything. I've accepted Christ. I got saved. I've been saved. At least I think I'm saved. I don't know sometimes, but yes. Anyway, I still believe in God. Okay, I believe in God more now than I did, especially that thing going. That's beside the point. Anyway, my monitor acts weird sometimes. The new one I have. It makes noises when I sleep. It turns on by itself sometimes, and it turns on and off by itself sometimes when I don't use it. And it doesn't. And it doesn't do that when I put my computer in sleep mode or I turn it off. But it tends to turn itself back on when I'm not using it, and everything sometimes. I just think that's normal. I think that's a normal thing it does. But yeah, I didn't have that happen to me with my other monitors. This is a little different. This also runs on a this monitor also runs on a different power source than the others, and everything. But yeah, it's things like that. But yeah, when you start seeing flickering lights on and off, and you start seeing all sorts of weird stuff, that is paranormal activity. Go get a priest. Go get an exorcist. Go get somebody to do stuff to the house. To do things like that. That is demonic, my girl. That is paranormal activity in your house. And everything. You go get somebody to get rid of the demonic presence on your house. That's when you need to go get someone to do something to your house, and everything, right? Or your son is possessed by a demon. I don't know why you don't understand that, my girl. You're not very smart. You're not very smart. Because you don't realize what's going on. And he's not a zombie. He's possessed by a demon. People look like they're in a zombified state when they get possessed. Because I've seen people that's happened to in videos and stuff. Okay, they get zombified. They get in a zombified state when they get possessed, and they get lifted off the bed, and all sorts of weird stuff happens. This dude is clearly demon possessed. He needs help. Okay, when it comes to and stuff and things. When someone walks into a room and you start seeing the lights go on and off, and you'll see all sorts of weird shit happen around them, you see all sorts of weird stuff happening around them when they're in a room with somebody that's not normal. Say, for instance, someone comes in here while I'm sitting in this chair, or I'm laying in bed sleeping, and then someone comes in automatically and the lights go off and all sorts of weird stuff happening. That's paranormal activity. That's demonic, and everything. Or I'll be laying in bed sleeping, and all of a sudden I'll have some weird stuff happen. That's demonic, okay? When it comes to rape, and stuff. Or someone comes in a room and they notice the same things you do, and everything. When you see the lights go on and off and you're in there, that's demonic activity. That's not normal. That person needs help. They need an exorcist. They need deliverance. They need God.
It came back on and slowly went back to where it was. Like
have you had any other experiences like that?
I've had a heart in the sky. That's on Instagram. Heart in the sky.
What about on his birthdays? Did you make any type of messages on his birthday?
Nothing on the birthday, but on the death day.
On the death day.
Death day. I have the video I can show you right now on my phone. June 18th, exactly a year. He passed away. I had a double rainbow outside, and it.
Death day. Who has a death day?
Landed on my house. Usually you can go to the back of the house and see where the end is. It was on top of my house, the rainbow.
Any doubt that's him?
Of course, 100% that's him. 100%. And I also felt him sit on my bed one night when I was sleeping. I felt the bed just like...
No, that's God.
It's a weight on the bed. I felt that. And then I also have a video...
I hate to admit this to you, woman, but I think your child went to hell because you didn't know what was going on with him. he got himself involved in demons and the occult. That's going to send him to hell. I think your son went to hell. I hope that wasn't the case. But I hate to admit it, but I don't think he ended up. I think he ended up going to hell.
My phone. A friend of mine bought me one of those bears, the Build-A-Bear, and she put a voice box in the bear. It says,
I don't want to wish anybody to hell. My goal, my perspective is I don't want anyone to go to hell. That's why I tell people the things I do, because I don't want them to go to hell. Like, even in my own life, I try to keep people from, ending up in this situation. And everything. People don't want to listen to me, though. But, no, I think he went to hell, when it comes to right, because of the fact that he made a deal with demons and the devil, and he got into the occult. The occult is demonic. It's devilish. It's demons.
As I love my mom to death, she's at my eye, because he did an interview where he said, right? So she pulled that part and she put it there. And one day I'm massaging the room, and you have to squeeze it, by the way, for it to talk. The bear starts talking on its own, and I was able to capture that on my phone.
He's definitely sending you messages.
He's sending messages.
As you heard for yourself, she claimed that she believes X tried to communicate with her in many different ways. While she might have been contacted by some spirit, unless X is
I'm not saying that people that die can't communicate with people on this earth when they leave. There's people that believe that, sure. But there's a person that put their trust in Christ before they died and are going to come back with the rapture, I believe. They're going to be part of the dead. That's what I believe. It comes to right. That followed Christ, that was a person that, that was a follower of God, a person that was a true believer, a true Christian follower before they died. And then there's someone that freaking actually, doesn't know God at all and is opening themselves up to demonic forces and presences like the occult, like this dude, and demons, making deals with the devil. No. I unfortunately do not think that a person who is involved in anything demonic or the devil or anything like that, I don't think that they can communicate with people beyond the grave. Okay, beyond that when it comes to they're forever sent to suffer in hell. That's just the way it is. When it comes to and stuff. And Satan cannot do what God can do. He can counterfeit it and do lies, but he can't do what God can do. And everything. Right? He can't communicate. He can't send someone to communicate with you or to know something beyond what happens after they die. God can. God can do things. God can make things happen, or He can send things to this world beyond His spirit realm. God can send little things to remind you about what happens. I truly believe that, and everything. I truly believe God can send messages or certain things to people in this world. Through angels or whatnot, certain things like that. The devil, however, he doesn't have the power God has. And that's why he hates God on this earth. Because he can't do what God can do. He wants to be God, he'll never be God.
Now a demon, it wasn't her son. When a person passes away, they don't become a ghost. In the Bible, it specifically states spirits that people are communicating with are not past relatives, but demonic spirits. This is what has been contacting her, demonic spirits who were attached to her son. Her son was praising Hecate, and that deity is nothing but trouble. I believe that these spirits are now luring Cleo in order to use her like they use X. These demonic spirits know how influential X was and how many people they have managed to guide away from God using him. In another part of the interview, she is asked if she believes her son planned all of this, and Cleo responded with a yes.
Knowing what you know about your sons, this is his whole plan from the very beginning.
100%.
He wanted to get martyred. He made, because I looked at the day he died, June 18th.
I think he summoned a demon, or he called for a demon while he was in jail, or something happened. And he told him he told the thing he wanted fame and fortune and to be rich. I'm thinking he gave himself away to get the riches of the world. Yes, I think he literally told the thing he wanted to become he wanted to become he wanted to become a celebrity. He wanted to become that type of thing. He wanted to be rich and famous and wealthy and all sorts of stuff. I'm convinced he probably communicated with the spirit, telling them that he wanted this lifestyle. Yes. That's the only way I can think of why he passed away at a young age.
And throughout history. And there's a history of revolutions, one in Egypt that happened on that day, not the same year. And so I'm thinking that if he knew that he could tap into that energy, maybe that's the day he chose to go, because he would know that his energy would be connected with revolutionary energy.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense, 100%. There's that song on the last album that he actually curated. It's called Train Food. You need to listen to that song. He basically describes the day he dies.
As you heard for yourself, Cleo herself admits this was all a part of X's plan from the beginning to end. This is what...
Yeah, looking at that again, his eyes are just completely, utterly 100% black. That dude had to have a demon.
Was going to happen as X made a deal for his fame. Now, after seeing this interview, I am confident X knew his time was coming. He knew the price of the deal with Hecate. X sold his soul and did all he did for temporary fame. It's important that people with the power that X had realize not to use it for fame and money. X was indeed special. He was one of the very few people alive nowadays that understands there's more than what the eyes can see. He understands our world is powered by the spiritual realm. He tapped into that spiritual realm and ended up striking a deal with the Baphomet, like he said himself. Don't watch this video or my last video thinking I'm judging X or talking down on him. I am not. I truly feel bad for X. I understand why he did what he did, but I don't agree with it. X just wanted to be a rap star like many other kids, and sadly, the devil has made it so you can only make it in the industry if you trade your soul for that shot. So please don't think I make these videos to judge. I love everyone God created, including those that steer away. I wish they would wake up and make their ways back to God and save themselves. But I feel I have a responsibility, as God has gifted me with the ability to understand and ask the right questions. He is the one who is guiding me to find all this information. He is the one who helps me understand it all.
I believe that too.
I feel that it's my responsibility to help those who can't see the truth find the truth. Sadly, this is the truth about Triple X Tentacion. I wish I can talk to X's mom and warn her about the path she is trying to take. Men like the one that was interviewing her are consumed by the occult, and she should stay far away from him. She needs to burn all those books X left behind and return to God with a heart full of remorse. Cleo, you already lost your son to the occult, which I feel so bad about. Please don't take the same path as him. I know you just want to understand your son and what he was up to, but I am advising you with care. Leave it alone and turn to God. Pray for yourself and for X that he finds peace. If you haven't seen my last video on X, make sure you go check it out and share it with as many people as you can. We never get this much proof when it comes to artists and the occult. Well, that's it for this video. Thank you all for watching.
I want to watch that
and I'll
now.
see you guys in the next one.
I want to watch that now. Where is it? Damn, I can't find it. Okay, here it is.
With Bruno, one of those being X. According to Bruno, he as well. Thank you for joining me for this Truth Talk episode. In today's episode, we're going to be talking about Triple X Tentacion's leaked jail call, where he talks about a ritual he performed. But before we begin, I just wanted to remind you guys to subscribe to my second channel, Truth Network, so you don't miss any new content. You can find the channel tag in the description of this video. Thank you all. Now let's get right into it. Triple X Tentacion was a massive star at the time of his passing. He had become an even bigger star the day he passed away, as his death became worldwide news. On the day he passed, His streams saw a
Alright, well,
massive
get outta
spike,
there.
rising by 549%, which marked the highest point of his musical career. His fans were left hurting and shocked as no one was expecting the rapper to go out like that, and at such a young age. No one would have guessed that while X was at his peak, he would end up losing it all. Well, no one except for Triple X Tentacion himself, who had hinted at all this happening several times while he was still alive. If you've seen any one of my several X videos, then you would already know that he spoke about his end multiple times. Even in the documentary made by Hulu about X's life, they show a scene where Ghazi, the CEO of the Empire label X was signed to, revealed that X told him he would not live past 21 years old.
And we were sitting down eating, and he was playing with the chopsticks, and we were just sitting there, and we started talking about kids. And he was like, "You're gonna be a great dad." So you're gonna be a great dad too someday, bro. He said, "No, I'm not." So what do you mean? And he just looked me dead in the eye, and he was like, "I'm not gonna make it past 21."
As you heard for yourself, for some strange reason, X
Yeah,
felt
that's
that he
odd
wasn't
that
going
you
to
would
live past the
literally
age of
say
21.
that, yeah.
He also dropped his music video Sad 10 days after he passed away, which depicted him attending his own funeral. He obviously filmed this video before he passed, as he is featured in the music video. For some reason, X kept foreshadowing his own death, but why was X doing this? Did he somehow know that something was going to happen to him in advance, or was he in some kind of trouble that the world was unaware of? Today, I will provide some answers to these questions and bring clarity to the entire Triple X Tentacion story with information that connects everything else we have spoken about before.
Dude.
After watching this video, you will have a better
Selling your
understanding
soul
of what
for
really
fame,
happened to
man.
X and why it
That can do
happened
a
to him
lot
to
to you.
begin with. You will also see the truth about the music industry and why it's so dark and disturbing. I want to give a special shout out to this channel as their video was posted on my Discord and pointed me to some of the information in this video. This story starts all the way back when X
selling your selling yourself for this, you can't really sell your soul, but selling yourself out.
Truth about the music industry and why it's so dark and disturbing. I want to give a special
Giving
shout out
away
to
who
this
you
channel
are
as their video
for
was posted on
benefits,
my
yeah.
Discord and pointed me to some of the information in this video. This story starts all the way back when X was coming up, trying to make it in the music industry. When X was 17, he was homeless, and according to his close friend Ski Mask, this is when X met a man who went by the name of Bruno Dickums back in 2015. Bruno was an adult film star who was known in South Florida for his films. During these days, he had an adult film series called Groupie Lust, which featured popular Florida rappers shooting scenes with their fans. The series would feature rappers like Puya, Fat Nick, Little Tracy, Denzel Curry, and many other Florida rappers. Bruno was a part of the Florida
What was that
known
guy
in
called?
South video was posted on
Born Again. I'll have to check him out.
my Discord and pointed me to some of the information in this video. This story starts all the way back when X was coming up, trying to make it in the music industry. When X was 17, he was homeless, and according to his close friend Ski Mask, this is when X met a man who went by the name of Bruno Dickums back in 2015. Bruno was an adult film star who was known in South Florida for his films. During these days, he had an adult film series called Groupie Lust, which featured popular Florida rappers shooting scenes with their fans. The series would feature rappers like Puya, Fat Nick, Little Tracy, Denzel Curry, and many other Florida film star. This story starts with a better understanding of what really happened to X and why it happened to him to begin with. You will also see the truth about the music industry and why it's so dark and disturbing. I want to give a special shout out to this channel as their video was
Born Again. Underscore. Okay, that's his name.
was posted on my Discord and pointed me to some of the information in this video. This story starts all the way back when X was coming up, trying to make it in the music industry. When X was 17, he was homeless, and according to his close friend Ski Mask, this is when X met a man who went by the name of Bruno Dickums back in 2015. Bruno was an adult film star who was known in South Florida for his films. During these days, he had an adult film series called Groupie Lust, which featured popular Florida rappers shooting scenes with their fans. The series would feature rappers like Puya, Fat Nick, Little Tracy, Denzel Curry, and many other Florida rappers. Bruno was a part of the Florida collective called Members Only that featured many underground rappers as well. This made Bruno popular in the Florida rap scene, which led to many Florida rappers wanting to hang out with Bruno, one of those being X. According to Bruno, he met X because X had contacted him to be a part of his Groupie Lust series. But according to Ski Master Slump God, X had asked Bruno if he can stay at his home in Miami, and Bruno would agree. Bruno would take X in, and X would indeed eventually make a film for the series that was never released. X even talks about this film's existence in the interview he did with Adam 22.
Groupie Lust, you know, we got Becky in the building, Becky in the building.
You did the Groupie Lust thing, the Fat Nick did?
Of course.
You did it?
Yeah.
Did you, or did you just...
Of course I
You
did.
did. So people can go watch you.
Of course. I'm gonna have fun.
You are. So you're not ashamed. You're Azers. This is
fucking man right here. Bruno is the fucking man. It's the fucking future, bro.
Wow.
Bruno is the future, bro.
That's awesome.
While X was living at Bruno's house, Bruno would eventually briefly become his manager. X and Ski Mask would both routinely record songs at Bruno's house, one being Take a Step Back, a song with over 140 million streams on YouTube. Around this time is when X's career really started, and Bruno seemed to play an important role in all of it.
I mean, he already looks really dark there, actually, with his eyes.
I found multiple people speaking about their experiences at Bruno's house, where they all say he was participating in rituals. One adult film star, Marsha May, who worked with Bruno and was managed by him, said in an interview that Bruno actually would sacrifice the souls of women he did scenes with in his house. She claimed that Bruno had a pentagram underneath his bed and would do a ritual that would allow him to harvest the souls of the people he hooked up with.
So I moved into the model house. He started, the guy that had the model house, he was a male talent too. I actually can't stand him. His name's Bruno. He does some satanic shit now with the girls.
That's on Groupie Lust, right?
Yeah, you know him? Yeah. Okay, well.
Well, like, I met him when I was like in clubs and stuff.
He's a no one around him. He sacrifices girls' soul and he puts them on top of his bed. Because he has like the gates of hell pentagon drawn underneath his bed, and he sacrifices a girl's soul on top of the bed when he puts them. So let the world know that, because that is some real demonic shit. That's not cool. And that revolves around XXX tension too, because
that whole like scene and stuff is like, you know,
XXX does the same thing.
For real?
Yeah, he sacrifices his best friend's soul, Ski Mask. Sacrifices his soul.
Yeah.
It's real.
As you heard for yourself, Marsha exposes Bruno and tells the interviewer he is not someone to mess with.
I've heard about that. They did some really dark stuff in Hollywood, bro.
Repeating to him that he was a Satanist who sacrificed people. She also revealed that XXXTentacion was doing the same things as Bruno, but we will talk more about this shortly. Another woman who also stayed at Bruno's house said the same thing, claiming that he was into Santeria or something dark.
He started managing them, and that's when they started. He was 17 years old. It was 17, 18 years old, like a little younger. Hanging out at Bruno's house.
17, 18 years old? Jeez, bro.
A whole bunch of stars. That's why X and them were like insane kids, like doing screamo. Yeah. And Bruno is like, there's videos of Bruno taking X to Disney. Like, people said like Bruno was kind of wanted him to be like his little, his like mini, or like that. That's like they're twins, or like, you know, they acted almost alike.
Yeah.
And X admired that. It was so weird, and that's when all those allegations came out. Like, beat up this girl that was at Bruno's house. It's crazy. No one knows that it was Bruno.
Really?
And now none of X's mom, his friends, none of those people fuck with Bruno, because he really got this kid into like a bad lifestyle.
So is he doing something else or just different artists?
Bruno?
Yeah.
Bruno's still doing the same thing he was doing. This is when X was like 17. He had like short hair. He didn't even have like the two like long, and he was kid. Yeah. He was recording in his house. If I tell you some real right now, like, I'm gonna tell you some crazy. Like, these kids, like what I've heard, what they did at Bruno's house. Bruno did that in the house when I was there. Later on, was, I guess after he started living with these kids, they started doing like brujeria. Like, they started doing that shit. And like, these are facts, like Wi-Fi, funeral, and all these guys would say that. Even Juice WRLD would say that. He was like, yeah, like Bruno was doing like they were doing some weird, even supposedly they got some of the girls and did like some weird shit.
Yeah, they can
sacrifice. Throwing blood just on them.
Dope them up sounds like they.
As you heard for yourself, this woman claims that Bruno was definitely into the occult, something that Bruno proudly exposed himself during a live stream. During one of Bruno's live streams, he straight up tells his live that he is the Baphomet, then shows a giant mural he has on the wall of Baphomet.
Smart question. Because most people don't even ask, they assume. Is it metaphorical? You know what? You're the first one to hit it on the dot. Thank you. That right there is a metaphor for myself. That's me. I am the f***ing Baphomet. Am I the devil? Nah.
As you heard for yourself, not only does Bruno confess he is the Baphomet, but he then shows this massive mural on his wall, showing who he truly serves. X was seen taking a photo in front of this very mural. At this moment in my investigation, I started to realize Bruno was the one who introduced X to the world of the occult. By digging, I was able to find out about an incident that took place at Bruno's house between X and his girlfriend Geneva that revealed just what was going on at the house. In this video, Geneva states while she was at Bruno's house, she felt possessed due to what X and Bruno were doing. She then claims that X called his friend, who was a part of Members Only by the name of SB, to come perform an exorcism on her. I don't know who SB is, but he does have a song with Ski Master Slump God on YouTube called No More Pain.
I was being possessed. I know that sounds stupid, but to me it wasn't stupid because I'll say it was really into the spiritual, like, you know? And it just backfired because Jose got on the phone and called SB, and he was like, yo, I know your parents or your auntie do woo, come over here and try to like save this. And they came over there, had me in a room. They started putting like charcoal and like some type of rocks in my nose. They were drawing crosses on my feet, on my...
As you heard for yourself, Geneva openly admits that Bruno and X were participating in occult rituals in Bruno's house. Bruno definitely introduced X and all the other rappers he had around him like Puya, Denzel Curry, Ski Mask, Little Pump, Wi-Fi's Funeral, and many others to Thelma and Crowley's beliefs. They're all a part of Thelma. It appears that Bruno most likely had his own Thelma Lodge in Miami, and he indoctrinated these young rappers into the religion, using them to promote its values through their music. Thelma is all about sex magic rituals, and Crowley's Do What Thou Wilt Creole. This is rather interesting since Bruno is an adult film star, filming adult scenes where he is most likely performing sex magic rituals he learned from Crowley's books. I know there's a connection between the adult film industry and Thelma, due to Hugh Hefner, who seemed to also be a Thelmite, but that's a story for another day. Something that's extremely interesting is that while X was living in Bruno's house, he made the song called I Spoke to the Devil in Miami, and Everything Would Be Fine, where he mentioned striking a deal with a Baphomet. I have spoken about this song often, but now knowing he made it while living at Bruno's house, and also knowing that Bruno was the one who introduced him to Baphomet and Crowley, things started to make way more sense to me. In the song Triple X Tentacion raps, bite of your apple, give me all you can offer. Now I'm trapped in a changing maze, setting my soul ablaze. Couldn't control the pace. Where is this going? Hey, heartless is recklessness. I'm off the map, my lord. Spoke to a Baphomet. He said he would save me if I gave him one thing he needed. What is this thing? I pleaded. Boy, it's the key to even, yeah. And as I spoke, my fangs were shown. Taken aback, he smiles and tell me, what you crave will soon be yours. But what I crave is already mine. Anima versta. Anima. Anima versta. Anima. This song is very revealing.
That's
it reveals
definitely-
how X met and made a deal with Baphomet.
He gave
He
the devil
the
his,
apple,
yeah.
a reference to Adam and Eve and the forbidden fruit. I know many of you are going to comment that in the Bible it doesn't name the fruit that was eaten by Adam and Eve, but the apple is commonly used to represent the fruit since an apple is a fruit. In the song, X states he took a bite from the apple and asked the devil to give him all he can offer. This represents him selling his soul to Lucifer. In the Bible, it also speaks of a moment when Lucifer tried to convince Jesus to kneel to him, offering him the world if he did. Jesus refused his offer, but if we're listening to X, he didn't refuse this deal with the devil. Instead, he took it. X is implying that he took a bite of the apple willingly and sold his soul for all the devil can offer. He then states that he is off the map where he met a Baphomet. X is referring to meeting Baphomet while astral projecting in a dream state. He also mentions making a deal with a Baphomet and claiming that he will save him if he gave him one thing he needed, which we know is a sacrifice. At the end of the song, we find out who
So that's how he became
sacrificed.
very
It turns
demonic.
out to be
Yeah,
himself. As in the
I can tell
outro
by
to
the
the
eyes,
song,
too.
X said that Baphomet
Wait.
told him all he wants was
I can tell by the eyes where he's standing there. Looked like something. It definitely looked like something happened to him.
himself. As in the outro to the song, X said that Baphomet told him all he wants will soon be his, but what Baphomet wants is already his, which is anima versta. Anima versta actually translates to your soul. In this song, X confessed the truth since the beginning, all the way back in 2015, before he was famous, or his career had even taken off. Bruno definitely inspired this song, and he was the one who introduced X to Baphomet in Tolima. X got the idea of sacrifice from Aleister Crowley, who wrote about it in his book called Magic in Theory and Practice, where he states, those magicians who object the use of blood have endeavored to replace it with incense. But the bloody sacrifice, though more dangerous, is more efficacious, and for nearly all purposes, human sacrifice is the best. This is what X was trying to do, but with himself, since he wanted the world. X was so devoted to Crowley's work, he started spreading it through his music. As later, when he started performing, he would repeat a quote by Crowley, "Every man and woman is a star." X tells his fans the exact same thing during a show.
Listen, I want to say something to you. So listen, no matter what anybody tells you, each and every individual in here is a star. All of you are here.
In this Medium article, this photographer claims to have been invited to take pictures of a party at Bruno's house. At the party, this photographer claims that he witnessed multiple rappers sit around X while X openly spoke about the importance of sacrifice and how someone must lose so that you can gain. The photographer claims the conversation was rooted in alchemy, which is an ancient form of witchcraft. X had become consumed with this idea of sacrifice, and he went through with it to have the world. Things get even stranger after this song, as not long after X would be arrested for his crimes he allegedly committed against his former girlfriend Geneva, and then after this he would become a massive superstar. Not long after
Okay, well that's how he ended up in jail. Okay.
this song was made, X would become the rap star he is remembered as today, and it's all
And then the devil came to him while he was in prison, presenting him an offer.
because of something he did from jail. Back in
A demon came to him.
October 2016, it wasn't looking good for X, who was locked up in jail for allegedly putting hands on his ex-girlfriend Geneva. What he allegedly did to Geneva at Bruno's house was so disturbing I can't even mention it in this video. Just look it up on Google and you'll see for yourself. But according to reports, Geneva was being kept at Bruno's house until she found a way to escape. X looked like he was going to spend a long time behind bars, but he somehow completely changed his luck around, and by late March he was back outside. But things were now different, as his song Look At Me had completely blown up, making him an overnight star. After spending months in jail, he was now leaving jail a rap star. Ghazi from Empire Records would pick up X and would quickly sign him to Empire Distribution.
Yeah,
You may
look
be
at his
asking
eyes,
yourself,
too. They
how
look
did X
demonic.
manage to accomplish
Yeah.
this? How did he go from possibly being put away for years to being free and now a rap
He made a
superstar?
deal with the devil.
Well, it all goes back to a phone call X made to her friend while he was in jail. Sometime while X was in jail for his crimes to Geneva, he made a very revealing call that was recorded to his friend. During the call, X can be heard getting instructions of a ritual he performed that changed the outcome of his entire life.
Alright, what did you say? Say the first part.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Say it.
Summoning Hecate.
I'm not playing that. I don't know what that does. I'm gonna mute that.
darkness so that I can bring forth my light.
So that, listen, if I have to call back, I want you to put like $50 on the phone, okay? So that
I'm gonna try because I don't know how much. I'm gonna try and see how much people that I hit to.
so that I may what? I may.
So that I can bring forth my light.
So that I may bring forward or can bring forward.
So that I can.
So that I can bring forward my life.
ALL.
ALL.
EXH.
Wait, EX what? EXDH.
EXDH.
AMGE.
Yeah. The number, so FOR, F, the mom, O, and then it D after that.
ITDE.
Wait for a sec, because I'm zooming in.
You have 60 seconds remaining. Alright, listen, I'm gonna call that, please.
As you heard for yourself.
That's crazy, man. Yeah. It looks extremely depressed too.
X was getting instructions to do a
What do you expect, man?
sacrifice ritual to the goddess Hecate, who is known as the goddess of the crossroads magic, witchcraft, and moon magic. During the phone call, we hear the person that X was talking about repeatedly tell X it was a sacrifice ritual. X was told to end the ritual by saying "so mote it be," which is a Masonic saying. X wrote all this down and performed this ritual, and not long after, he was a free man with an overnight fan base taking over the world. What makes this entire phone call so much more disturbing is X being told he needs to go perform a sacrifice. A sacrifice I believe he accomplished with Jocelyn Flores. See, X was released from jail March 2017, and in May 2017, a young woman named Jocelyn passed away within 24 hours of meeting up with X. It was reported that Jocelyn took herself out after an incident that took place with X and another girl. Jocelyn met X because she modeled for his merch brand, and it's believed she then started a relationship with X. X would eventually fly her out to be a part of a photo shoot and to spend some time with him, and less than 24 hours later she was gone. X even dedicated 2 songs to her on his debut project, one of them being named after her. I don't think it's a coincidence that he was talking about sacrificing to Hecate, and then Jocelyn passes away within 24 hours of meeting him. What's really interesting is that around the same time this happened with Jocelyn, he uploaded a speech to his SoundCloud account back on May 26, 2017. In the speech, X shouts out a man called Teflon Don 187. In the end of the speech, he literally says, "Shout out to Teflon Sean. You need to make a SoundCloud, Teflon. But yeah, also study the Golden Beetle." With that being said, goodbye. The golden beetle, or the golden scarab beetle, is an ancient Egyptian deity connected to mystic initiation rituals. Teflon seems to have introduced this to X while hanging out with him at no other than Bruno's house. Looking into Teflon Sean, he is a straight up Satanist and an open Thelmite. On his Instagram page, he has paintings of Baphomet and coded messages that all points back to Thelma. But on his Twitter is where we find more interesting tweets that are truly revealing. In this tweet, Teflon Sean tweets, "Our mission is still the same. Destroy Earth through control of the children's mind." Open as day, this guy revealed the very thing we're fighting against on this channel. Satan manipulating the minds of the youth. Teflon Sean also tweeted, "This is just the beginning of the end. World domination 666. Teflon appears to be referring to the new Masonic World Order, as he also posted the Masonic square and compasses. This is interesting because X was told to end the ritual by saying, "So mote it be," which is a Masonic saying. Teflon Sean also seems to have a video posted on his Instagram account where he's at an event that's located inside a Scottish Rite Lodge. He also posted photos of Crowley and other satanic imageries on his Instagram and Twitter. This is the man that X shouted out in his speech, a person who is a devoted follower of Aleister Crowley. All of this was happening as X was becoming bigger and bigger, but at the cost of his soul. Not long after X was a star, he would end up passing away when he was taken out at a motorcycle shop. Many people believe Drake has something to do with this, and I thought so too, but for a moment I was confused because back in 2015, in the song I Spoke to the Devil in Miami, X already admitted he had sacrificed himself to the devil. He ended the song by saying Baphomet has his soul, when he said Anima Verste. But X himself did say that if anything happened to him, it was Drake. Well, the thing is, I believe X was actually referring to Satan when he mentioned Drake. If you look up what Drake means in Old English, it means Satan or dragon. I believe X was using the name Drake referring to Satan because he had already admitted he sacrificed himself to Baphomet. I do think X tried saving himself though by trying to sacrifice his best friend Ski Mask to some god, but failed. Back in 2017, Ski Mask and X had stopped messing with each other. This is when X posted on his Instagram that if Ski Mask doesn't start talking to him again, he was going to quit making music. This made several of X's fans harass Ski Mask in order to get him to talk to X. Ski Mask refused and would eventually post this on his Instagram story, telling people he stopped talking to X because he tried to sacrifice him. I believe X was trying to replace himself with Ski Mask last minute, but Ski Mask wasn't having it and kept his distance from him. X had to do exactly what he said, sacrifice himself to Baphomet. This is why we saw X start to change towards the end of his life, as he knew his ending was coming. X claiming that Drake would take him out was a reference to Satan coming to collect his soul. Now, I will say it is interesting that Drake is the biggest artist in hip-hop and calls himself the sixth god, while his name literally means Satan. This alone is revealing. Whether Drake is supposed to be Satan, that's something that I can't answer, but I know it's connected to what happened to X. This is why I believe X was foreshadowing his death in the sad video. In the video, we see the Drake he is referring to, the Reaper or Satan who came to collect his soul. The video shows X doing exactly what he said he would do, sacrificing himself, as he is seen in the video fighting a version of him that's in a casket. By the end of the video, X is consumed by the light, a reference to Lucifer, the light bearer. X sacrificed himself to have the world. That's what he wanted the world to know. In one of his last live streams, he literally tells the world that if he passes away because of some sacrifice, he wants to be remembered as something positive for the world. X knew it was coming because he made the deal. Something I found truly strange was a tweet that Teflon Sean posted on Twitter where he seems to refer as Gekum as the literal Antichrist they have been waiting for. Teflon Sean tweeted, "There shall be one child born with true free will. This child will lead us through the next Aeon, AXI." He then tweets, Gekum. This was indeed interesting, especially since Crowley speaks of the child god Horus being in control of the new Aeon or the age. Teflon Sean calls Gekum the child of true will, meaning he was conceived through a sex magic ritual. Gekum was born 3 days after X passed away, which strangely seems too familiar to the resurrection of Christ, who rose from the dead 3 days later. Gekum was born 3 days after his father was born, which is symbolic of Christ. I believe this ties back to the Antichrist statement Teflon Sean was stating, as occultists love using the three symbolism. All of this information presented in this video proves that X was an occultist who sold his soul to have the world. His soul was then collected, leaving behind his son. Before I end this video, I do want to bring up Adam 22's involvement in all of this. Adam actually took a photo with XXXTentacion at Bruno's house, and he also told 458 Keys that he knows all about Bruno's house. It's really interesting that Adam ended up making his own adult film series just like Bruno after they met. We know Adam is a Satanist, and he has the inverted cross on his face. Now, I believe he's just like the rest of these occultists, a member of Thelma. All of this connects to the truth, as it would always be revealed. Well, that's it for this video. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
This is Hungry Army on the Move. Israel says never see anything like what's going to Gaza. Okay, I want to see what they're...
You may be at church.
I want to see more into this whole thing about the whole Israel stuff in the Middle East, including with Trump.
Be at work.
See what this is all about.
You may be asleep. God grant that you will be ready. when he makes his personal appearance. My God, what if his appearance occurs on a Sunday morning? My prophetic word to you this morning is get ready! Get ready!
President Trump resets a global order during historic address in Riyadh.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Share, subscribe, like this video, make sure you put your prayer requests at the bottom. If you hear the thunder, we've been bombarded this morning with horrible storms. The one we just went through, we didn't have internet for at least 4 or 5 hours. Got it back, it's went back off, it's been back on, back off. We've had some really, really bad storms this morning. The last one, the rain. I just put rain barrels in, and there hadn't been much rain since I put them in, and I noticed that they was overflowing. That's how much rain came in this last storm. So, lots and lots of rain. Lots of rain. Surprised I still got power. Horrible lightning, horrible thunderstorms. And if this happened before the leaves got on trees, we probably had another flood, as bad as it was. I want to do a shout out to Jonathan Thomas Burden. He says he talks to Gigi all the time. He made asked me to do that last night on Facebook. Now, Dina James and her husband, I want to shout out to them because they're sending me some Bibles. We got some in today. I haven't checked. I don't think there's a name in it. It's 365 stories of the Bible for children. Those are good. Those we can. They'll be excited to get those. So I thank everybody that's doing that because we truly need them. Now, if you check the pinned comment, I have the Bibles that we need in there. The boys' timeline or thin line edition kids Bible and the girls version. We've never had these before, and that's the girls version of these. I've got those in the pinned comment. And that's the thunder, once again. All right, we got a lot of news, and I do mean 10,000 piles of it.
Yeah, this whole Saudi Arabia summit thing, man, this is shaking.
Breaking news, Hungary moves troops, tanks, artillery to the Ukraine border. Why is this a big
is going to
thing?
lead to what's coming.
Hungary has been on the EU's bad boy list for a while because they want to support them with Ukraine joining into NATO. And they're not happy with this guy. This guy all of a sudden started moving his whole army towards the border of Ukraine. Nobody knows why. This is happening all over the world. This is not a fluke thing. This is happening in a lot of places, and we're going to get into that here in a minute. 11:33 a.m. Eastern U.S. time. Today, 13th of May. As the story is published, troops, tanks, artillery, armored personnel carriers of the Hungarian army are mobilizing towards the Hungary border. Intel analysis suspected Hungary is about to make a move on or reacquire Transcarpathia. I hope I say that right. Highlighted in red on the map, it's sandwiched in between other NATO nations and Ukraine. Despite it being basically technically Ukraine since Soviet times, these people mostly speak Hungarian. Tanks have been taking off their transportation units and driving through several towns onto Ukraine border on the main road routes. Video below shows the mobilization. We saw this last night. We saw this actually on satellite. Saw this massive army moving. And it's not the only one. It's going to get interesting here in a minute. All right, this is on how Turner is open, preparing to take over the Hungarian region inside Ukraine when peace talks fail with Russia. Let's get into that real quick. Putin has already canceled it. Okay, so we know that. That's already happened. And he's already said he's not going to show up for these talks. So that is gone. Which we all knew that was going to happen. God's already warned us that this is going to go full-fledged war. So we knew that no matter the way this goes, it's going to turn into a disaster. Somewhere Russia is going to make a move on Ukraine, joined by Belarus. Now, we're seeing something on satellite that's very disturbing. What we're not for us, for the world, it is, because we're about to leave here very quickly. Can I get an amen? All right, Russia's moving forces into the Suwalki Gap. They're up there on the Belarusian border. We know that they've been doing that for a while. But now they've started to divert troops over into Finland, on the Finland border of NATO. And they're amassing a lot of troops there. Attack helicopters, bombers, tanks, the whole 9 yards. Russia's getting ready to do something, people. In a big, big way. They're about to take on NATO. And NATO is mining the Baltics and everything there. They're getting ready to make a move. And they know it. That's why the Baltics and everybody have been mining all their borders with Russia. Now, when they're going to do it, I don't know, but I think it's getting close that this is going to happen. And that's why we see Hungary making a run for that border of Ukraine, too. See, they keep saying peace, peace, peace. Listen, Trump, in his message today, he said that at least 40 times, if I counted correctly. He kept saying peace and safety, peace and safety, peace and safety, peace and safety. Go back and listen to it. That's all he kept saying. He kept repeating it over and over. I'm like, I could just hear Paul going,
yeah, that Saudi Arabia summit thing.
Wake up, people. Wake up. And he did. He said it over and over and over and over. All right. With everything else. Now, Saudi Crown Prince personally greets Trump on the tarmac. This is a big deal because they worship this guy like he's a god. And he usually doesn't do this. So why is he? Like I said, he is completely infatuated with Trump, and Trump is with him. And they signed one of the biggest contracts in history of the United States with a blistering, I can't even remember. See, what was that percentage that they did with them? It's like 600 million, I think, investment in the United States that he's going to do. Indian Prime Minister Modi praises Russia's made S-400 air defense system. Strong security shield has become India's identity. United States and Saudi Arabia officially signed strategic economic partnership. Let's see. Now, this is what I was telling you about earlier. Ukraine President Zelensky says he is committed to pursuing every opportunity for peace with Russia, which we all know that's a lie, too. And Putin's already said he's not going to show up at this meeting, so there goes that. Let's see. I was trying to get to this one thing, but I can't figure it out. Listen to this. Syrian president aimed to build Trump Tower in Damascus. You can't make this stuff up at this point, people. Just can't. Cannot make it up, people. The writing is on the wall. We are leaving. The world is going to war. All right. Putin is meeting with Iran and Al Khamenei. Now, President Trump says he stopped the war with India and Pakistan. Now, this is interesting, too, because India and Pakistan comes out today and says, no, he did not. He never done any of that. They decided on their own. But I will tell you this. J.D. Vance played a big role in it because J.D. Vance got something from the CIA. We don't know what it is. They haven't announced it yet. But evidently, the night that, remember that Pakistan was going to meet with their nuclear board, remember that? Well, evidently, something, I don't know if the CIA got to J.D. Vance and Rubio, and the intelligence that they got that night horrified them. It really did. It horrified them. To where J.D. Vance literally jumped on the phone with India and was begging them to stand down. So I don't know if they got word that the nuclear war between them two was minutes away and they was trying to stop it, which I don't think it stopped. It's not. India's already warned. This morning, yesterday morning, if Pakistan keeps fighting with them, it's going to go full-blown war and it could go nuclear. So we've got that still going. That hasn't stopped. There's no peace in that. Them two hate each other as bad as Iran and Israel. And there is nobody going to stop that once it goes. Once it goes, it goes. And I think we all know that. If you know the history between these two, wow, they do not like each other at all. If you're on Telegram, make sure you have Keegan Fernandez. You have our good friend, Watchwoman Natalie, our good friend across the pond, Watchwoman Lisa. You have Bubba News and Marty's 2-Minute Morning. Right now is a time that you cannot take your eyes off the ball. Keep it on Jesus at all times. Because the world is so unstable. As I told you, it's like walking on landmines. The whole world is at war with each other. They try their best to hide it, and I'll tell you why they're doing it. why they try to keep it from people, there's a couple of reasons. Number one is that the stock market are so overvalued, they're fake, okay? People are buying into the stock market and it pretty much it's overvalued. And when it does crash, they're going to lose everything they have. But they're stupid and they keep buying into it. Number two, they know if people really get wind of what truly is happening out there, they're going to hit the stores and they're going to wipe them out. And that's what they're trying to prevent. That's why they're trying to keep this stuff on the down low until the day that they want to push the button. They have a day. I promise you, as I'm sitting here, they have a day. They have set a day that all the world's armies will commence. It's all planned, been pre-planned for a long time. I don't know how many's in on it, how many of them is truly in on it. I don't know, but I think it's a lot. And I think they're the ones who selected Trump to be in this time because he's playing ball with them. How do I know that? Because when I see what he's doing with Saudi Arabia, what he's doing in the Middle East with Qatar and all these bad players, that's not coincidence. He's there. He's playing with all of Israel's worst enemies. You see Satan's blueprint all over this. It's got his fingerprints all over it. He uses their greed for wealth to position them in the position he wants for the tribulation. That's what's happening. And the Antichrist will come out of that. You're seeing the rise of the Antichrist. It's happening right now in your time. He's here. Nobody knows who he is, and we won't until we're gone will they know who he is. But he's here. And he's going to rise out of this mess that they've got planned to bring him in. I mean, I've heard some of these people talking about bringing him in. That's their plan, to bring this war in, to bring him in. That's their plan. That's why the UN has a seat for him inside of New York. Ain't that disturbing? Think about that. When you think about going back to 9/11 and all these things that's happened, there's reasons. But he has a seat inside the UN just for the Antichrist. So don't tell me they don't believe. They know there's an Antichrist, and they're waiting for him to get into power. All right, with all this chaos, let's see what else we got. They ends these things that's happened.
Like, they have a seat for Trump or they have a seat for the Antichrist? Hold on. Go back.
This mess that they've got planned to bring him in. I mean, I've heard some of these people talking about bringing him in. That's their plan, to bring this war in, to bring him in. That's their plan.
Yeah, okay. When they say peace and safety, sudden destruction come upon them. Okay, I understand. The Antichrist. Okay. I was about to say Trump. I know the UN doesn't like Trump.
That's why the UN has a seat for him inside of New York. Ain't that disturbing? Think about that. When you think about going back to 9/11 and all these things that's happened, there's reasons. But he has a seat inside the UN just for the Antichrist. So don't tell me they don't believe. They know there's an Antichrist, and they're waiting for him to get into power. All right, with all this chaos, let's see what else we got. Now, things you've never seen before are going to happen in Gaza. This is coming from Netanyahu. He's not very happy with Trump being over there with all his enemies. And it's just, when they do let loose on Gaza, I do believe they're going to just literally destroy it. This comes after the IDF stopped operations in Gaza for the Eden, there's my power flickering, you saw it, Alexander safe crossing. Within days, they're going to happen in Gaza things you have never seen before. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told the War Wounded Forum on Monday. According to a handout, the Prime Minister met with the wounded soldiers for an hour and a half and listened to the soldiers' stories of heroism and injury. Netanyahu's statement comes after Israel sources have signaled the IDF readiness to expand combat operations in the Gaza Strip. Hopefully my power holds. Please, Jesus, let it hold. An Israel official told the source of the Jerusalem Post that the modern Eden Alexander returns home, Israel will resume combat operations in Gaza. The IDF has stopped operations in Gaza for the Israel-American hostage safe crossing. We're glad he's home. Additionally, on Sunday, an Israel official told the Post that Israel's ultimatum to Hamas regarding the launch of the widened Gaza offensive is still in effect until his release. Now, Israel's previously gave Hamas a deadline of either 10 hostages in exchange for a 45-day ceasefire or face a Gaza offense. The plan includes seizing and holding territory in Gaza, moving the Gazan population southward for their protection, preventing Hamas from distributing humanitarian aid, and launching powerful strikes against Hamas, all actions that will help bring about its defeat, a senior political source told the Post. Now, this is not sitting well with all the guys that Trump is with now. They don't like this. That's why it's so wild that that's who he's hanging around, is all the bad guys. Let's see. Israel concerns grow. Trump reportedly plans to meet with the Palestinian, Syria, and Lebanese presidents in Saudi Arabia. So he's meeting with Palestine. That's correct. You heard me correctly. That's who he's meeting in Saudi Arabia. U.S. Donald Trump upcoming trip to the Middle East, his major visit abroad since taking office, has already sparked speculations of strained relations after he would skip Israel in favor of stops with Saudi Arabia and Qatar, which are all bad guys. In recent days, a flurry of reports have heightened Israel's concern as Trump is now set to meet with nearly all these regional leaders, except Israel. On Sunday, Arab News reports that the Palestinian Authority President Abbas, Syrian President al-Sharar, and Lebanese President Joseph Aoun will all join Trump's meeting in the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Remember, all they want is a two-state solution. That's what they got him there for. He's not there to do this big defense contract. They've got him there for the two-state solution. That's what it is. However, both PA and Israel sources denied the plans for a meeting has been finalized. For Israel, the most worrying aspect of Trump's potential meeting with the boss, despite official denials, and they're not going to tell you because he's got to protect his lie to his Christian base and keep them believing that he's the good guy, and he's not. According to Cannes News report cited a source of Saudi royal family, the kingdom plans to present an outline for a broad agreement to end the Palestinian issue, one that includes establishing a Palestinian state, ending the war with Gaza, and normalizing between Israel and the Arab states. So they're saying, we're going to pay you, Israel, to divide Jerusalem. And boy, are they going to get the shock of their life. Because now the Antichrist will pull this off. He's going to get it done. We're going to disappear, and then he's going to come in. He will get them to sign this. And I think that's how they'll get their third temple back, is because of that. That's what he's going to throw in. The Saudi demand to include the chairman of the PA, the expanded meeting with President Trump, is not only a single message of the Crown Prince to his public inward. It's also a message to the Arab world. This is a result of political security dynamics in the region. And dynamics is bad for us. The Saudi source told Cannes that the kingdom is optimistic Trump will be convinced to support the plan. And eventually he will. I think he's already for it. He just can't come out and say it because his voters will, they'll finally figure him out, like we have. And that while some elements are planned negotiation, the establishment of the Palestinian state and the end of the war of Gaza are non-negotiable. Whatever will happen during this meeting in Saudi Arabia, the fact that Trump will meet with a boss and not Netanyahu is already sending a strong message. It's already there. It's on the wall. But they're not going to come out and tell you. They're going to hide all this because Trump likes to keep his lies in the shadows. And they all do. Don't think it's just him. It's all of them. Putin, Zelensky, they're all in the shadows, going to and fro, doing horrible things that people don't know. My job is to remind you to keep your eyes on Jesus because he's the only one that's not going to betray you. And he isn't. These other ones, they will. And it's coming. Judgment's coming to this world. That's the truth, 1,000%. All this is all scripture. It's all taking place. They're going to put him a Trump Tower in Damascus. We all know Damascus is going to be destroyed. All of it's there, people. God is not happy. God's watching this. He's warned us, many family members, over and over and over, that this is coming. War is coming to the world, and it's at the door. That's why you see all the crazy weather and all the crazy things that's happening around the world. All these armies starting to move on each other. I mean, it's happening everywhere. And they keep it so well hid, and most people just ignore it. And like I said, that's exactly where they're going to be when the rapture happens. They're going to be ignoring all this stuff. They're like, nah, it's whatever. It's not happening. It's fake. It's like they always do. And it's too late. When the rapture happens, it'll be a split second. You won't have to change then. It's over. Just like in the days of Noah, when that door closed, that was it for them. That was done. Same thing this time, but this time it's in the blink of an eye. We that will remain will meet those. The dead in Christ will rise. Those that of us remain will end up with them up in the sky with Jesus. That's what's coming. And he's going to pull the church out. That's what we're looking at. That's what all this is. That's what all this means. That's what it leads to. I'm just here to tell you have nothing to fear, that Jesus is near. And he made a promise to you, and he's going to pull you out. And these are the things he wanted us to see. And I'm just here to sound the alarms that it's happening for you to be ready, because Jesus is coming to get you. And that's what's coming. Don't hang your head. My job, once again, is to give you hope that the blessed hope is coming, because that's his promise. And that's what I'm here every day to remind you. No matter what the world tells you, Jesus is coming for you, and he's going to pull you out of here. And these people, they have a plan, and the world doesn't see it, and they don't want to see it, and it's going to destroy them. Be ready, because Jesus is here. Okay? Israel surrounded. When they take Gaza, if they go in full-fledged, I'm telling you, the world's going to start to fall apart pretty quickly. It already is, but that's really going to start to move towards where we think we're going to see a lot of the bad things that are coming. It's at the door. As I said, it's like walking on dynamite right now. Everywhere you go, it's like being on landmines. The world is ready to blow up at any moment. The world's just they don't have no sense to even know what's happening to them. That it's right under their feet. They're more worried about vacations and everything else. So, literally, be ready. Tell people today about Jesus. I don't know what that is. I think my TV blinked and came back on, so it's played in the background. So I apologize for that. But once again, tell everybody about Jesus today. Trust in the gospel. 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4. Jesus died on the cross for our sins, past, present, and future. He died, was buried, rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. Trust in Jesus and Jesus alone. Confirm everything through him right now and get people on the ark as fast as possible. We're trying to get these Bibles out as much as we can to flood the areas, because we know the tribulation is at the door. I love each and every one of you. If I don't hear from you again, I'll see you at home.
Alright, I want to see what this is. Calm before the storm, May 13th to 16th.
Thank you once again for tuning in to Global Rapture Watchers, where we do daily updates here on YouTube, letting you know that we're one day closer to our Lord and Savior coming back. Thank you for all the support for this channel. This channel was created for God's sheep, those that are waiting for their Lord and Savior to come back and get us in these last days. We do updates once to 2 times a day here on YouTube. Thank you for all your support for the channel. God bless each and every one of you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Steve Fletcher with a trumpet for my people. Today is May 13th, 2025. And I want to talk about Donald Trump in the Middle East. Right now, Saudi first.
That's definitely a very
judge
big
report.
thing going to happen.
And so the headlines are coming out. Trump's Middle East trip marked by potential private business conflicts. Don surprised and sidelined Israel ahead of landmark visit. This is an important detail here that on Israel's 77th birthday, Trump is not going to Israel. And we can talk about how he did go to Israel on their 70th birthday, but now on their 77th birthday, Israel has been sidelined. And if we go on here, the first few articles on the Drudge Report, this really caught my attention, and this is what I'm going to be sharing about, is this third article here. It says, calm before the storm. Prices drop slightly, but tariffs could push costs higher. And the timing of this article, as Trump is in the Middle East, May 13th. Okay, and if we pull this article up, this was published today on CNBC, May 13th, the calm before the storm. Okay, Now, Donald Trump had talked about the calm before the storm, and now, on the eve of Israel's 77th birthday, and during his trip to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, where he will be skipping over Israel, we have this article coming out that brings focus again to this statement, the calm before the storm. Okay, so I put some things together here, and I want to show you the importance of where we are now, together with the calm before the storm statement that Donald Trump made a few years ago. Okay, so on October 5th, 2017, the calm before the storm. Now, is the storm where we are right now? Is this the storm? Is this the storm that we have been waiting for, that Trump announced on October 5th of 2017? Remember, Trump is connected to the number 7. He was born on a blood moon 700 days before the rebirth of Israel. June 14th, 1946 was 700 days exactly before the rebirth of Israel. And on his first inauguration, on his first day in office, Donald Trump was 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. And so everything connected to the number 7 from October 5th, 2017 to May 12th of 2025, 7 years, 7 months, and 7 days. Okay, this is one detail leading us to second Passover. Now, another detail leading us to today is not only the 7 years, 7 months, and 7 days connected to yesterday, October 5th, 2017 to today, May 13th, 2025, it's 2,777 days. This is incredible. 2,777 days. Today, exactly. To the first day, he just arrived in Saudi Arabia. Today, 2,777 days after his statement. But this really caught my attention too, because we're at 91 months and 8 days, and 7 years, 7 months, and 8 days. And if we go to the last day of the trip, he's going to be leaving the Middle East on May 16th. So if we go to the last day of the trip, 2,780 days, but this is
MLB's
7 years, 7 months, and 11 days.
Wow.
And it's 91
They
months
just
and
reinstated
11
a bunch of
days.
people that
So
got banned.
included
The Hall of
in
Fame.
the last day of this trip is the 7-11.
Yeah, you definitely know 2025 is a really odd year when that happens. Yeah, this, when Trump leaves the Middle East, I think some big stuff's going to go down. I think the 16th is going to be huge for Israel, going into Gaza. I just don't see Hamas giving up the hostages.
And the 9/11.
That Gideon's Chariots thing is going to change a lot of stuff.
And together.
Something's going to happen before then.
And May 14th to May 15th is the day of the flood on the Hebrew calendar, the 17th day of the second month. So right here we have the 7-11. Plus we have the 7-11 included in the calm before the storm statement. Okay, so all of this is so important as to where we are now. Israel's 77th birthday, second Passover, and the day of the flood, all connected to the calm before the storm. But this is really what is also, I mean, Trump is sidelining Israel. Okay, this is the headline. Trump is sidelining Israel. In other words, there's a betrayal, because Trump was all about Israel on their 70th birthday. May 14, 2018, and let's move the embassy, and let's get a deal done, and let's prove to Israel that they're our best friend. Israel's 70th birthday, May 14, 2018, and the opening of the American embassy in Jerusalem. Well, 7 years later, Israel is being sidelined by the same Donald Trump. May 14, 2025, Israel's 77th anniversary, and Trump is in the Middle East, but he's making deals with Israel's enemies. Is this the betrayal that is foretold in the Bible a 7-year covenant and then a breaking of the covenant. And we have a 7-year period here from Israel's 70th birthday to Israel's 77th birthday. And we have a 7-year period, and we have the breaking of the covenant, and we have a betrayal going on. And what is going on? What is going to be happening? What is the situation here taking place with Donald Trump going to the Middle East but not going to Israel on this trip? Okay, making huge deals of weapons and business and all kinds of alliances that are taking place between the United States and Israel's enemies. But Israel's not involved in any of this trip. And so, is this a betrayal that is taking place? Another piece of this puzzle, another piece of information that is happening over the next few days, especially on Thursday, May 15th, is this peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. But they're not doing it just anywhere, they're doing it in Turkey. Okay. Now, the day of the flood, the 17th day of the second month, is Thursday, May 15th. And where is Noah's Ark? It's in Turkey. Noah's Ark is on Mount Ararat, according to the Bible. Whether they've truly found it or not, they haven't allowed it to be dug up, but there seems to be evidence that Noah's Ark is on Mount Ararat in Turkey. Well, this day in Turkey could be a huge sign as well. So we have Russian President Putin proposes direct talks with Ukraine on May 15th in Turkey.
Tomb of Jesus discovered, ceasefire deal breach, record-breaking weather, and Kanye. Terrifying vision of tribulation, darkness, and evil unleashed after the rapture. Jeremy ultimatum, Royal Show Moscow Unite 5 hours Middle East update. See what this is.
3, 2, 1, let's go! Hello, family. Today is Monday, May the 12th. My friends, another day our Father has made, and one day closer to our blessed hope. I'm your brother Adam with the Watchman Adam News Channel. Today, we're back with the latest end time news. We're going to take a look at 5 end time headlines from all around the world. But before the update, let me say thank you for tuning back in with us today. Family, as always, we appreciate all the love support of the channel and the ministries. Thank you guys so much. We love you. If you don't mind, would you give the video a thumbs up, please? And family, as always, if you have any prayer requests whatsoever, drop it in the comment section below or send me an email at watchthedanielnews@yahoo.com and someone from our prayer team would be honored to pray over your prayer request. Family, I'm going to ask, continue to keep me and my family in your prayers. It would be greatly appreciated. And keep our homeless outreach in your prayers. This Sunday we'll be in Asheville, North Carolina, passing out hope bags and other things to the homeless. And family, please pray that the Most High make a way. We got 4 families that need air conditioners, and they really need air conditioners for summer gets here in South Carolina. Please pray that the Most High make a way that we can get these families taken care of. Thank you, guys. And family, just to let you know, we have the Amazon wish list for the Bible ministry and homeless outreach updated in the description box of this video. The things we need the most for the outreach are Bibles, tents, sleeping bags, socks, food items, flashlights, and book bags. And family, if you want to make a donation to our channel or one of our ministries, we got ways you can do so. Check the description box of this video. We do ask that you please pray about it first. If you're sending it for the homeless outreach, please let us know when you send it. Now to today's end time video. Let's go! Alrighty, channel family, I pray you're all having a blessed day in Jesus' name. We're back with the end time news update. We're going to take a look at 5 end time headlines from all around the world. And family, I'm telling you, it appears that it is all coming together and that we're going home soon. Guys, you can truly see Bible prophecy jumping off the pages of the Bible into real time. We do not have much more time left. I'm telling you, our Messiah is coming back soon. So what you say without further delay? Let's get into our end time news update. You know why? Because you can truly see Bible prophecy in today's headline news. Alrighty, channel family, our first headline comes from Deadline on May 10th. And this end time headline reads, Ye debuts Hail Hitler music video that includes a sample of Hitler's speech. Then below the headline it reads this, the song is the artist's latest string of anti-Semitic provocations. I'm telling you, Kanye did it this time, family. So family, we're going to briefly discuss this. Last Thursday, rapper Kanye West released a song titled Hail Hitler. And family, immediately platforms began to remove it right and left. But guess where you can find it and watch it at? X. You know, the company that Elon Musk bought out? No surprise there, especially what he did at the rally earlier this year. And that red thing right there is something that Kanye was using to promote this song and wearing. You see it looks like a swastika. Now let's go to the article for a second. This is some of the lyrics from the song right here. Follow along with me because I can't say these. All my ends, Nazis. Ends, hail Hitler. Wow, family. Now listen to this. Kanye sings on the song synth heavy chorus over videos of 3 black men wearing animal skins and repeating the lyrics. All of them anti-Semitic lyrics. Man, that's just sad. Family, I'm telling you, Kanye is acting off the chart. He dressed up in the KKK uniform, doing an interview with a DJ. Family, it appears that Kanye West is going through mental breakdown right now. I think he's being attacked very, very hard. He's got his hands into stuff he probably should never had them in. We need to pray for Kanye West and his children. Now the headline 2, but first, a message from our sponsor.
Pure Bible healing oils are infused with precious frankincense and myrrh resins in a special process. Applied topically, a few drops of cured oil can relieve pain and inflammation in just minutes. Arthritis and joint pain, bug and spider bites, burns, cuts, wounds, headaches, toothaches, muscle tension, and much more. Cured also boosts immune function, relieves COVID, cold, and flu symptoms fast, and is proven to improve EMF-induced inflammation of the bloodstream.
Family, our Cured line of healing anointing oils, which are all infused with precious frankincense and myrrh resin, start as low as $19.99, but you save 20% on that when you use my code WATCHMAN20 at checkout. So visit www.BibleHealingOil.com today. Use code WATCHMAN20 to save 20%. Family, these oils work. I personally use them every day myself. Guys, you won't be disappointed. You can find the link in the pinned comment and more information in the description box of this video. Now, back to headline number 2. Alright family, headline number 2. It comes from Slay on May 11th. And this end time headline reads, Japan sounds the alarm as deaths surge among jabbed children. Oh boy, guys, here we go. I might have to use a little code on this one, but you'll be able to follow along. Family, let's go right to the article. This is very interesting. Then I got something to add at the end. So, a chilling global alert has emerged from Japan after the nation recorded a surge in deaths among jabbed children. Leading Japanese experts are now calling for an urgent reassessment of worldwide jab programs. The warning comes after the nation's top scientists linked a recent surge in child deaths to jabs.
Major League
Now,
Baseball
the findings are
issues
detailed in
policy
a
decision
bombshell
on
study
permanent
published in the Springer Nature Peer
ineligibility
Reviewed
status
Journal
after
Discover
death.
Medicine.
Okay, so most of these
Now,
players
the
just
scientists
got
behind the
reinstated
study
to the Hall
are
of
raising
Fame.
the alarm over the issue after connecting
Wow.
several child deaths to jabs. However, it wasn't only mRNA jabs that were linked to the deaths. The study found that multiple children died suddenly after receiving standard childhood scheduled jabs. You know, the
So
ones
it's so
that
Sheila
you
Show
get
Jackson
school and stuff like
and
that.
Pete Rose.
Now, the study was conducted by Dr. Kenji Yamamoto of a memorial hospital in Japan. In the wake of Yamamoto's discovery,
all these
top
people
Japanese
got-
experts are now calling for
are now
urgent
eligible
reassessment
to be into
of
the Hall
global
of, now
jab
gone into the
programs,
Hall of Fame after their
particularly
deaths. So
mRNA jabs. Now, family,
Including
let me share
Pete
a
Rose.
personal story with you. This happened. This involves my brother, and I don't talk about this a lot, but we're going to talk about it real quick. So I actually have a brother that passed away when I was like
So
2
they
months
can be
old.
voted
He was
in
older
December
than me, about a year older
2027.
than me. But what happened
Yeah,
is
something's-
he took his
a lot of
MMR
stuff's
jab,
changing, man.
mumps, measles, and rubella. To make a long story short, 12 hours later, my brother was found unalive. The jab did it to him. It made his brain swell. It gave him the measles and family. I've never been vaccinated for anything in my life. I was given a waiver to not have no jabs to go to school, and then I was given a waiver to join the Army without having any jabs. Because what that shot did to my brother, my family, we've always been very, very skeptical of jabs, especially with everything we know now. Guys, let me know your thoughts about this in the comment section below. Now, the headline number 3. And our third headline comes from End Time Headlines on May 12th. And this End Time headline reads, team of archaeologists claim they had discovered the tomb of Jesus. Wow, is this real? So, in an ongoing, groundbreaking excavation at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, archaeologists from University in Rome have uncovered evidence that aligns perfectly with the Holy Bible description of Jesus Christ's tomb and much more. So, the findings led by Professor Francesca Romana S. includes remnants of an ancient garden with olive trees and grapevines, corroborate the Gospel of John's account of a garden near the site of Jesus' crucifixion and burial. Now, family, this is not no normal church. This church is revered by many as the site of Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection. And family, it's been under excavation to explore its historical layers and possibly even confirm the greatest event that ever took place in history, the death, burial, and resurrection of our Messiah, Jesus Christ. Now, family, listen to this next part. Recent archaeobotanical and pollen analysis reveals seeds and pollen from olive trees and grapevines beneath the church floor, dating back roughly 2,000 years to the pre-Christian era. Then the article says this: these findings echo John 19:41, which describes a garden in the place where Jesus was crucified, containing a new tomb where no one had yet been laid. Dr. S. noted, the gospel mentions a green area between the Calvary and the tomb, and we identified these quantified fields. Now, the discovery suggests that the area originally a limestone quarry was repurposed for agricultural use and burial, after quarrying ceased in the 1st century A.D. Now, this aligns with the historical context of the site, which was outside Jerusalem city walls at the time of Jesus' crucifixion, but later incorporated into the city. Now, family, I found this article to be very, very, very interesting, and there are times when the scientists actually confirm what the word of the Most High God says. But here on this channel, we don't need them to confirm it. We know that grave is empty. We know our Messiah defeated death. But regardless, it's a very interesting article, but I want to know your thoughts on it. Do you think that could be where Jesus was put in the tomb for 3 days? Do you think that could be the death and resurrection site of our Messiah Jesus? Are they on to something? Let us know in the comment section below. I think it could be. But I know one thing that we all can agree on. The grave is empty. Let me get a grave is empty in the comment section below. Let me know who's still watching. Now to headline number 4. And my friends, our fourth headline comes from Fox Weather on May 11th. And this end time headline reads, Charleston crushes 126-year-old rainfall record as southeast mid-Atlantic blasted by flooded rain. Family, what we have here is more crazy end times weather, and this one right here kind of hits close to home, South Carolina. Now family, this storm wreaked havoc everywhere it went. In this video, we're going to be looking at Charleston, South Carolina, as records were broken in Charleston, South Carolina due to this weather event. More crazy end times weather, family. So, according to the Weather Service, Charleston International Airport in South Carolina had received 2 inches of rain since midnight, which broke the rainfall record from May 11th of 1.93 inches, set back in 1952. But that's not the only spot in Charleston that had a record broken. In addition to the other one, downtown Charleston received 2.06 inches of rain since midnight. That crushed the previous record rainfall for May 11th. It was 1.57 inches. That was set 126 years ago. Wow! Now, like I said, this storm's been all across the United States and it's wreaked havoc everywhere it's went, guys. We need to pray for Charleston. We got some people down there in Charleston. We go do outreach. We know some of the homeless down there. So let's keep them in our prayers, guys. You know, one thing that people don't talk about is weather when it comes to end times. Weather is also one of the birth pains. Family, think about it. The past couple of years, the weather has picked up big time. People don't think about weather events being part of the birth pain process, but they very much are. And the closer that day gets, we're going to see more crazy weather events and weather patterns. Family, keep on looking up. Now, family, let's go to our fifth and final headline, headline number 5. And headline number 5 comes from Zero Hedge on May 10th. And this end time headline reads, India and Pakistan agreed to U.S.-mediated full and immediate ceasefire. And as time of recording this ceasefire still stands and still going strong at this time right now. Wars and rumors of war, family. So India and Pakistan, who are both nuclear-armed countries, appear to be fastly escalating towards a broader conflict on Saturday. As the two nuclear nations have thrown a couple blows, and there's a lot of talk, and we saw a situation that could escalate and spiral out of control very, very quickly. Family, it really looked like this situation was going to spiral out of control, but then President Trump announced on Truth Social that India and Pakistan had agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Let me read it to you. Donald Trump posted this on May 10th. After a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I am pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries to using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And like I said earlier in the video, that ceasefire still stands today. Now family, only time will tell if this stands, but Trump has also been talking to Hamas. You know, he got one of the hostages released, but he's also been talking to them about possible peace. Family, remember what the Bible says. When they say peace and safety, sudden destruction comes upon them. Family, keep on looking up. We're in the final seconds of the last days. Stay strong, my friends. Well, my beautiful channel family, that's our end time news update for Monday, May the 12th. Guys, I want to say thank you for watching as we put a lot of time to work into our update videos. So you guys watch them, it truly means the world to us. Thank you so much. We love you guys. I worked on this video since 5 a.m. this morning, so I got about 8-9 hours in this video right here alone. So you guys watching, it truly means the world to me. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing and I love you. And here at the Watching Adam News channel, until the day that trumpet blows, we'll continue to bring you all the latest end time news, Lord willing. What we're going to do here at the Watching Adam News channel is we're going to occupy and redeem the time until we fly, because we're going soon. And family, let me remind you of something. You are so loved by the everlasting God. You are so loved. You are so precious in His eyes. You are made in His image. You are not a mistake. You have a purpose. You are not forgotten. You are remembered. You're not below anyone. You're not above anyone. You are made in the image of the perfect living God. Don't let the enemy tell you elsewise. You're not a failure. You're not a mistake. You are loved. You are loved by God. Whenever you feel like you're unloved, go to John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. That's how much God loves you. He gave his only Son to pay our sin debt. That's true love right there, my friends. If you haven't already, tap into that. That's that living water right there. And guess what? It's totally free. John 3:16, 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4. Check them out. Well, family, that's all I got for you today. Once again, I got to say thank you for watching. If you don't mind, would you give the video a thumbs up, share it, and drop a comment? You see, family, it helps us out so much, and we do appreciate it. If you're new to our channel, hit that subscribe button, join our channel.
Pete Rose BP Jerky for only $67.50.
News channel, you guys are more than a number. You guys are loved and appreciated, and we pray for you guys on a daily basis. And family, in case you didn't know, I'm on Telegram and TikTok. You can follow us on both of them platforms under Watching That on News. Also have a link for my Facebook in the description box of this video if you want to follow me on Facebook, and a link for our recovery channel in the description box of this video. And a real quick announcement. Everybody that's requested the Bible past 3 weeks, yours was mailed out this past Saturday. I got 2 more to mail tomorrow, then we're putting the mailing the Bibles on hold for a second until we get more stamps and Bibles, but we will start it back up. You can still email us, then we'll get ready, we'll send them to you. And family, let me remind you once again, the Bible Ministry and the Homeless Outreach both have an Amazon wish list you can find in the description box of this video, and for stamps and Bibles, but we will start it back up. You can still email us, then we'll get ready, we'll send them to you. My Facebook in the description box of this video if you want to follow me on Facebook, and a link for our recovery channel in the description box of this video. And a real quick announcement. Everybody that's requested the Bible past 3 weeks, yours was mailed out this past Saturday. I got 2 more to mail tomorrow, then we're putting the mailing the Bibles on hold for a second until we get more stamps and Bibles, but we will start it back up. You can still email us, then we'll get ready, we'll send them to you. And family, let me remind you once again, the Bible Ministry and the Homeless Outreach both have an Amazon wish list you can find in the description box of this video. And family, if you get anything from the wish list, you want to mail it to this P.O. Box right here. Adam M. P.O. Box 521, Lawrence, South Carolina, 29360. And family, I love it when y'all do this right here. If y'all want to write cards for us to put in the hope bags for the homeless, to put in random bags, you know, whatever the Lord puts on your heart to write on the card and mail them to us, we'll put them in bags. You never know. You might bring a lost person to the Lord, a homeless person to the Lord. You might make their day. So send them to us if you want to do that. And family, one more time, let me remind you, we got donation links in the description box of this video. Guys, we do ask that you please pray about it first. And if you're sending it for the Bible Ministry and Homeless Outreach, please let us know when you send it. If it's a personal donation, please let us know. If you don't, we're going to put it towards the Homeless Outreach. And guys, we ask that you please pray about it first. Any amount is very helpful in the mission and greatly appreciated. And guys, remember to pray for our outreach trip this weekend. It'd be greatly appreciated, family. And speaking of outreach, I want to give a shout out to the Rainbow Health Company. Family, they sent me a bottle of Curate for each one of our homeless bags on our next trip. As you know, they get a lot of cuts, scrapes. A lot of them use needles, unfortunately. They get boils and everything else. Curate I've used on a lot of the homeless people, and they feel in love with it. But I want to thank Brother Gordon and Sister Ronnie for that. Guys, pay them a visit at www.BibleHealingOil.com. Don't forget my code WATCHMAN20 to save 20%. Well, my beautiful channel family, till next time, your brother in Christ, Watchman Adam, signing out in 3, 2, 1. Family, I love you, and remember, keep no eyes to the sky. Why? Because our redemption draweth nigh. Our Messiah is coming in the twinkling of an eye. Because you see, family, that trumpet is about to blow. And when it does, I think you already know. Let's go, Harpazo! I love you guys. See you in my next video. Keep on looking up.
MLB has removed Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson, and other deceased players from its permanently ineligible list. Rob Manfred has ruled that MLB's punishment of a person ends upon their death, potentially making them eligible for the Hall of Fame. That's new. Alright, I'm getting tired. About to get off of here. Oh yeah, I forgot to go over the Yankee game. I'll do that later. got to go over both Yankee games because I've been really sick the last 2 days. Haven't really felt like doing
God
much.
bless. It's Hope with Midnight Oil. I hope
Except this
everyone's doing
stuff.
great. Been a long
I haven't really
Praise
felt like
the
going
Lord.
over the
We made it
games.
through, but that rapture's got to come.
And I just
I think this week's
I
going to
just hadn't
escalate.
been in the mood
news
for
is
much of anything really
extremely
lately.
confusing this week, today, and yesterday. I didn't want to report too much on it because I wasn't sure if there was much truth to what I was hearing, but I still didn't hear that two-state solution from Trump that everyone's asking about. I did not hear that yet. I did check for about an hour. I was on there looking, and nothing in Israel's news and nothing in our news. So I would just take that with a grain of salt.
That's
for
probably
now,
coming
and
in the
we'll
next
see what
couple of
happens.
days.
But praise the Lord that
There was a lot of peace talk, though,
the Lord is true
in
to
Saudi
his word.
Arabia.
I'm going to
That's-
read Isaiah 41:10. Fear not, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. Yes, I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. One of my favorite scriptures. Matthew 24:21 and 22. For then there will be a great tribulation, such as not have been since the beginning of the world until this time. No, nor ever shall be. And unless those days are shortened, no flesh will be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days will be shortened. It's got to come, guys. The world is hanging on by a string, so to speak. I know we're patiently waiting. The Lord's got to get us out of here. And I opened up that other channel today. It's been a very long day. I had like 2.5 hours sleep. Since I've been off work, my sleeping pattern is destroyed for now. But I go to bed like 2:33 in the morning, and then I'm up at by 6 with my daughter for school and so forth. And I don't go back to sleep once I have coffee. That's it. I'm good for the day. But I open up another channel because the Lord has been speaking to me in the last couple of months about. I didn't want to start doing the teachings on this channel because this is, rapture stuff and end time prophecy. So, but he's been speaking to me about opening
Major League
up
Baseball
a
ends
new
lifetime
channel,
bans for
and
Pete
I
Rose and Sheila
hesitated, but
Jones.
I am off work and this
Okay,
may
so they
be,
not only just reversed the
what I
rule,
need to do. I mean,
they completely
no
ended the ban
payment
for
now.
both
You
legends.
know, this channel either it's very,
Yeah, that's
very
huge.
small. But
That's
maybe
some
this
huge
is what
news.
the Lord wants me to do. Maybe that's why.
That's some huge news today.
over
Completely eliminated
60 applications I did. If
the
not
future
more.
bans of Pete Rose and Sheila
And
Jackson.
sending my resume out.
Those are two
since March.
major players that
Since
got
March,
involved in
enough.
scandals.
Uh,
That's interesting.
the burden on my heart is I know that I have to work, but if I can't find anything,
That means
then,
we-
I have a medical background.
That means the
It
world's
means,
getting to an
no
interesting
problem to
state.
get any
A
kind
lot of weird
job,
things
but
happen in
stuff is
2025.
coming
But
through,
this
but
is
I'm
icing on
gonna
the
utilize
cake
the
right here.
time
I
and
never
I'm gonna
thought I
serve
would
the Lord.
ever see
And he's going to take care
these
of the
two get
rest
unbanned in my
because
life.
I trust in him, and he is
Especially
our
Pete
provider
Rose.
and our comforter. So praise the Lord. And I know many of you also were having job issues, but just be prayerful, beloved, and be faithful and to the Lord. And he knows what we need before we actually know what we even need. So, and he's going to take care of us and our families. So we have to trust him, though. We have to say, Lord, I give all of this to you because you are the fixer of everything. So praise the Lord. Thank you, Jesus, for your comfort and your providing everything that we need daily. But just be prayerful, beloved. And I'm praying too. I pray for the channel faithfully every day. So we got this, guys. So praise God. But anyway, I opened up that other channel. It was all day. A couple days it took to get everything up there and running. But I'll put it in the description. So if you guys want to go over, I'm just doing teachings. Just like this channel, but other things besides the rapture. The Lord spoke this to me before a couple months ago, and I've been hanging on to it. A couple people that know me here that I've been planning not to do it because I wasn't sure. But the Lord I had a sign yesterday. When I went to sleep last night, just a little testimony how the Holy Spirit works. I went to bed and I had a glimpse of a channel named The Upper Room. That's what I named it. I got up this morning, made my coffee and stuff, and I was studying. And 3 times I seen that same name, The Upper Room, out of nowhere. So it was time. I said, I have to, that's, the Lord knows He's got to always show me visual signs, because sometimes I'm hard-headed. I always want signs, and I'm very prayerful when it comes to scripture and stuff. I don't jump on things sometimes, but He made it nice and clear today, so praise the Lord. But while I'm off, I'm going to use that other channel to bring others to the Lord too. That's what it's for. It's all about God's glory, and we have our peace within. So, but praise the Lord. But anyway, guys, don't forget to like the video here, comment where you're watching from, and don't forget to subscribe also. But don't forget also the prayer request. I put that on the description, not the description, but the comments. So it's pinned there. So you can always request prayer. But I pray daily for all of us anyway. So the Lord knows all of our names and all the hairs on our heads. So praise God. But I love each and every one of you guys. And beloved, if you never accepted the Lord, this is your time now. Your opportunity. Don't stay behind with the tribulation. It's getting ugly out there. Things are getting extremely confusing, and we know that the Lord is not author of confusion. So we want to stay put and make sure we are looking for our blessed hope. It's going to happen. We don't want you to stay during tribulation, beloved. This is your opportunity. You just confess your sins, meaning you recognize you're a sinner. You repent, meaning you change your heart and mind towards God. Once you do that, beloved, you just believe by faith that Christ died on the cross for your sins, all of them. He's going to clean all the mess up. He always does. Over and over again for us. That's He's an awesome God, and Jesus has all the power. We have nothing, no power, if it wasn't for the Lord. And you believe by faith He died for your sins. He was buried. He rose again on the 3rd day. He ascended into heaven, and He sits at the right hand of God the Father now. He's coming back for judgment. Unbelieving, wicked world. That's what He's going to judge. And He's going to do business with Israel. And we want you to go with us with the rapture, beloved. So we love you here. God bless you. And on the description of this video, if you would wish to donate, the information's there. God bless you ahead of time for that, but only if the Lord leads you, beloved. And I appreciate it. I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll report more on the news. I know there's a little couple things I know that was true. One is one hostage was released today, one living hostage, which that was awesome. I only seen a little bit of the news today. True news. And then Trump has got a busy week with the Middle East, so that's all that I could see that was reported today. So, but we'll keep track. Tomorrow I'll get that my video here up around 2. So, but God bless, guys. I'll report the news tomorrow. I love each and every one of you guys. See you all tomorrow. Let's hope with Midnight Oil. Bye, guys.
Hey, what? Hamas, wait, what? Hamas nears total collapse. Hezbollah boots Iran from Lebanon. TV in Israel. What is this?
I'm Yair Pinto coming to you from the burnt forests surrounding Jerusalem, and Hamas continues to show signs of breaking and surrendering to Israel one piece at a time. Against the backdrop of Israeli soldier Idan Alexander's return home to Israel, the IDF has resumed striking terror infrastructures in the Gaza Strip, including air and artillery strikes, as ground units continue to be deployed and prepared for a large-scale ground maneuver in Gaza. Amidst these preparations, Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel declared, "We will conquer Gaza and our security control there will be forever. We will bring you all the moving moments from the release of Idan Alexander, who was freed on Monday evening after being held hostage by Hamas for 584 days. We'll also share with you some of his testimony about his time in captivity and the brutal conditions in which he was held. In the northern arena, there is also big news. Hezbollah has ordered their IRGC advisors, the Iranian advisors, to leave the border region out of fear that their presence would draw Israeli strikes. There are also reports that what's left of the Hezbollah leadership is quietly hoping for the success of the talks in Oman between Iran and the United States of America regarding the nuclear program. Staying in the northern arena, there is also some good and somewhat surprising news coming from Syria, which might be on its way to joining the Abraham Accords with a security bonus for Israel. That is what's being touted as a possible result of a meeting between United States President Donald Trump and Syrian leader Abu Muhammad al-Julani this week during the president's regional tour. We'll bring you all the details that we have about this meeting, which is tentatively scheduled to take place this week in Saudi Arabia, hosted by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and also including Palestinian Authority President Abu Mazen. Meanwhile, reports from President Trump's inner circle indicate they believe that Iran does not threaten the United States and a solution can be reached for all the outstanding issues between the two countries through negotiations. However, some cold hard facts indicate otherwise, and we'll talk about that in today's report, including reports of another large fire which broke out near the fuel plant in southern Tehran this week. And finally, we'll take a look at the reports of tensions between Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel and United States President Trump, as the Prime Minister spoke with the United States President on Monday and heard from him about his commitment to Israel and his desire to continue working with him in close cooperation. So we have a lot to talk about today, so let's dive into the details. I'm Yair Pinto, and this is your Boots on the Ground report about what is happening in Israel on day 585 of the war with Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, the Shia militias in Iraq, and all the other armed groups in this region while taking their orders from Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, which is the head of the axis of evil in the Middle East. And before we begin, I want to invite you to keep spreading the truth, share, and follow us. And most importantly, don't forget to click that subscribe button if you haven't already, so that together we can spread what's happening in Israel with everybody around the world, so that they will know how to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. The IDF resumed strikes in the Gaza Strip on Monday evening, following the release of the abducted soldier Idan Alexander. These are routine strikes on Hamas infrastructure in the south and the north of the Gaza Strip, following a day in which the Air Force conducted no strikes so as not to endanger Alexander's transfer back to Israel. Reports from Gaza spoke of Israeli Air Force strikes in the eastern Sajaiya neighborhood of Gaza City and also in Rafah. IDF forces are deployed at several focal points inside the Gaza Strip. The forces are there in preparation for a possible expansion of the ground maneuver. However, on Monday, Hamas exploited the temporary halt in the fighting in the Gaza Strip that is meant to facilitate the release of Alexander to attack IDF forces in the Strip, resulting in a series of skirmishes that left one soldier wounded. The Saudi news portal Ashraq al-Awsat reported that the IDF completely suspended its offensive activity in the Gaza Strip to enable the release of Alexander. But a statement from the Prime Minister's office said that Israel committed to no ceasefire whatsoever, nor to the release of terrorists, only to the safe corridor that would allow Idan's release. In any case, Hamas turned Alexander over to the Red Cross late Monday afternoon without any of the dramatic displays and the public ceremonies
that like not having your window here anymore,
releases. And a short time later, the Red Cross delivered him to the IDF forces who brought him to his parents.
You liked having your window, didn't you?
At the IDF facility in the Gaza border community.
I mean, you have that window, but you
Alexander
like the,
told the IDF soldiers and the staff at the facility about the conditions that he endured in Hamas captivity. And I'll share some of the testimony with you. But first, let me tell you a little bit about Alexander himself. He was born and raised in the United States of America, in New Jersey, before immigrating to Israel to enlist in the IDF. On October 7, 2023, he was on an IDF base near Kibbutz Nir Oz when it was overrun by Hamas invasion on that day, and he was kidnapped along with 251 other Israelis into the Gaza Strip. For long weeks after his abduction, he suffered severe torture during Hamas interrogations as he was held alongside other hostages in a tunnel in the southern part of the Gaza Strip without daylight, and for an extended period was kept in a cage, shackled hand and foot. During his transfer from Hamas custody to the Red Cross, both Hamas and the Red Cross personnel had to help him into a vehicle because he had difficulty walking. However, his condition on Monday was improved from what it had been just a few months previously. That's because a few months ago, his captors began to give him more food, and he tells us that they also began to use his American name. This might have been a hint to him that American officials were negotiating for his release, and on Monday, Hamas admitted that the release was a gesture to President Trump. This is also indicated by the civilian clothes he was wearing, unlike fake IDF uniforms that previously released soldiers were dressed in before being handed over by Hamas to the Red Cross. In the images accompanying his release, he is seen standing on his feet, surrounded by armed terrorists and a Red Cross representative. Aside from this, there was very little drama accompanying his release, as Hamas had committed to not repeating the media spectacles that we saw with previous releases, and once again, this was part of the gesture to President Trump. After the reunion with his family at Re'im in Israel, the health ministry later updated that Idan was taken to Ichinov Hospital in Israel, where he will receive medical care in the coming days. So guys, here at TV in Israel, we know that these are sensitive moments for the returnee and his family members, and we ask you to join us in praying for him and for his family for a speedy recovery. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a meeting on Monday with a group of veterans of this war that are called the Wounded Soldiers Forum for Victory. During his remarks, he declared that there will be no Islamic Caliphate in Gaza. not of Hamas and not of the Palestinian Authority. Things have changed. A decision has been made to go all the way. We are very close, days away. We will conquer Gaza, and our security control there will be forever. In a matter of days, things are going to happen in Gaza. Things you have not known until today. However, even as preparations for a new military offensive are proceeding, there are still diplomatic efforts that are being made. On Tuesday, a team of Israeli diplomats traveled to Doha, Qatar, for another round of negotiations aimed at securing the release of the remaining hostages, and this is according to the Witkoff outline. According to a source familiar with the details, Israel is expected to participate in the talks in Qatar for the duration of President Trump's visit to the region, that is, for 3 days. Netanyahu spoke with Witkoff and the United States Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, on Monday, before holding a call with President Trump. During the initial meeting, Netanyahu briefed the American officials on the plan to give negotiations another chance before the offensive is launched. He emphasized, however, that these negotiations are taking place under fire, and that is how it will continue. During his phone call with President Trump, the Israeli Prime Minister thanked him for assisting in the release of Alexander, and Trump, from his part, reiterated his commitment to Israel and his desire to continue close cooperation with the Prime Minister of Israel. So guys, here at TVN Israel, we will continue to report on every development regarding the negotiation for the release of our hostages. And as always, we ask you to keep spreading the truth, share our videos, and follow us on social media. If you visit our social media platforms, Yair Pinto or Mati Shoshani, make sure to subscribe only to the official ones. Now, like all Israelis, I'm very happy to see Idan Alexander reunited with his family. But I also know that this is only one step in a very long and difficult process that Israel will have to go through in order to recover from this war, which is far from over. In fact, Israel is calling up its reserve soldiers once again. I've been there. Not once, not twice. It's tough. You leave home, you say goodbye to your kids, your partners, your routine, and shift into a completely different world. For me, it's not just about staying in shape or being alert. It's also about staying grounded. Faith played a big part in that, and prayer gave me focus when everything felt very heavy and confused. But I also had to take care of my body to keep going. That's why Vinya really helped me. I started using it during my reserve duty in this war. This Israeli supplement made from red grape cells. It helps get more blood to your heart, your brain, your muscles, and basically, it helps you feel more alive when you're running on empty. They also have a coffee version and a tea version that you can take in the morning instead of the pills. So if you want to try it, go to vinyatbnisrael.com or call 800-638-1944. I leaned on my faith in God, and Vinya helped me stay strong when it counted. Now back to the news, and keeping our focus on the Gaza Strip, as there are reports of growing anarchy and confusion there, with Hamas using increasingly brutal measures to try to keep some resemblance of order and control. This has included public executions of people suspected of collaboration with Israel, and this is according to a report on Sunday in the Saudi newspaper Ashrak al-Awsat. And at the same time, Hamas is expressing concern over the new American plan regarding the distribution of aid to the Gaza Strip. This is a move that could damage one of the terror organization's main power sources, namely its current control of the aid mechanisms. And according to the report, in recent weeks, the Palestinian terror factions have intensified executions of suspects who collaborated with Israeli security entities, i.e., those who provided information about commanders, operatives, their homes, and other targets that were struck by Israel, information that Israel used to terminate several of these terrorist leaders.
You can now, yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't want to interrupt.
Palestinian sources told the newspaper that there is intensified activities by the security and the intelligence branches of the military wing of the Palestinian factions to track down collaborators who are interrogated before measures are taken against them. And meanwhile, the IDF is not just watching this happen. It was reported this week that Zakir Talib, one of the commanders of Hamas's Shaham unit that terrorizes the Gazan civilians and displays governments through violence and intimidation, was eliminated by an IDF operation. This is all part of the going discussion which began last Friday when United States Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee presented the American plan for distributing humanitarian aid to Gaza. Hamas immediately issued a statement rejecting the plan, as it was obvious that it meant to bypass them and bring aid directly to the people who need it, to the Gazan population, which is not what Hamas wants. Hamas wants to use this aid to exploit and to control these people, and the American plan would prevent them from doing that. However, Hamas claimed in the weekend statement that this is not the case. It stated that the accusations by the United States Ambassador Mike Huckabee against Hamas that the organization controlled the humanitarian aid are far from the truth and repeat Zionist lies exposed by all United Nations agencies that are operating in Gaza. The ambassador uses these accusations to justify partnership in Israel's forced migration policy by implementing deliberate starvation. This is according to Hamas. And guys, here at TV in Israel, we will continue to spread the truth, and we ask you to share and follow on our social media platforms, and most importantly, to subscribe to this YouTube channel. Now, we switch our focus to the northern arena as the IDF continues to monitor events in Syria and maintains activity on the border with Division 210 forces are deployed in readiness to defend against various scenarios according to ongoing situation assessments, and are prepared to prevent the entry of hostile forces into the area of Druze villages and Christian minorities, alongside assistance to the Syrian Druze population in the entire region. A senior security source said, "We will not allow the harm of our Druze brethren. Israel has additional tools to prevent such harm." Simultaneously, Syrian Druze civilians were evacuated for medical treatment inside Israel, and other aid was sent to these communities by both the government and private initiatives. Despite this, tensions persist, and residents of these Druze and Christian villages in southern Syria remain on a high alert for any fresh attacks by jihadist groups that are affiliated with the regime of Abu Muhammad al-Julani in Damascus. And speaking of al-Julani, the interim Syrian president has confirmed that he is conducting indirect contacts with Israel to prevent escalation between the states, as a Reuters report last week indicated. Now, let's move to what's happening with the Houthis in Yemen. But first, keep supporting the truth. We need your help, and the best way that you can help us is by subscribing to this YouTube channel and sharing our videos with as many people as possible. As previously reported, on Sunday evening, IDF Arabic language spokesperson Avichai Aderi issued an unusual evacuation notice for 3 ports in Yemen, 2 days after another Houthi missile launched towards Israel and triggered alerts across the entire country. Reports in Yemen say that the Houthis took the notice very seriously and evacuated the ports of Hudaydah, Salif, and Ras Isa, even though they were unsure of exactly when the strike can occur. In Aderi's Arabic statement, it was written, "Warning to all those present in the seaports under the control of the Houthi terror regime. This is an urgent and important warning. In light of the use of the Houthi terror regime that it makes of these seaports for its terror activity, we urge everyone in the ports to evacuate and distance themselves until further notice. Failure to evacuate the ports until further notice endangers you, Hudaydah Port, El Salif Port, and Ras Isa Port." As noted, the notice is very general and does not specify a specific time for a strike. According to reports in Arabic media portals, residents of Houthi-controlled cities in Yemen are tired of being used as human shields by the Houthis. They say that the Israeli strikes destroyed infrastructure that the Houthis use for their own purposes, but which the civilian population also relies on. The residents also complain that the Houthi leadership stays in bunkers and military bases far away from the sea and the airports that Israel has hit. So they are in no danger from the strikes that Israel launches in retaliation for the ballistic missiles that the Houthis fire at Israel, or even the recent American air campaign against the Houthis. If I can make a comment on this of my own, I have a great deal of sympathy for those ordinary Yemeni people whose country has been hijacked by a cruel and fanatic jihadist regime. Yemen has been in crisis for almost as long as I'm alive, and this crisis has been mostly ignored by everyone. But now, the Houthis are in control there, doing things that no one can ignore and causing problems for the whole world. The Americans tried to solve this problem with an aerial campaign, and Israel has done the same. But there's only so much that can be done from the air. To really solve this problem and bring relief to Yemen's long-suffering population, someone must go in on the ground and physically remove the Houthis from power. Then, the country must be built from the ground up. That's going to take a lot of money and a lot of effort, and Israel can play a vital part in that, as can the Americans and the Europeans. But Yemen's wealthy neighbors, starting with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, should take the lead. In any case, here at TV in Israel, we will continue to spread the truth. So please share and follow us. And don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel so that you'll never miss another episode of Boots on the Ground. Now, we're shifting our focus to the fourth round of nuclear talks between the United States and Iran that were held in Muscat, Oman, on Sunday. A senior American official told the AP news agency that the United States emerged from this round optimistic, while Iran's foreign minister also said that the talks were more serious and sincere than the previous rounds. Reuters reported, citing a senior American official, that the parties agreed to continue the talks and to resolve technical issues between them. Iranian Foreign Minister spokesman Ismail Baghei wrote on his X account that Iran is determined to create nuclear energy for peaceful purposes and civilian purposes. According to him, Iran is ready to continue down the diplomatic path to ensure preservation of its nuclear program under the understandings of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. And recently, additional optimistic voices have been heard in the American administration regarding the talks with Iran, expressing willingness for Iran to continue possessing nuclear energy for civilian purposes. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who led the talks, reiterated that from the Trump administration's perspective, Iran cannot have a bomb, and that is that it has no right to any uranium enrichment program. He said that if Iran truly stands behind its statements that it has no intention to produce a nuclear weapon, it must act accordingly. That's it. Full dismantling of the nuclear facilities of Natanz, Fordo, and also Isfahan, transfer of enriched uranium fuel to a third party, and complete cessation of all centrifuge activities. Political sources in Jerusalem said the conditions presented by the American envoy in the interview are very similar to the demands of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu regarding dismantling all of Iran's nuclear capabilities in line with the Libya model. Witkoff was asked in a recent interview what the administration's position is on Iran maintaining a civilian nuclear program. He replied, "If the Iranians want to operate a civilian program, let them operate one. They already have such a facility, the reactor at Bushehr. There are no centrifuges there, no enrichment, only electricity production. That is the only program that can be considered legitimate. If that is their path, let them expand it. But facilities like Natanz, Fordo, and Isfahan must be dismantled." So guys, here at TV in Israel, we will continue to report on every development, and as always, we ask you to keep spreading the truth, share, and follow us. And most importantly, don't forget to pray. Pray for the hostages that are still held in Gaza to come home, all of them, soon. Pray for the IDF soldiers that are fighting on multiple fronts for many, many days since this war started. Pray for all the civilians, all the citizens of this region that are affected by these terrorists. And most importantly, unite in prayer for the peace of Jerusalem.
Hello, this is Mati here in Jerusalem with TBN Israel.
This is Yair Pinto from TBN Israel here in Jerusalem. TBN Israel is keeping viewers informed with Israel-focused news, culture, and what God is doing in this land.
Support TBN Israel today online at tbn.org/Israel. Thank you.
Alright, I'm done. Alright guys, I'm getting off. I really don't know what to say anymore except, if you see what's going on in the Middle East with Trump and Saudi Arabia and Gaza with Israel, something big's coming, so it's probably going to lead to a rapture pretty soon, man. So I would, if I were you, I would get yourself ready and prepared before that day comes. But it's your choice, you know, and everything. I would turn to God before it's too late, you know, and everything. And get yourself prepared so you're not stuck here during 7 years of tribulation and all that, and all these things coming, and all this stuff coming to the Middle East, including all these wars and all this peace talk and whatever's coming, and this crazy AI digital system where they want to scan your oddballs and everything, man. I wouldn't want to be here for that. But it's your choice. I would be ready by instead of putting your trust in Trump and politicians and all these people, I'd put your trust in God. That is God to come I'd ask God to come into your life and save you, prepare you for what's to come, you know, and everything. I would ask Him to come and guide you in these times, because it's easy, really. It's very easy to get confused and misled and not know what's going on. The only way you're going to know is if you have the discernment to know. But anyway, it's your choice. I'm going to get off of here, and I'm going to take a nap. Hopefully I'll get unbanned in 2 days, and I can get these uploaded to y'all. I know y'all are wondering why I haven't been able to upload content, but that's it. And I know I haven't really been able to get anything out. Hopefully I'll be able to get these out in 2 days, but I am going to upload these as soon as I do get unbanned. Hopefully I can get these out and fix that. Yeah. Unless something happens in the meantime, I'm going to try to get this stuff out to people. But I'm going to be updating everyone on X in the meantime while I can't get these out to people. On my X page. But yeah. Y'all have a good day, man. I'll see y'all later. Peace.